Biden's answer is interesting, isn't it? Where's the money? He's almost teasing us, isn't he? Like it's
As the meme goes, there are people less intelligent than you, making much more than you, having families, and enjoying life. And the reason for this is very simple. Intelligent people tend to be a little bit more negative or pessimistic. They tend to overthink. They tend to be stubborn about the wrong things. Versus people that are mid, they don't overthink. They retard math. They just simply execute. And at the end of the day, that's what the world rewards. It doesn't reward us for sitting behind a computer, thinking and ruminating and pondering and analyzing things. It rewards us for taking action. So my argument is for people who are truly intelligent, they'll understand the hilariousness of this world and they'll upgrade their charisma and they'll start taking more action. Like if you're actually that intelligent, not just book smart, if you're actually intelligent, you can run circles around all these other people that have zero self-awareness, zero understanding of pattern recognition. So we can flip the script, but I do 100% agree. Intelligent people tend to be kind of miserable and tend to be broke.
Saying Fauci misused taxpayer money for gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab and then lied about it. Joining me now is Kentucky Congressman James Comer. He's the chairman of the House Oversight Committee. Mr. Chairman, thanks very much for being here. You led a multi-year investigation into Fauci and the origins of COVID. You've also questioned Fauci in a congressional hearing. What is your reaction to this? Would you bring him back in now for more testimony?
Well, this is more evidence of what we already knew. Dr. Fauci lied. He caused a great deal of pain for every American and most people around the world.
What?
And so, well, listen, because he obviously got really upset. So, like, obviously, there was a terror attack yesterday, and because of that, people like Hassan go out and counter-signal as hard as possible about this terror attack to distract from the 250,000 plus rape victims that were, systematically protected and ignored by the British government. So, this obviously makes, the influx of Islamic terrorism look bad. So you're waiting for something like this to happen so you can counter-signal it, right? And so we'll go ahead and we'll watch a few of these and go through all of it. Never stop talking about it? Oh, we never will. We're not going to stop talking about this at all. And I think that's what bothers them the most, honestly. Because they know that it looks very bad, and that's the reason why they have to counter-signal and bring up Jeffrey Epstein or something, as if everybody is, against Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, here we go. Let's watch it.
He doubles down and explains why he doesn't care if Muslim people get stabbed in the UK. I have zero sympathy, and I don't give a fuck about some guy stabbing people because they let stuff like this happen.
I have zero sympathy, and I do not give a fuck about some guy stabbing people. Yeah. It's because they let stuff like this happen on a day.
Who's they? Like, who is the...
you. It's you, Mehdi Hassan, and all of the people that are trying to spread social political Islam in Western countries and enable the bad actors and never hold them accountable. Specifically you. You do this. You downplay terrorism, you gas it up when you can, and you support it. That's the problem. That's the big issue.
That's letting stuff like this happen.
Allowing huge amounts of migrants to come into the countries while supporting parties that enable this to happen without any sort of safeguards, accountability, or any level of legal repercussions for the bad actors. So you've allowed a systematic rape of hundreds of thousands, probably millions of girls across Europe in an effort to push identity politics. This is what you've done. You've tried to push identity politics, and the result of that is that millions of women have been raped. Girls have been raped. That's exactly what I mean.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
And this is like a random black guy in Portugal?
Who should never be in Portugal. He should be deported immediately. We shouldn't have random black guys running around throwing rocks at people in Portugal. These are African migrants and they should have never been imported into the country. It's a mistake. And the difference is that you want to try to create ambiguity around that, and I don't. So my mindset is that these people should be deported wholesale, right? I mean, I'm sure there are some exceptions of people that can stay. They're not problematic, obviously. But I would say like overwhelmingly over 90% of them should be removed. Yeah, I mean, they probably don't improve the economy. They're, in a lot of cases, more violent on average than the average people. That's the reason why many of these countries don't want to even record any statistics about immigration status or race, because they know that it will lead to conclusions that will make them look bad. And I think that Hassan supports those things. You want to have somebody on, you wanted to have Zach Polinsky on your stream who retweeted Mehdi Hassan, who said that the rape gang inquiry was, quote, bullshit. And yeah, I don't really have a lot of sympathy for those people. No, I don't want to hear about how, how bad this stuff is when you're trying to say that people that are systematically raped constantly, and then you can't even discuss any sort of factors around it. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Duh. How does this majority of the economies from immigration worldwide are uneducated? Do you really think, how is that true whenever China is the second biggest economy and they don't have immigration? Like, just think about this for 3 seconds.
How is this in any way, shape, or form connected to the Islamophobic hate crime that took place in was it Edinburgh?
Islamophobia is a made-up word that's used to silence criticism of Islam. It's not a real word. Obviously, you should be able to be critical of any religion. It's not a phobia to be afraid of a religion. It's not a phobia to disagree with what a religion teaches. That's not a phobia. That's an idea. That's a disagreement. So you trying to reframe people that don't like a religion as some kind of phobia like homophobia or racism is just inaccurate. Islam is a collection of ideas. Disagreeing with that collection of ideas is not in any way, shape, or form a unique thing or a problem at all. Disagreeing with ideas is what Western civilization is built on, and words like Islamophobia work to subvert Western civilization by making certain ideas and groups of ideas off limits. So this is just not true. It's fake. daily basis. They never police these people. They never hold these people accountable. And then they want us all to have empathy for 5 people that get stabbed. That's right. Meanwhile, this is happening on an industrial level all across Europe, and they refuse to even talk about it.
Who is they? Like
you. It's you. You're the one that said that white women being raped is a utilitarian, better alternative than non-white women being raped in colleges. It's you that said that it doesn't matter whether the rapes happen on October 7th. It's you who didn't cover the rape gang inquiry at all, but spent all day talking about the Epstein files. So whenever I'm saying these things, I'm talking about you. Now, it's not just you. There are other people too, but you're one of them. The white girl clip? Yeah, let's watch that, because this is, in my opinion, probably one of the worst Hassan clips ever. And I don't think people talk about this one enough. Watch this.
Doing one good thing, which is that, like, if you have these...
It's a good thing. Keep in mind, doing one good thing.
Billionaire WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other millionaire failed daughters is, like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like,
so if you're a white girl and you're watching Hassan, he literally views it as a lesser of 2 evils for you to be raped by a white man. That's right. That's literally him saying it. Watch. Oh, we'll play it again. We'll play it one more time.
Like, doing one good thing, which is that, like, if you have these billionaire WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other millionaire failed daughters is, like, in some respects...
WASP. I'm sorry. WASP is a term that's used white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant. So whenever he says WASP, he is explicitly and deliberately, like, definitionally referring to race. It's literally the first letter. That's what WASP means. So he's saying that it is a basically lesser of 2 evils that white women are being raped. That's right.
You know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like, taking these
a little bit better
guys and putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society. Like,
wow. So this is the person. So whenever I'm talking about who's doing this, I'm talking about you. You're the one that supports this. You're the one that does this. And you've done it for years. Like, how many times did he talk about the rape gang inquiry? I'm pretty sure he didn't read any of it. And if it was, he was trying to read it to disprove it. So he doesn't really care about Jeffrey Epstein. He doesn't really care about the Epstein files. If he did, he wouldn't be defending a country whose Epstein files are their marriage records. Look at Iran's fucking age of consent. They're marrying children over there, and they're raping children there, and it's part of the law. That's what they do. But you're going out there carrying water and making memes about how it's poetic that the Iranian government killed their own people. This is insane.
What do you mean, crime? Are there people who are pro-crime? Is that what
You, when you support the Houthis that take over ships and they bomb people and they kill them and they take them hostage and Hamas kills Palestinians, it's not Israel only that's killing Palestinians. Hamas is killing them too. There was a big protest that was led as a resistance against Hamas and their occupation of Gaza. And you know what they did to the leader of that organization? They killed them because they kill their own people. You are supporting literal terrorist murderers. That's what you're doing. It's obvious.
What it is there a big they out there that's like pro-crime where they're like, oh,
it's not a big they, but I think that they're influential.
We love crime. Let's have more of it, please.
Give an inch. Yeah, that's exactly it. Never give an inch.
Happening at an industrial level. To be clear, Terrace already explained why he committed these attacks after he got arrested. I'm protecting my country from these fucking Muslim bastards raping our young daughters. What he said, yes. It's so clear what he's trying to do, man. It's always the same. It's fucking rich people that don't want you to recognize that Muslim immigrants are no different than you in any way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact,
they absolutely are whenever they exhibit own group preference and they protect their own, whenever there's somebody that's raping and killing people in their community. This is a problem. It is a legitimate problem. All of them are not like that. Obviously not. But there is a subset of people that are like this, that are exhibiting tribalistic, behaviors this way that are putting everybody at risk. And that's a huge problem. I have more in common with some billionaire or a millionaire that's living in my country than I do with a jihadi who wants to kill everybody in my country because we don't believe what they believe. This entire ideology that we're all in this together and this is some sort of a class war. No, it's not. If you really cared about a class war, you would be talking about how bad it is that Cuba is being controlled by one corporation of people that are billionaires. They have more disposable income and more liquid money than Elon Musk has. But for some reason, you never talk about that. You don't care about billionaires. How many billionaires are there in China? There's billionaires everywhere. So this is the problem that I have, is that you're trying to use the carrot on the stick of the class struggle in order to push your ethnic identity politics. And on top of that, you're using it as a way to distract from bad actions like, for example, the industrial scale rapes. So there's billionaires all over the world. Putin's trillions as assets. Yes. Think about how many assets, like, for example, the Iranians have. Think about how much money Khamenei had, right? Probably billions and billions of dollars. But you're going around defending them. Never listen to these people whenever they try to bring up any idea of a class struggle. They don't care about a class struggle. They're using that so they can use you as sheep to Trojan horse their own identity politics into the country. How do I know this? I'll say it again. The core of Hassan's ideology is completely Muslim Islamic terrorism. That is the one thing that he will never compromise on. You'll compromise with rich people because you have no problem with Cuba, Iran, and China. You'll compromise on LGBT rights because you support groups that want to kill LGBT people. You'll compromise with anti-Semitism because you support groups and you say that you're 10 toes down with the Houthis that wants to literally kill all of the Jews. It's in their mission statement. And then you go around and you say that your favorite flag is Hezbollah. What do you think Hezbollah thinks about Jews? What would it look like if I said my favorite flag was the Nazi flag? Everybody would realize that I'm crypto messaging that I support the Nazis. But somehow we're supposed to expect that you're not doing that? Are you kidding me? That's obviously what you're doing. So every single other value that Hassan pretends to have, he will easily compromise at the first step of a possibility of the influx or the increase of Islamic terrorism or Islamic influence. This is what he will do. And that is the one thing. Think about what else do Ethan and Hassan disagree on besides Islamic terrorism, besides Hamas? What do they disagree on? Basically nothing. So why is it that Hassan was willing to destroy and throw away a relationship with a person because of that one individual disagreement? It's because that is the core of his ideology. The core of his ideology is Islamic extremism and terrorism. And that is the one value that he will never compromise. You the other day said that you don't have a problem with people posting about Yahya Sinwar. This was the guy who was one of the main architects of the October 7th attack in Israel that killed thousands, I think it was over 1,000 people, including Americans. How would you not have a problem with a person who, orchestrated a terror attack that killed 1,000 people? How would you not have a problem with people talking about how he's a good guy? It's because you obviously support it. That's it. So keep that in mind. That is the one value he will never compromise. All of this other class, oh, he cares about the working man. No, you don't. Give a shit about them.
You have a lot more similarities with these Muslim immigrants than you do.
Some of them, but not all of them. If there is a person that comes into the country and they're talking about forcing everybody in the country to think like they think, they want to live in a completely different way. No, you don't. You don't have everything in common. This is a psyop and it is a lie. No, you don't have a lot in common with many of these other people that have completely extremist, radical, violent ideas, and they create a mosaic network of an ethnic demographic that effectively protects people from consequences when they rape your daughters. Absolutely not. No, you don't have anything in common with them. To the extent that they're saying that, it's because they want you to, for some reason or another, not criticize this behavior. No, I don't have anything in common with that. Absolutely not. Like, remember whenever Henry Novak got stabbed, and then the mother was out there at the courthouse, and the sister was talking about how they were racist? Do you want to tell me that I have more in common with that person? No, I don't. Absolutely, I don't. I want them out of Western civilization entirely.
With your landlord or your boss or faceless, lifeless, parasitic forces of capital, they don't care about you. Okay, these guys are your neighbors. But as long as
they're your neighbors, that's the problem. That's the entire problem. If you read the rape report, you'd know that, but you don't want to read that because you don't actually care.
Hate your neighbors instead of recognizing who actually controls the levers of power, you are the easiest to fuck.
The people that are controlling the levers of power are enabling this because they want votes. That's the reason why. They want votes, and they want to not hold these people accountable in order to maintain those votes. That's the reason why. It's obvious that's what's happening. It's the same thing that happened in Minnesota with Somalians, and this is just a common behavior that's happening where primarily, I would say not always, but primarily leftist policies and leftist policymakers try to import in entire voting blocks and then base their politics, did I say Minnesota? Whatever the hell, you know what I'm saying, okay? You know what I'm saying. So very, really loud, shrill, on systematic overlook, normal world. Yes, obviously this is what happened. So anyway, this is what's happening, is that you are importing in these voting blocks, and that's it. That you're importing them in order to make them continue voting for you.
Can dupe and manipulate. That's all this is. And Asmongold is a champion of this cause.
Yeah.
Asmongold is the great divider.
I am absolutely the great divider. I do not see you as an American in the way that I see other people as Americans. I see you as a subversive force who are trying to insert yourself into American politics, force Middle Eastern identity issues, and then divide the voting population around those issues. That's what you are. And I think more Democrats are starting to realize that. That's why you're getting your talks canceled. That's why you're getting, people are moving away from you. They're trying to, not associate with you. Even Zohran Mendami condemned you inside of the NYC debate. That's what you're doing. It's obvious that's what you're doing. There's on. What is this here? Is the full stop prime examples in the West? What is this here? Can I find this? Oh, yeah. And then this is the other person, by the way. This is the person I was criticizing.
Different from the rest of the non-Muslims, from the rest of those human beings who live their lives as animals, bending any rule to fulfill any desire. Once we do that, we are lost.
No, I don't have anything in common with that person. I don't want them in my country. I don't want them in my culture. I don't. No, I don't. I am absolutely a divider. I recognize that that person is my enemy, and they recognize that I am their enemy. But they lie to people that are good-natured, and they try to play to this idea of class politics. If you really cared about class politics, you wouldn't sabotage every single instance of class politics done by Democrats if it doesn't follow your very, very strict regiment of enabling Islamic terrorism through Iran or through the Middle East in general. It's manipulation. It is.
He does not want you to get mad at the wealthy. He wants you to get mad at others. Okay?
The wealthy are the others.
He wants you to get mad at other working class folk.
Yeah, because they're causing problems. They shouldn't be here.
That's it. He wants to make you feel like there are some of these like super woke forces out there who actually don't think that crime is a bad thing. And
that's correct, because the report proves that. And I think that the continual protection of these people by these insular secondary immigrant communities indicates that they don't think that crime is a problem. Yes, this entire idea, see, this is what somebody like Hassan does, is they try to make this argument ad absurdum, right? It's like, oh, well, this is, you know, it's so absurd and so crazy that somebody would do this. I agree. I don't know why they're doing it, but they sure are. That's really it. You're going around and you're supporting these people that are literally enabling rape. This is what you're doing. You're downplaying the rape of hundreds of thousands of people, and when it's happening to white girls, you're saying that it's, from a utilitarian perspective, a lesser of two evils. That's what you're saying. You're literally saying that yourself.
And should be solved in any meaningful fashion. He has no solution to it. As a matter of fact,
Absolutely, I have a solution for it. I think we should deport all of these people systematically, use the National Guard, the military, the police force, and every other lever of government to not only freeze their funds, but remove them, revoke their citizenship, send them back, send back their families, send back these entire communities. That's my solution. It's very simple, actually. I made it very clear. That's the solution. Go back. Yeah, what do you mean I don't have a solution? I've had a solution the entire time.
benefits from crime continuing, so we can always point to it and try to make it into racial agitprop.
Well, 87% were one racial group from Pakistan. That's substantial. That's a really substantial number. Yeah, this is true. That's what's happening. There are problems with capitalism. There are problems with class dynamics. But people like Hassan don't care about those problems as ends. They care about them as means. They use those problems in order to push identity politics. They don't actually care about them.
Oh, we're not tracking.
There's always this like other. Problem is this kind of racist agitated propaganda is very effective because a lot of people want to abdicate responsibility, and a lot of people also don't want to look at the current system, the current design of the system, and want to believe that actually there is like some kind of nefarious shadow elite that's like,
yeah, that's exactly what's happening. It's obvious that's what's happening. Everybody can see it.
Demographically replacing them.
Well, yeah, there is a demographic replacement that's underway. It's obvious that that's happening. You can see that that's represented in statistics, and you can also see that in statements made, for example, by Angela Merkel, for her saying that she was importing people so she could offset the far right. This isn't a conspiracy. This isn't behind closed doors. He's right about that. It's something that they openly state. They openly state that, and they want to do that.
And creating an existential crisis.
Yeah.
The existential
It is an existential crisis. It absolutely is.
crisis is here. It's capitalism.
Capitalism is the real problem, not the institutionalized rape gangs that are going around and have the support from the government that are basically allowing this to happen for votes. No, all of your daughters and sisters and mothers and, you know, like nieces and all of this, and even nephews, right? Them getting raped. No, that's not the real problem. That's not the problem, guys. No, the real problem is the guy that built a business that made a lot of money off of it. Oh, right. Yeah, for sure, man. Definitely.
He said, I've spent hours covering the UK grooming gang reports. I have zero sympathy for people who are downplaying it and calling it bullshit. The atrocities against those children and the years of authorities covering it up are disgusting.
What are you laughing at? What's so funny about this? What is this?
Epstein defender, by the way.
We've probably covered Epstein more than anyone else. So, by the way,
Epstein defender, by the way.
and you see how he puts himself into full cam to say that for like extra emphasis. So if you look at, for example, Asmongold Epstein, these are the videos that I've made about Jeffrey Epstein. It's still going. Yep. And you can see his photo in all these, right? I mean, it's clearly me talking about him. That's it. I'm an Epstein defender. I've probably made more videos that have gotten views for Jeffrey Epstein than Hassan has views on his entire channel. And if I had to guess, it's probably not even close. And that's okay.
I've spent hours covering the UK grooming gang reports. I have zero sympathy for people who are downplaying it and calling it bullshit. The atrocities against those children and the years of authorities covering it up are disgusting.
He has nothing to say. Nothing to say because you know it's true. Except for a snort. He's going to give it a ceremonial snort.
Epstein defender, by the way.
Calling somebody an Epstein defender that's made more videos about Jeffrey Epstein than probably... I'm not even kidding. Look at all these.
He's not acting
I've made more
in good
videos
faith.
about this time, and this probably isn't all of them, by the way. There's probably a handful that aren't aggregated here. And this is
did
just
it
on
for
YouTube.
exactly this
I've talked about
effect.
this more than anybody. I can almost guarantee you that there are more clips and more videos of me
He's a
talking about Jeffrey
jihadist.
Epstein collectively than probably any other person on the internet. I genuinely believe that. You can give props to Rokana. I did. I talked to him, actually. And I'm going to say this during the period I talked to him. And, you know, like I said, like, if there's more information, I'd love for you to come on my stream. Because there was a greater... Like, I don't agree with Rokana on a lot of things. But something like the Epstein files needs to be addressed. And whenever you're looking at institutional capture from both sides, you have to try to get allies wherever you can. And if he is an uncommon or an unlikely ally, I was more than willing to take it. Because it was such a huge problem.
Because Twitch is terrified of actually offering consequences to anyone that is right-wing. Okay.
That's right. You have to get people banned. That's it. So now you're upset. So now, oh wow. Hopefully, please protect me. Hopefully somebody gets banned. Oh no, I can't actually talk about this or address the points. I have to go and say you need to get banned. Oh my God. This is the person that literally supported terrorists killing people. Like,
okay, that's it. They're absolutely and utterly fucking terrified. There is no dedicated mass, mass banning incident. Like there are no forces in the same way.
There's no dedicated mass banning incident to people who are spreading right-wing beliefs. Right. Yeah, definitely not. No, that's never happened. That's never happened, guys.
Like right-wing Discord servers, including Asmongold server, will sit around and wait for an opportune moment, like a clip that looks weird or a clip that they can clip out of context, to immediately mass spam reports. We don't do that.
Yeah, you do.
We don't do that.
Yeah, you do. You obviously do. Like, you do the exact same thing. Like, you have dozens of Twitter accounts that you retweet and signal boost and elevate all the time. You signal boosted Twitter accounts that accused me of killing my own mother. How can you possibly say that you don't do that? I never brought your family into any of this. All of those accusations about your dad, I never even talked about that ever. But you're going and you're elevating that. I never do that. That's insane. We never did that, by the way. People on Discord only report people who make threats of violence. Well, that's probably why he thinks he's being targeted.
And that's part of the reason why that these guys can do whatever the fuck they want. They also run a fairly tight ship. Like, I'm willing to bet this kind of stuff doesn't get boosted on LSF. Whenever a clip like this,
well, they have a no politics rule. So obviously, if I'm talking about something political, it wouldn't get boosted on LSF because it's politics. Logically, that's what would make sense, right? Like, I mean, obviously.
Clip like this is out there, okay? It gets deboosted.
No, the reason why I don't push, like, I mean, why would I go after his dad? I don't care. Nobody cares. It's just stupid. It's just stupid, childish personal attacks. Like, whenever people are saying, like, I killed my mom, like, nobody gives a shit about that. It's not like it's going to change anybody's mind. It's just nasty personal attacks made by people that have nothing left to say. It's not like it's going to move the needle. It's not going to help my strategy. It's not going to improve anything. It's just nasty, mean, stupid, destructive behavior that helps no one. So why would I use a strategy that way just to hopefully inflict more personal... I don't care about people's personality. Like, I don't hate Hassan as a person. I hate what he says. I hate what he stands for. I don't care about what he does personally. It's not relevant to me. He could be the greatest guy or the worst guy ever. It's not relevant at all. That's what you're saying.
It's deboosted. Here he is endorsing an Islamophobic hate crime that took place one day after he was reading the Rupert Lowe rape report that falsely claimed that all
falsely claimed
Muslims are doing mass rapes against white women.
Falsely claimed that all Muslims are doing mass rapes against white women. This is why everybody hates you. This is why the entire commentary community and people on YouTube and everybody on the right and the left all hate you. It's because you can never engage with or deal with any sort of legitimate criticism without reframing it into a lie. You are insulting the intelligence of all of your viewers, and you're just misrepresenting things for no reason in order to push a narrative that's not even real. Believe all victims except this time? Yeah. So this is, yeah, you literally just lie and reframe it and turn it into something that it's not in order to hopefully make it more, you know, like worse. You're trying to downplay the rape report because it's inconvenient to your core politics.
Rarely do you ever see this kind of clip make its way to livestream fails or numerous other subreddits where people can upvote it and complain about how disgusting or how odious this conversation is, how odious this and toxic this person is, and their worldview being repulsive, okay? Twitter is already dominated by the far right, so when this kind of stuff goes viral on Twitter...
Isn't it crazy how every platform that isn't massively censored is dominated by the far right? Wow, I wonder why that is. And also, it's not dominated by the far right. Like, this isn't even true. You have tons of people that are left-wing that are saying things all the time on Twitter. Hassan gets thousands of likes on Twitter. What do you mean that it's dominated by the far right? There's tons of lib-slop opinions that get 100,000 likes all the time. It's not even true.
People actually celebrate it. They cherish it. They think it's awesome. And Twitch is terrified of taking any action against someone who is actively championing hate crimes taking place.
3 hours since this event happened. And now 250,000 plus rapes, sexual assaults, and abuse. Or sorry, victims. Because the rapes obviously happened multiple times. Not a single peep. Not a bit of conversation. Never wanted to talk about that even for a second. And the reason why is because you don't actually care about it. You only care about the political implications. And in the instance where you did acknowledge it, you poisoned the well by falsely framing it in something that it wasn't. Everybody knows what you're doing. Everybody else has to listen to this narrative. Who gives a fuck?
Scrutiny on this. His audience will then turn around and claim falsely that I say this exact same kind of thing about Jewish people, and then they will do a counter-messaging campaign.
Well, you don't say that same thing about Jewish people. You just support people that want to do the next Holocaust. Whenever you're supporting people that actively want to genocide Jews worldwide, like the Houthis or Hamas or Hezbollah, yeah, I'd say that's anti-Semitic. That's like saying...
decisions that were made by the leadership at the time in America.
These students at the University of Toronto are angry because a so-called men's rights activist was speaking at their college. His words are hate speech, they said.
No hate speech on campus!
They stopped people like this man from getting in to see the lecture.
I've never heard of him before.
We invite you to
I just wanted to listen, but now I can't get in.
So if you weren't in last night's X Space when Phil Lyman came in, he came in and we brought him up as a speaker right after we played the clip from Candace Owens. It was about a 15 or 20 minute clip. She went into this in-depth dive about how Phil Lyman showed up at her source's house. It was a 20-year-old kid's house, and it was this big thing. Now, I said it was weird, and that Phil was messaging me, and then he got into my Twitter space, and he was upset that I said the word weird, which is kind of weird, but we won't say weird anymore. We'll just leave it at that. But anyways, I thought that Candace was just going to put out one episode, and maybe just wanted to put it out there, hey, this guy's weird, I don't know what's going on, this didn't add up, here's what I know, and that was going to be it. But she did a follow-up episode today and caught him in a couple more lies that were contradicting. So I don't want to misrepresent anybody. I'm not saying that Phil is guilty or not guilty. He was man enough to join in our Twitter space last night. He said a lot of important things, I think, in there. We asked him a lot of really good questions I think it'd be worth listening to. And then I want to show you what Candace played today, and I want to let you guys, I know this is going to be a really long one, it's going to be a 30-minute clip, so if you guys want to dive in and listen to this whole thing, by all means, that way you guys can have an idea. I think I was the first one to actually get to interview Phil or talk with him since this whole Candace stuff has been going on. Some things aren't adding up.
So apparently Statistics Canada has employed the Shermanator from American Pie to do their dirty work.
Sherman! Hey! What the fuck are you doing here?
I'm working with Statistics Canada.
And if you refuse to obey this tough little pissant, he'll let you know how he really feels.
Well, you do realize it is a legal requirement. You will be required to complete it one way or another.
Yeah, keep dreaming, faggot.
All right, glad you have $1,000 to waste.
I knew Sid from Toy Story was an absolute asshole, but I had no idea he was a foul-mouthed incel. Welcome to Society Unveiled, where unmasking the left is my life's mission. Have you completed your 2026 census yet? Better not comment below. Otherwise, Dennis the Menace will show up at your door with a clipboard, an attitude, and a set of ass cheeks that clap like Nicki Minaj running a full sprint.
Oh my gosh, look at her butt.
Hey, it's Pride Month. Gotta have a little bit of fun, right? Anyway, AB151 posted this clip on X of a census taker named Blake getting her panties in a bunch after the homeowner refused to answer questions. He said it was none of her business, and he wasn't participating in the census, and has opted to just pay the fine instead. But then this little butt munchkin got upset and insulted the guy. So let's take a look at this clip, break it down, and hopefully embarrass this little Powerpuff Girl until she pisses her pants. Click like on the video if you enjoy my sarcastic commentary. If you're new to the channel, check below the video to make sure you're subscribed and hit the bell for notifications so you never miss an upload.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Blake. I'm working with Statistics Canada to conduct the 2026 census. And I'm just here because it looks like we've not received the questionnaire back to this address. Is there a reason why not? Why is that? All right, well, you do realize it is a legal requirement. You will be required to complete it one way or another.
I'll do it though. I'll take the fine if it comes to me.
All right, glad you have $1,000 to waste.
Excuse me?
Oh, I don't mean it.
You realize you're on camera, right?
You realize I don't care.
Good answer. Good answer.
I saw the warning signs right off the bat. The flies right in front of the camera, a clear indicator that a liberal is approaching your property. Second, a grown man wearing a cartoonish looking t-shirt and his big brother's jeans. Not that there's anything wrong with that attire, but when someone comes a knocking at my door, if they're dressed like a high school student and giving me attitude, don't expect cordiality in return. Could've been worse, I guess. At least he wasn't wearing a towel on his head, but where does this clown get off calling the homeowner a dumbass when this liberal arts dropout still lives in mommy's basement and blows up action figures in his backyard as a pastime? Liberal men are the weakest specimens in our society, and it's not even close. This moron dresses like a teen while barely having the muscle strength required to hold a clipboard. The badge around his neck is probably the most important thing to him because it represents some sort of authority in his warped little brain.
It's okay! I'm the limo driver!
Now I've seen some people pushing back against the homeowner saying, regardless of the prick, you still should do it. It's to better your community. Government can only know how to provide services if they have information. Your local town council won't know. They certainly don't send out census, so the feds gotta do it even if we hate the hashtag liberals. Yeah, right. The government wants to make sure that they're helping our communities. Because knowing how many people are in my dwelling is definitely gonna fix all the craters on Main Street. Having a better sense of how many rooms I have will ensure that millions of immigrants are sent back home. And telling Big Brother who I'm fucking in the bedroom will 1000% stop liberals from sending my money to fund some tranny in Africa to get his dick removed and tits inserted. All jokes aside, I actually sympathize for this insolent and uneducated little worm. It's not his fault that he has to work from our carny to get food scraps. I feel bad because of the houses that contain 20 to 30 migrants in a 2-bedroom basement apartment. It must take this dude 6 to 7 hours just to fill out the paperwork. And for the record, I did complete my census. I signed it with a long brown shit streak before I set it on fire in my backyard. If you enjoy my satirical commentary, show me some love by hitting the like button. Check below the video to make sure you're subscribed so we can grow and get recommended to others. If you want the raw and uncensored version of my commentary, follow me on Rumble. This is Society Unveiled. Thanks for watching.
We don't want any data, bro. Nobody wants a data center, dude. Nobody wants it. And the people that want them, to me, bro, they seem kind of evil. It's like, what's going to happen? You know, you fall down and you get a bunch of loose data flies out of the factory or something now, and your kid's got, he's got 5 episodes of Dutton Ranch or whatever stuck in his neck or something. It's gotten crazy. We don't want it. Nobody wants the shit. And so here's what I think. I really believe this. I think I really believe it. I don't know, but I believed it yesterday. I believe that some people know how to live forever. They've cracked the code. And so suddenly they have to put the rest of us, they have to lock us down. They have to. Because if everybody finds out about it, then everybody's going to be able to do it, right? There's got to be some people have to separate themselves. And I think this is how they're doing it. They're creating these data centers. It's all, I think, going to be, I believe, this is my theory, that they're going to all, it's all going to be locked in with these flock cameras or some company like this, Palantir. One of these companies is going to be owning all of this information. They're going to put it all in. It's all going to be, we're all going to be locked down. Everybody, you're not going to be able to live or do anything that feels human, right? There's going to become this kind of score, this sort of like social and even emotional sort of credit score. And then AI is going to become, it won't ever really, but it's going to try to become like our new God, right? Because I think people go to God for their feelings, for help, for hope, right? They lay their faults at the feet of Jesus for hope, right? And it's all you're going to have to like appease somehow. You're going to have to do well enough for the data center to grant you whatever you then need, right?
When you think about where the world's headed, what is the solution?
Okay, that's a good question. And I can only find one solution.
Okay.
And this is kind of where I'm going to do a small plug. But I run an organization called the War Room. And the organization,
all right, what is that?
It's a global organization which is based around preparing for the future that we're going to live in. All the things I was saying to do pre-corona, and they've been amazing during corona. It's almost like I predicted corona itself. You know, when Noah built the ark, he was a crazy right-wing conspiracy theorist until it started to rain, right? Now he's not crazy anymore. And the ark was open for everybody. It wasn't just the animals who said, come get on my ark. I've got the answer. And they're like, yeah, crazy. You're crazy, bro. Until it starts to rain. If corona isn't a little sprinkle of rain for you as an individual, then you can turn off the podcast because then there's something wrong with you, right? So I run an organization which is primarily based around living off grid is no longer possible as an individual. We all live on grid to some degree. So what I've done is I live on as many grids as possible. So I have over 7 passports. I have over 15 driver's licenses. I have residencies in over 30 countries. I have banks in 40 countries, let's say, right? So the goal being that no one government controls my life. So during this corona lockdown, I've gone to 16 countries. So I go to enter the Czech Republic, for example. I try and get my American passport. No, your bank is corona. English, your bank is a corona. Estonian. Okay, you can come in. I'm the same guy. I'm the same person, right? I have corona or I don't. Well, a different passport gets me in. Right? So this goes to show the only way to really try to achieve true freedom is firstly, you need to remove a single government's control over your life. You need to be able to say, you know what, I'm going to go to Singapore, I have a residency there, and I have a Singaporean bank account. And I'm going to sit there. And if anyone has trouble with me, I'm going to turn my phone off and ignore their emails. This is where I live now. And they're not going to extradite me because I'm a resident. Unless you're on Interpol's top 10 list, they're probably not going to, what can they really do, right? The first thing you need to do is get more passports, more residencies. And it's not impossible, it's just a headache. But through Ancestry, most people watching this through Ancestry can be, I'm Irish, I'm this, you can do it all, right? That's the first thing. The second thing you need to do is get rich. And this is unfortunate, but it's true. It's about to be have-nots and have-yachts. That's the world we're about to live in. As things get polarized, as inflation continues to go through the roof, the people who own assets are going to get wealthy beyond belief, and the people who own nothing are never going to stand a hope of ever acquiring an asset. If you're in my position, like I was, the reason I traveled to 17 countries during the strictest corona lockdowns is because I had 7 passports and private jets. I'll get in. I'll find out which passport works. I'll book a private jet. All the commercial flights are canceled. Doesn't matter to me. Boom, I land. So what do you do as an individual? You need either the War Room or we're a lot deeper than that. I'll give you the very base view, right? Or you need to get a bunch of residencies, a bunch of passports. You need to start preparing for the future because the future is based on enslavement. That's what it's based on. It's based on removing your freedoms under the guise of safety, telling you you're going to be safe, removing all your freedom as an individual to keep you believing the lies and paying taxes and being a good slave until you die.
Yeah,
that's what they need you to do. They need you to pay taxes and die. They're not interested in anything else. And as long as
not anti-Semitic, but I support the Nazis. What are you talking about? Really? Like, what are we even doing here? They want to kill Americans too? They do. But this is the reason why you're being called anti-Semitic, is because you openly express support for groups that want to systematically kill Jews. That's the reason why people think that you're anti-Semitic. I don't know why this is complicated. It's obvious.
To make it seem like I am actively demanding hate crimes happen to Jewish people or whatever.
It's like saying I'm not racist against blacks, but I support the KKK, but you literally say the KKK should have the right to exist. Well, the KKK, number one, there's nobody here supporting, I hope, right? Nobody here is supporting the KKK. And on top of that, like, I'm not saying that. I've never said that. Obviously, people have a right to freedom of speech, but no, I don't support them at all. It's like an insane comparison. What?
So just wait. I know exactly how this song is sung. I know exactly how this song and dance goes.
Because you know what you're doing. Of course you know how it goes because you're the one that's doing it. Yeah, you're supporting people that are going around saying that they want to kill Jews. And then you act like, oh my God, I bet they're going to say that I'm anti-Semitic. This is like shitting your pants and then saying, guys, I can read minds. I'm going to walk into this Walmart and people are going to say I smell bad. Duh. Obviously. When you're supporting people that want to systematically kill Jews, they're going to think that you're anti-Semitic. Like, what? He thinks he's like Joseph Joestar, and your next line is going to be like, yeah, duh.
Only right-wingers get to have quote-unquote free speech. No one else. Bro, giving them tutorials? No, it's just...
Your free speech is advocating for terrorism. Yes, that's right. And by the way, you have free speech. You're not banned. You have enjoyed total institutional protection on every single systematic level that exists. You enjoy institutional protection on your main platform, Twitch. You enjoy institutional protection, or enjoyed institutional protection on Twitter. And I think that because of that, you're probably not going to get banned on Twitter, even if you do say something that's problematic. Like, for example, advocate to kill Rick Scott, or post, like, in my opinion, I think you should have been banned on Twitter when you posted the picture of the makeshift gun that was used to kill Shinzo Abe. I think the moment that you posted that, your account should have been instantly permabanned, because you are making a implicit threat and an advocacy to political assassination and violence. You should have been banned. You didn't get banned. And one of the reasons why you didn't get banned is because you had an institutional, grandfathered in presence on the website that made it harder for them to justify banning you. If that didn't happen, if Twitter was never the way that it was, you'd probably be off the platform for that. And you should have been too. He advocated for suicide drones too? I don't remember the clip for that. I'm not going to get into that.
I'm pre-watching it, okay?
Guys, I predict they're going to call me out for my support of organizations that want to kill Jews. Oh, they're doing it? I'm so smart. Look at me. Look how smart I am.
What he's saying, what he's calling something bad happening to people like him is a fucking
something like, yeah.
Fucking hate crime, dude.
It's Islamophobic. It's not Islamophobic. That's a made-up word. I don't want to hear the made-up word.
People being stabbed, a mass stabbing incident.
Here's the difference, is that whenever somebody goes and does this, everybody realizes that this guy that did the stabbing is a psycho retard. You're not going to have his family and an entire community of people trying to act like he didn't do it. He's going to be held accountable, and there's a good chance that when he gets to prison, he's going to get the shit beat out of him. That's the difference. It's that you don't hold bad actors inside of your own community accountable, and because of that, your entire community gets judged by those bad actors. When Henry Novak had, what was killed, and then the killer's family was out there supporting him, that's what's truly disgusting. Everybody knows that you're going to have murderers and rapists. We all know this. Like, this is just, it's the nature of the human condition at the end of the day. It really is. It's the nature of the human condition. You're going to have bad actors, you're going to have evil people, and you're going to have bad things happen. But the difference is that you shouldn't be systematically allowing it to happen and then also defending it whenever you think that it's on your side. And that's the difference between, for example, whenever I made 1,000 videos about the Epstein files, and he won't even talk about the rape report without poisoning the well. That's the difference.
These are innocent people. The fuck is wrong with you? It's totally unacceptable. It's unacceptable when it happens to anyone.
Yeah, and you know who else was innocent? All the British girls that were raped systematically by the majority Pakistani Muslim rape gangs. They were innocent too. They didn't consent because they were 11 years old. But you're not talking about that. These people have no moral high ground anymore. There is no moral high ground. There is no pleas for humanity whenever you are enabling this. That's over. That's done. You had your chance and you threw it away.
They're gonna hopefully wait for this to blow over.
Anyway, yeah. Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's smear campaign today.
There's too many of them. Oh, then his bullshit rape gang report falsely claiming Muslims raped 250 white girls.
Bro, this isn't even a dog whistle. This is a full-blown endorsement. It's a bullhorn.
Yeah, it is. Mehdi Hassan is endorsing the rape gangs by trying to downplay it. That's exactly what he's doing. That's correct. That's what I was calling out. And then a guy that you wanted to have on your stream, Zach Polinsky, that's the reason why it's getting recommended to you also, is reposting it. So yeah, it is a bullhorn. That's the problem. You're only upset now that people are listening.
He's just straight up saying, like, yeah, whatever. Am I supposed to care about something bad happening to Muslims and people like you? Implying, he's saying, like, Mehdi Hassan.
Yeah, because you're enabling rapes of hundreds of thousands of people. You're actively doing that.
Happened to your people. I don't feel bad. I mean, that's it. What else can I fucking say about this? I mean, it's gross. It's disgusting. It's unbelievably racist. And guess what? Most likely,
it's not racist.
Nothing will fucking happen.
Because it shouldn't. If anything should happen, they should ban people like you for constantly advocating for terrorism and supporting groups that want to kill all of the Jews. If anything should happen, it should be that. And I'm not even advocating for that. I'm just saying.
Gold will not receive a punishment for this. If he does, Elon Musk will tweet about it and will complain about it and will say that, like, free speech is being suppressed. Our brave warrior Asmongold was banned for saying the truth about, Pakistani rape gangs or whatever.
Or whatever. See, the constant downplaying. The constant downplaying. Every single time.
And it'll be a whole fucking chaotic media cycle. The right-wing forces will defend him. It's just, I don't know what to fucking say. I feel like this is where it would have been helpful to have some kind of broad-based support and solidarity amongst creators to demand to take action. I know a lot of creators don't care, but I feel like enough do. No, they don't. They're terrified.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of creators, there's actually been multiple creators, I would never reveal names, but there have been multiple creators, ironically all female, that have reached out to me and actually said how much they appreciate me talking about the rape gang inquiry and how much they care about the fact that I did that. So you'd actually be surprised at how little people support you and how many people hate you. They see the clips of you trying to act like raping white women is the lesser of two evils, and they don't like that because some of them are white. I'd never talk about this publicly or name names. I never have to do that. He wants people to do that because he cares more about optics.
Asmongold runs a mass harassment shop against...
If I run a mass harassment shop, then why were people telling Dr. K that they were most afraid of your audience? Do you think Dr. K lied? Is he another Israeli spy? You harass people like crazy. All the people that are accusing me of killing my own mom, they're all your fans. Who does that? Hassan is one of the figureheads of the most vicious, vitriolic, aggressive, psychotic, psychopathic groups of people on the entire internet, and he harnesses and weaponizes them as much as he possibly can. Nobody else does that. Not even remotely to the same degree that he does.
On being evil.
That's the reason why people don't talk bad about you. It's because you harass them systematically, and your orbiters do the same thing.
That's what it is.
I'm a Muslim. I'm disgusted by this shit. No, you don't understand. Like, everybody, we know that there's a reason why these guys from Pakistan go to Europe. One of the reasons why they do that is because if they did it in Pakistan, they'd be dead. Do you think that they put up with this shit in a lot of these Muslim countries? No, they killed them. They literally killed them for doing this. So no, there's no, like, listen, like, I'm not against all of you guys. The problem is very simple. The problem is when you have an ethnic group come into the country that behaves as a tribal group rather than assimilating and then commits crimes and protects itself. That doesn't mean you hate all Muslims. It doesn't mean you don't want any immigration, but that's a big problem and it needs to be seen for the way it is. And honestly, I think we should just listen to the way the UAE does it. Listen to them, take their advice. They're the experts on Islam. Just listen to them and do what they say. They're the ones that say that we have an extremist problem. What the hell's happening? You like this 90% of it? It's propaganda, radicalization, systemic failure. I think it's 90%. I don't know what 90% of what. I have no idea.
Literally, content creators with like 30 concurrent viewers. He does not. Yeah. He will go after anyone and everyone. I mean, he goes after me all the time too. But I have a large enough audience that I can withstand it. I don't give a shit. Whereas he will go after like random trans content creators from Twitter that have like 30 concurrent viewers on Twitter.
Why would it matter if they're trans? What would being trans have anything to do with this? You're trying to add an additional moral value that I'm trying to like single out and attack trans people. It's like a protected class. Like, oh wow, I'm bullying all the trans people. No, just the ones that want to indoctrinate and talk to kids. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a huge problem.
Over and over again, and try to like, mobilize community, engage in mass harassment.
Has nothing to do with your genitals.
Yeah.
It has to
Takes
do
advantage of the
with
Epstein
how
harassment shop
you're
as well.
trying to
Epstein
use
harassment shop? What?
Oftentimes their targets are aligned. Random left figures, people like myself. So they join forces.
Well, I think that that's a good reveal on why you don't have the Democrats that support you and why they don't want to have anything to do with you. It's because you other yourself from them whenever you actually find it convenient. Destiny is a liberal. Destiny is a liberal Democrat. He has opinions that I disagree with, but Destiny is an American.
And do this kind of targeted smear campaigns and targeted harassment campaigns. And it feeds into this never-ending cycle of reactionary commentary on YouTube. And a lot of the slop tubers don't even care about it either. They don't have any sort of like real...
Yeah, because nobody is going to listen to you say that I'm an Epstein defender after I've made 100 videos on Jeffrey Epstein and take you seriously. You just look like a retard.
Political opinion. They're just like totally fine with right-wing commentary or believe in right-wing commentary regardless. And that's how you maintain an outsized right-wing slanted media sphere that has actually a very diverse audience.
It would be much better if I was aligning with literal terrorist organizations that rape and kill people like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, and trying to run defense for the Iranian government that's massacred and murdered tens of thousands of their own people. They had to turn off the internet so they could start shooting. But no, the problem really is the fact that I don't actively view Destiny's community as some evil group of people. No, I don't like a lot of the things that they say, and they don't like what I say. But that doesn't mean that we can't come together and recognize that you are an external threat that's coming into American politics. You're trying to import foreign blood feuds that are thousands of years old into American politics. That's what you want to do. And I think that everybody sees that, and they rightfully completely repudiate it. And that's why your speaking arrangements are being canceled. That's why you're getting canceled from going to the UK.
With a diversity of opinion, but it's not really reflected because all of the top...
This clip is sped up? Oh, I didn't even realize that. Holy shit. Jesus. Yeah, wow. I wasn't even thinking of this.
Left content creators are ritualistically humiliated on the timeline.
Yeah, because they support things like child genital mutilation. They support things like the Iranian terrorist government. They support things like October 7th. They deserve to be humiliated. And they should honestly be humiliated more.
I watch everything.
By virtually every...
They support terrorist rapists and pedophiles.
Apolitical to far-right figure on the internet, and most of these websites, especially Twitter, which a lot of these kinds of smear campaigns aggregate from, are so boosted to the far right in their algorithm that it ends up having this exact same toxic attitude reinforced.
It's the algorithm. It's Elon Musk. It's never you. It's never your fault. It's always somebody else.
Worse than all the other platforms that rely on these smear campaigns that are being boosted on Twitter. It doesn't just stay on Twitter. It makes its way to Reddit. It makes its way to TikTok.
Thank God. Thank God people are seeing the message. By the way, about harassing smaller content creators, what's this?
So I look kind of chopped, but Hassan Piker fans are actually rabid animals. My DMs are, so I'm on break at work right now, so I look kind of chopped, but Hassan Piker fans are actually rabid animals. My DMs are full of people threatening to assault me, dox me, calling me Amber Heard as an insult, saying that I am using propaganda and I'm being paid by YouTubers that I also hate. It's crazy that I called out Hassan for tourism and misogyny and being basically a passport bro, and I've got people calling me like a conservative in my DMs and just saying I'm spreading propaganda and that
it's not him that's harassing people. No.
Even if he did these things, we still need him as the face of the left. But yeah, Hassan fans straight up got me demonetized. And this is coming from someone that used to be subbed to Hassan. I was giving that millionaire money because I was an idiot. So yeah, maybe let's cool it with the threats because I don't really think that's helping with the misogyny allegations. That would be great if you could stop threatening to murder me. me.
Man, I don't know. I think that's kind of bad. When you criticize Hassan Piker and he says you defend white supremacy and calls you a rabbit because you said white leftists shouldn't call Candace Owens slurs, and his followers mass report your video and flood your comments with snowflakes because you call them a misogynist.
You guys are developing this idea that someone like myself is constantly breaking the rules on Twitch.
Well, yeah.
Never getting punished for it.
You do.
Whereas someone like Asmongold is simply a regular dude saying the truth.
That's, you know what? I'm glad he finally realized this.
Sometimes going a little too far, but ultimately he's just a regular dude, right?
So
I mean, he
true.
wears a white t-shirt. So I can't possibly fathom that this is a multi-
Are you really getting upset? Is this really like you're really in on he's all in on his suits, isn't he? This is the worst suit that I've ever seen in my life. Like, what is this? Is this like a 1968 trailer for like a Sears vacuum cleaner? You're gonna try to sell me a vacuum cleaner? How about a new washing machine? Maybe one of these newfangled portable air conditioning machines. This is embarrassing. He's dressed like he came out of the back rooms. What are you doing? And you're making fun of my t-shirt.
This is how you feed the algorithm. What it takes to feed the algorithm. We don't
have you ever thought about why there's a big algorithm for content that's negative about you? Here, I'll explain it. It's because a lot of people hate you. They don't like you. All across the board. Republicans don't like you. Democrats don't like you. A lot of people don't like you.
Jihadists.
Keep in mind that whenever they did polling about Hassan Piker favorability, that people that were living with their parents had like positive favorability of Hassan, and people that were living with their own kids, so like they had their own life, they had negative favorability. Why would this happen? Nobody knows.
Cosby too.
On April 15th, 5 members of the SLA robbed the Hibernia Bank in San Francisco. The robbery was filmed by the bank's automatic cameras.
Was Patty Hearst?
The FBI said the girl in the wig with the automatic rifle was Patricia Hearst.
Patty Hearst, she's guilty. I'm just waiting for the sentence. 10 days at the Memphis Hilton. Opening for Bill Cosby, probably. All of that.
I wish that you'd stop doing me, and I know you can. One day you'll know love, that I'm more than what you see. But now you don't know love, you're only looking skin deep. I only wish that I could make you understand.
We're gonna get you. You know we're gonna get you. It's only a matter of time.
In the late 60s, Bill Cosby also broke barriers in advertising and marketing after White Owl Cigars made him the first black spokesperson for a major U.S. brand.
I had this friend, Old Weird Harold, you know. And Old Weird Harold always told me, I want to be a bowl of Jell-O pudding.
In 1974, sales for Jell-O spiked after he began appearing in their ads. Cosby's ability to effortlessly weave from goofball to stoic and fatherly, along with his aloof post-racial affect, made him uniquely approachable to a broad swath of demographics, and corporate America seemed to be chomping at the bit to partner up with him.
Being Bill Cosby isn't all fun and games. So, when they asked me to do commercials for High C, I said, hold the phone, I gotta check it out. And when a corn lover's eating Del Monte corn, she probably doesn't need to hear me talking about how good it is, right?
And about 77 other bits of engine technology, all to help minimize rough idling in engines that go into Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln cars.
I'm Bill Cosby, and the kids in Los Angeles have a slogan, speed kills. Dangerous drugs, sometimes fatal to the users. And you should know about the up drugs. You may even be taking some now and not be aware. Well, Miss Kitty Cat, how would you describe Jell-O pudding?
The up drugs. Down drugs, though.
That girl over there keeps looking at me.
Well, why don't you go and ask her if she'd like a Pepsi?
Excuse me. Would you like a Pepsi?
Cosmic. I mean Sound City, man.
Right.
Freaksville.
Well, does she want a Pepsi? Don't know, she didn't say.
Then in 1975, Pepsi deployed their first strike in the Cola Wars.
It was a bottler in Dallas, Texas, who had put together these very rough videotape commercials.
And which was it you preferred? Yeah, I guess Pepsi.
We saw this videotape and said, this is what we need.
Commercial after commercial started running in Dallas. This disease started spreading carefully across this thirsty land.
What was your choice?
More and more people are taking the Pepsi challenge, like here at the Woodfield Shopping Center. It's Pepsi.
Oh, it's Pepsi.
Pepsi.
Very big difference.
Pepsi's better.
It made my taste buds feel good. Pepsi is better.
In Vermont, here's what they're saying.
Now that I've tasted Pepsi, I'd rather buy that.
I'm not surprised when you sit side by side that people pick Pepsi.
On paper, the Pepsi challenge was simple.
You're about to take the Pepsi challenge. You know, I have 2 bottles of cola back here, and you don't know which is which.
No, I don't. As the results started to pour in, Pepsi quickly began running ad spots, proclaiming an overwhelming preference for their product.
Nationwide, more people prefer Pepsi over Coca-Cola.
Yep. My mother always told me there was no difference in taste of Coke and Pepsi, but there is.
The scientific methodology of the Pepsi challenge was dubious at best, and the data has since been alleged to be highly manipulated. Nonetheless, the campaign successfully called into question, in the public's mind, whether or not Coca-Cola's market dominance was so rightly deserved. And as Pepsi made gain in their share of supermarket sales, the mandate to McCann Erickson, Coca-Cola's powerhouse advertising firm, cut straight to the chase. Take down Pepsi before they get any further. Before the Cola Wars had even begun, Coca-Cola was the first U.S. soft drink to land a celebrity endorsement. In 1898, Broadway star Hilda Clark kicked off a 5-year partnership as their spokesperson. Appearing in print ads and an array of promotional items, Hilda's fame and glamour gave the Coca-Cola brand a patina of metropolitan elegance and sophistication. At the outset of World War II, Royal Crown began a heavy push to secure big-name stars, and over the next 2 decades, featured dozens of A-listers in their ads, including Bing Crosby, Barbara Stanwyck, Gary Cooper, Lauren Bacall, Lucille Ball, and Jerry Lewis. Ironically, it was around the same time that Royal Crown also ran a blind taste test campaign that Pepsi may or may not have appropriated.
Escape! Come on over to Royal Crown Cola. It's a mad, 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 mad cola.
Royal Crown is its name and has quick, fresh energy, and you will love RC like me.
Is that the end?
There is no end to the praises I sing of Royal Crown Cola.
Right, OJ? RC. For people like OJ Simpson.
RC!
Waylon Jennings! Stop the world and have a Coke.
People in bed.
Laws that helped you settle down. The Bill Cosby Radio Program.
Coca-Cola had already worked with Bill Cosby when they sponsored the Bill Cosby Radio Program, a series of 5-minute improvised comedy bits that first ran in syndication in 1968.
Rush out and buy some today. Brought to you by your Coca-Cola bottler. In a minute, the further adventures of the Brown Hornet. After Jay and the Techniques for Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola.
And now, Chapter 6 of the exciting, spine-tingling adventures of the Brown Hornet and Leroy in the...
Now, let me read the directions here.
Bill Cosby is a really sweet guy, and I enjoyed talking to him. He's sincere, he knows what he thinks. He's a man who's made it in the white superstructure.
You know, when you try to teach kids and get them to educate themselves, then you really find out the problems. The problems that, for instance, like the mother and the father don't particularly even care to help the kid because they feel that nothing is really going to come about.
Good guy, I like him.
Having established himself as an effective brand ambassador, as well as the face of a desegregated America, Cosby as their spokesman seemed to be a natural successor to the trite and flaky message of buy the world a Coke.
It's the real thing.
Ad copy would focus on the assertion that Coca-Cola was the best on the market because numbers don't lie. Meanwhile, Cosby first appeared amid their breezy "Have a Coke and a Smile" campaign.
The real thing. Refreshing, delicious, ice-cold Coca-Cola. This is the one that makes me smile. Just like that.
But as sales continued to slip, Coca-Cola blinked first and started addressing Pepsi and the contentions of their challenge head-on.
Now, if you'll just choose.
Hey, this test is silly. I take a lot of tests. You see, I'm statistically perfect. White frame, colonial, 3.2 children, white station wagon with painted on wooden sides and an Irish setter and back. Real not stuff. Besides, I always serve Coke. It's just much nicer.
Come from a big city, don't you, boy?
Yes, I do.
Thought so. You got one of them skinny little big city mouths. Now, look here. Let me tell you something. You can't tell nothing from no test like this. Give me that bottle of Coke. I'll show you how we drink them down here. We don't sit around in no fancy bars. Take a little bitty sip. You got to watch what you do down here, boy.
Cosby did his level best to convince buyers that Coke was actually better because it was less sweet.
Whenever you pour a Coca-Cola into a glass right then and there, it's ready to drink. Really. Unless you want to make it as sweet as, say, Pepsi. If you did, then you'd have to add some sweetener. You'd have to spoon it. You'd have to stir it up. Then drink it. Because Pepsi's sweeter. See, that's the beauty of Coke. The only thing you have to do to make a perfect Coca-Cola is pour it.
But nothing was sticky, and Pepsi could smell blood. Enter Roberto Goizueta. Born in 1931 in Havana, Goizueta obtained his bachelor's degree in chemical engineering from Yale in 1953 before taking a job with Coca-Cola back home in Cuba.
In front of the presidential palace in Havana, nearly 1 million people, which is just about the whole population of this capital city, gathered at the bidding of their new leader, Fidel Castro.
As Fidel Castro's revolution began to break out in the late 50s, Goizueta took his family on a vacation to Miami and never returned. He remained employed with Coca-Cola, and while working as a chemist in Nassau, observed the failure of communist Cuba to establish a stable economy. At 35, he became the youngest person in the history of the company to become vice president of technical research. Coca-Cola's president in 1979, J. Lucien Luke Smith, was a lifelong company loyalist who'd come up through the bottling and distribution side of operations. Pointing to the present sales figures and leaning into the fear Pepsi had instilled, Goizueta handily made the case that Smith didn't have what it took to get Coca-Cola back on track heading into the 80s, and in 1979 took over as president of the company. A year later, Luke Smith died suddenly of a heart attack on his houseboat at 61. The Cola Wars had seen their first casualty, and the following year, Goizueta took over as chairman of the board, where he would remain until his passing in 1997 from lung cancer. Having seen communism at its worst as it decimated his homeland, Goizueta was keenly aware he was now at the helm of an institution that represented capitalism at its grandest. Entranced with the thrill of big risk and big reward, the 48-year-old was ready to make bold moves. Meanwhile, ad work and record sales continued to keep Cosby afloat, and in 1978, Advertising Age magazine named him top advertising personality of the year. But his career was otherwise in a slump by the end of the decade. Walt Disney Studios, too, was going through a slump of their own. The output from their animation department had dried up significantly after the passing of Walt Disney in 1966, putting the burden on live-action films. Tellingly, out of the 40-plus live-action features Disney released in the 1970s, only 22 of them can be found on Disney Plus as of this writing. Between a nonstop string of insultingly forgettable comedies, bloated and misguided copycats of other hit movies, diminishing returns on Herbie sequels,
It's Herbie with all new styling. I've never seen anything like it.
and Kurt Russell moving on to adult work,
I don't think I want any more of your cereal.
Walt Disney Studios' motion pictures was hemorrhaging more money than their theme parks could make up. To Roberto Goizueta, the marriage of Coca-Cola, Bill Cosby, and Disney made all the sense in the world. Disney was convinced they had nothing to lose by this point, and work began on The Devil and Max Devlin. And while Bill Cosby had achieved unparalleled success in a broad range of entertainment media, his track record in feature films was a bit spottier.
I want you to see my movie. Couple of Private Eyes, is that it? Of course. Well, why don't we do that? Come on, I'll tell you about it.
I Spy co-star Robert Culp brought Cosby on board for his directorial debut in 1972. While the small screen duo clearly saw Hickey and Boggs as a reunion vehicle, screenwriter Walter Hill stated in an interview with Film Comment,
The movie had some nice moments, but it was cast much differently than it was written. I wasn't too excited about it.
Cut. Sorry about that, fellas.
Cameras roll on Sidney Poitier's first comedy caper, Saturday night. Bill Cosby.
Well, the reason why I got involved with this movie is because Sidney is my friend. He called me up and asked me to be in it, and that's the last time I'll ever answer the phone for him again.
As blaxploitation films emerged, Sidney Poitier responded with a trilogy of comedies that drew on the aesthetic of the genre while aiming to maintain a degree of sophistication and dignity that steered away from reinforcing negative stereotypes.
This is a comedy that I think people, for the first time in a long, long time, are going to be able to slap their own leg, as opposed to porno movie houses where they slap other people's legs.
Uptown Saturday Night, Let's Do It Again, and A Piece of the Action each did respectable business at the box office, while Mother, Jugs, and Speed performed more modestly. In Peter Yates' farce, Cosby plays hotshot paramedic Mother Trucker, who routinely drinks on the job and is frequently abusive towards others. Raquel Welch plays Jennifer, a dispatcher turned paramedic given the nickname Jugs by her leering coworkers.
All right, but every time I see those headlights of yours,
My name is Jennifer. Just stop calling me Jugs.
Harvey Keitel's moniker Speed comes from having been fired from the sheriff's department under allegations of selling cocaine to children.
You got a hell of a sense of humor. I'm the Brown Hornet. This is my swarthy Filipino sidekick, Kato.
The film managed to pull in $7 million on a $4 million budget.
Listen, Bill.
I've got to tell you, first of all, you're the first female that I've met on television. She doesn't wear any makeup.
Oh, yeah, honey. I
No,
have makeup.
there's no makeup. Well, you sure? No, you don't have any makeup on.
Well, I don't have a lot.
You got some eye thing on.
And a little base.
Right, but that's it. I mean, usually you see a lot of women coming in and they smile and stuff starts dropping on your trousers. But she's just the way you see her. That's the way you'll see her on the street.
Oh, not your off or something like that.
No, that's fine. You look nice.
Thank you
Cute.
very much. Listen, I
Do you fool around?
I told you.
Oh.
I wasn't going to answer
It's
that
on film
question.
now. Oh, okay.
Later. Listen, Bill, I want, seriously, now you have been talking.
Throughout the feature film period of his career, Cosby allegedly remained prolific as ever at serially violating women, with 19 of his incidents alleged to have taken place during this time.
I'm Charlotte Fox. I met Mr. Cosby on Uptown Saturday Night, working as an extra.
Charlotte Fox was a 23-year-old extra on Uptown Saturday Night. One day on set, Cosby approached her to invite her to a jazz club in Redondo Beach called Concerts by the Sea, where he would occasionally sit in on drums. After the set, Cosby took Charlotte and a few other women to the Playboy Mansion. Hugh Hefner popped in for a moment, but Cosby played host and bartender that night, and after a couple drinks, Charlotte became ill. She came to naked on a bed, with Cosby wearing a robe.
I have a drink. I remember getting ill. I go to the bathroom, and then I wake up in a room with no clothes, and Cosby is crawling up the bed.
Guy's got like one move.
And I know he had sex with me, and I couldn't say anything, because anybody that's been in that circumstance knows if you want to survive, you don't say anything.
She stated that the next time the two ran into each other on set, he looked right through her. Judy Huth was 15 when she and a friend were hanging out at Lacey Park in San Marino in 1974 when they spotted a film crew. As it happened, Peter Yates was shooting scenes for Mother, Jugs, and Speed. Cosby spotted the girls and immediately began chatting them up and showing them around the set with a VIP treatment. He invited them to his tennis club that weekend, but when they arrived, he told them they needed to go to another house instead. At that house, he served the girls liquor and played pool, where the rule was anytime someone lost a game, they had to shotgun a beer. Naturally, Cosby ran circles around the two teenagers. After several drinks, Cosby told the girls he had a surprise for them. The surprise turned out to be the Playboy Mansion, and Cosby ordered the two to tell anyone who asked that they were 19. Judy asked to use the bathroom, and Cosby steered her to a bedroom suite with a bathroom. Cosby was sitting on the bed when she came out and asked her to sit next to him. He then forced one hand down her pants, and with the other, took Judy's hand and used it to pleasure himself. Margie Shapiro was 19 and working at Castle Donuts in Santa Monica on November 18, 1975. Bill Cosby came to the window to order donuts for his crew and invited Margie to come by to the set of Mother, Jugs, and Speed. Margie became starstruck after meeting Larry Hagman and Raquel Welch, and Cosby invited her to a dinner party at his rental home. Cosby picked Margie up, but by the time they got to the house, the plan seemed to have changed, so he took her to the Playboy Mansion instead. He promised she would meet Hugh Hefner, but instead of the main house, Cosby took Margie to a guest house with a large rec room. Cosby challenged her to pinball, with the rule being that the loser had to take a pill of some sort that he had. Margie wound up losing at pinball and losing consciousness soon after. The next thing she remembered was Cosby inside her as he fondled her.
But I came to a little, and the first thing I saw was Bill Cosby's face not far above me.
No,
and we were both naked.
take a pill.
He was inside me.
As she went in and out of consciousness, Cosby continued touching her sexually in some form. When she found herself alone in the room, Margie began getting dressed. Cosby returned, acting as if nothing had happened. Cosby told her they wouldn't be meeting Hugh Hefner that day because she wasn't dressed nice enough, and had one of his goons drive her home.
Kincaid.
Yeah. I suppose Sheila's told you all about me.
No. I just wanted to make sure I had the name right.
Oh, good.
Catherine Mae McKee was an actress and showgirl who identified herself as Sammy Davis Jr.'s road wife in the late 60s and 70s. She was 24 years old in 1974, and while on tour with Davis, she played a show in Detroit and decided to stay back and spend some time with family. Cosby happened to be performing in town as well, and she'd known Cosby since she was 16, so she thought nothing of it when he invited her to a boat party that night. He asked her to pick up ribs from Checker Barbecue on her way to pick him up at his hotel. When she arrived, Cosby was wearing only a robe and a cap. He took the ribs from Catherine before suddenly spinning her around, pulling down her underwear, and forcing himself on her in the doorway. Catherine was in shock from the experience, and the two said nothing as they left. At the party, Cosby acted rude and cold towards her, and she left as soon as the boat docked.
Join the cause. Bill Cosby with guests Marlo Thomas, Muhammad Ali, Betty White, Tony Randall, and Bigfoot.
Linda Ridgway White Deer described her ex-husband Fred Apollo, an executive at William Morris Agency, as one of the power brokers who worked 24/7 to enhance the career of Bill Cosby. After her divorce in 1971, Linda pursued an acting career and signed with William Morris, who sent her to meet with Cosby about a role. At the movie set, Cosby told her excitedly,
I'm going to interview you, and we will do it in the director's office, he said. He explained to me, and he opened the office door.
Once inside, Cosby sprang into action, quickly shuffling things around the room. Before she knew it, Linda was sitting in a swivel chair with Cosby forcing himself on her orally. Unable to breathe, Linda went into shock. She described his actions as fast with surgical precision and with surprise on his side.
I couldn't breathe. I was in shock. I thought of the boy possibly outside the door. When Cosby was done, there was a horrible mess of semen all over my face, my clothes, and in my hair. I took out a Kleenex to try and wipe off my face. I was bordering between vomiting and passing out. He was mumbling that I had been blessed with his semen, as if it was
Surgical
holy water.
ejaculation.
He gloated over my humiliation. Splendid.
I'm Marcella Tate. I believe I was targeted, drugged to an unconscious state. I was sexually assaulted, probably raped.
Marcella Tate was 27 and a model with Wilhelmina Agency in 1975 when she met Cosby in Chicago. She denied the two were anything more than friends of a friend when he asked her to pick him up at the airport. Cosby told her he was staying at the Playboy Mansion, and when they arrived, he offered her a tour. Cosby handed her a glass of wine, and the next thing Marcella remembered was being in a bed in another room in a sexual situation with a naked Cosby. Marcella did not consent, but was unable to resist due to being drugged.
I was struggling to come to, and I was in a bed, he was next to me, didn't have anything on that I could tell. And at some point in time, I stood up, and I was just holding my head, because I didn't know what was happening, and that was what was so terrifying. I was very confused. I was frightened.
Tamara Green moved to Hollywood in 1968. She was pursuing her dream of becoming an actress. She met the great Bill Cosby through some mutual friends.
He told me that I was talented, that I had possibilities, and I was really a pretty girl.
They discussed opening some kind of private club together, and one day he asked her to meet with some friend for lunch. Tamara told Cosby she didn't feel well, and he offered her 2 gray and red pills he insisted were contact cold medicine. When she began to feel faint at lunch, Cosby brought her back to the apartment, took off his clothes, and began accosting her.
But meanwhile, he has now taken off his clothes, and this big man is on top of me, and I'm helpless.
I don't feel well.
And he really pretty much did exactly what he wanted to. You know, he had his hands all over me, his face all over me. I mean, I'm like, and you know, I can't say that he raped me, but he sexually assaulted me in my own bed, in my own home, without my permission, and totally against my will.
Cosby seemed to lose interest, pulled up his pants, and dropped 2 $100 bills on her nightstand as he left. Elizabeth was a 20-year-old flight attendant for American Airlines when she met Cosby on flight number 1 from New York to Los Angeles in 1976. Elizabeth later noted that he was very popular at the time with his humorous Jell-O ads. Cosby invited her to watch him play tennis with James Brown at the Playboy Mansion when they got to LA. Elizabeth declined, and after they deplaned, Cosby offered to have his driver take her to her hotel, which Elizabeth also turned down. He nonetheless managed to track down her hotel and pressured her into accepting his invite. Cos, as she insisted she called him, was a perfect gentleman at the Playboy Mansion, so she agreed to dinner at Tokyo Kaikan. Elizabeth didn't drink, but Cos pressured her to drink sake, which had already been poured for her. Soon after, she went into what she later described as a trance-like state, like when you're under anesthesia. She was ushered to his hotel room, and as she became seriously ill, he made Elizabeth kneel down before experiencing what she would only say was the most horrifying thing that could happen to an innocent young woman. Elizabeth began throwing up in his Rolls Royce, and as she apologized, Cosby's driver remarked that she wasn't the first. The next day, Cosby called up Elizabeth, asking if they could meet up again back in New York. She told him it wasn't the wine that made me sick, and he knew it. The next day, she received 3 dozen roses. Sharon Van Ert was a waitress at Concerts by the Sea in Redondo Beach when she met Cosby in 1976. Cosby was a regular, but reportedly did not drink. One night, Cosby offered to walk her to her car after closing up. She later believed Cosby had managed to slip something into her drink before she left. She became unusually dizzy on her way to the car, and as she got in, she remembered Cosby hopping into the passenger seat, fondling her and rubbing her leg before she passed out. When she woke up, she was alone in her car with her underwear missing. The next day, she told the club owner's wife what had happened, but nothing came of it, so Sharon quit her job. Therese Picking was 19 and visiting Las Vegas with her family in 1976. While checking out the gift shop at the Hilton with her younger brother, Therese suddenly felt a hand slip around her shoulder.
We ate lunch, and then we're just walking around the hotel, and we were in the gift shop. Somebody put their arm around my neck and leaned in and said, "Will you marry me?" And I turned around, and I smiled. It was Bill Cosby.
It was Bill Cosby, the headlining act at the hotel, offering Therese, and only Therese, a ticket to that night's performance. After the show, Therese was kept waiting in the green room until Cosby eventually cleared it out. With the two of them alone, Cosby set out 2 pills he later identified as Quaaludes and told Therese to take them.
The next thing I knew, he was standing before me, like over here, and he had his hand out, and he said, "Take these." It was 2 large white pills. As I said, I didn't have the highest self-esteem, and I didn't have a repertoire of knowledge about what to do in this kind of a situation. I took the pills.
I didn't anticipate what was going to be happening afterwards.
Overwhelmed and intimidated, she complied, and soon after lost consciousness. When she came to, still drugged and overpowered, Cosby was performing intercourse and relishing in dirty talk.
Well, my next memory is, unfortunately, I'm outside of the hotel. It's pitch dark. I'm standing there by myself, just ditched like garbage. Just, how did I get there? And then my next memory, I don't even know how I got home. And thank God I got home. My next memory is I was in front of my mother telling my mother what happened.
Afterward, she tried to tell her mom what had happened, but was told only, well, maybe he'll take care of you. At mother's encouragement, Therese carried on an affair with Cosby. He began putting her up in his penthouse suite and showering her with expensive clothes. One day, Therese advised Cosby she may be pregnant and was abruptly asked to leave. The two saw each other after that, however, and in 1996, she reached out to him to ask if he would make good on a promise he made years ago, that he would give her $5,000 for every A she earned. Cosby berated and degraded Therese for what he perceived as extortion, and the next day, she received $10,000 via Western Union. P.J. Masson was a bunny at the Playboy Club in Chicago in 1977.
1977, I believe, in Chicago. He was being interviewed in the Playmate Lounge. He phoned me on my private number at Playboy, which I didn't understand how he got that number, but he asked if I would join him for dinner that night. And I said, sure. I thought nothing of it. I know of him for 5 years. He told me to meet him at the Whitehall Hotel, and I showed up at the particular time he told me to. And when I walked in, there were 4 other men, and they were smoking cigars.
He offered her a Grand Marnier on the rocks. The next thing PJ remembered was waking up naked and bruised next to Cosby.
A couple hours later, he called me in the office and asked, why did I leave? And I said, I was scared to say anything. I said, had to go back to work. So he says, I'm sending you a gift. About 4 hours later, a 4-foot ficus tree showed up in my office with a note on it that said something to the effect that friendships have to be groomed like you have to groom this tree. He continued to call, and I kept turning him down. And then he would call and ask for particular bunnies. And I told him he couldn't talk to them on the phone, and I would take a message. I took all the messages for weeks, and I threw them all out.
PJ told her supervisor what had happened. She was then reminded, you know that's Hugh Hefner's best friend, right?
And she said, nobody's going to believe you. I suggest you keep your mouth shut.
Denise, you know what you did wrong. So I was wondering, why don't you come out of the match and sit in a chair with me?
I'm Sarita Butterfield. I met Bill Cosby after I modeled for the November 1977 issue of Playboy magazine.
Cosby was so impressed with what he saw, he insisted on having her for dinner. Somehow Cos was able to sell his family on the logic of having a Playboy playmate they'd never met as their guest for Christmas Eve at their Shelburne Falls home. At one point after dinner, Cosby cornered Sarita in the guest room, kissed her, and tried to force himself on her.
After dinner later that evening, he assaults me, corners me, gets me alone in the guest house. First thing when he went for was my hair. Grabbed my hair, and then he just started groping me. Like grabbing on my breast.
Sarita was able to break free and continue to fend him off as he kept trying to cop some feels throughout the evening.
Patricia Stoyer was a Jane Doe in the Pennsylvania case. She alleges that she was drugged and raped by Bill Cosby.
Patricia was a 22-year-old aspiring actress and singer who worked at the University of Massachusetts Amherst in 1978 when Cosby gave a lecture on campus. Cosby learned of Patricia's interests and offered to mentor her in her career.
I was introduced to him. He found out that I was a singer. He offered to mentor me in my career. Soon after that, he invited me to his family home in Massachusetts, where he drugged me in a drink that he gave me.
He invited her to a dinner party at his Shelburne Falls home, but upon arrival, it turned out to be just the two of them. Cosby instructed Patricia to perform an improv exercise where she would play a queen with her face covered in oatmeal. This exercise, Cosby insisted, also required Patricia to take a drink, presumably for the sake of realism. Patricia came to naked in the guest room. Cosby stood over her in a bathrobe and handed her a toothbrush.
And the next thing I remembered was I was waking up because he was waking me up and telling me that I needed to leave. And I did not know what had happened, and I was sicker than I've ever been in my life. And he told me that it was my responsibility, that I had thrown up and passed out. And I believed him because he was famous.
She wasn't certain what had happened, but Cosby paid for acting lessons and a gym membership as they stayed in touch. 2 years later, Cosby summoned Patricia to Atlantic City to see a show. Patricia was excited to see Cosby as she'd hoped this would be the next step in their mentorship. Instead, the last thing Patricia remembered before waking up naked in bed was Cosby having her 2 large pills and a glass of champagne. Pamela Abeda was a 25-year-old aspiring model who was put in touch with Cosby's producer in hopes of making it into Playboy. Producer saw something in Pamela he knew would please Cosby, so she was promptly flown out to Las Vegas, where he was performing at the Hilton. Pamela was put up in the penthouse suite, and after her evening gown was deemed unacceptable for that evening's champagne dinner, treated to a $2,500 shopping spree. At the show, she suddenly began to feel woozy. The next thing she knew, she was in Cosby's bed.
I remember eating and watching most of the show, but right before the show was over, everything became a blur. I believe someone had put something in my drink. I don't remember leaving the dinner show, and when I came to, I was lying in Bill Cosby's bed.
Pamela was in and out of consciousness as Cosby and at least 2 other individuals maneuvered around her. Joyce Emmons managed a comedy club in Las Vegas in the late 70s when she got to know Bill Cosby. One night she complained of a severe headache and asked Cosby for some Tylenol. Cosby told Joyce he had something stronger, and as she began to hesitate, he added,
"You're my good friend. Would I do something to hurt you?"
Joyce blacked out and came to naked next to a friend of Cosby's that had been pursuing her, up to now unsuccessfully. Linda Kirkpatrick beat Cosby at a 1981 tennis tournament in Las Vegas, so he gave her complimentary tickets to his show at the Hilton. At the show, Linda was invited backstage and handed a fruity cocktail.
Cosby handed me a tall, thin, champagne type of glass with a clear liquid in it and what appeared to be a red fruit in the bottom. I drank several sips of the clear liquid. I'd been handed by Cosby, however, did not recognize the taste. It wasn't champagne, and it tasted terrible.
She drank about half, became lightheaded, and vaguely remembers Cosby standing over her, trying to kiss her, before passing out. The next day, Cosby phoned her to apologize for his behavior and offered to make it up to her. Linda returned to the Hilton expecting complimentary show tickets, but instead Cosby tried to impose himself on her a second time.
Appearing right here at Harrah's in Reno, one of their biggest superstars. You're in for a great treat, a wonderful man. He is hysterical. Mr. Bill Cosby!
I'm Janice Baker Kinney. I was 24 years old as a bartender at Harrah's in Reno, where Mr. Cosby was performing. I was invited to a party where I accepted drugs from him and was sexually assaulted.
Janice Baker Kinney was 24 and working as a bartender at Harrah's in Reno on May 1st, 1982, where Cosby was headlining. Cosby invited Janice to what he called a pizza party at a house belonging to Harrah's that talent would sometimes stay at. The party turned out to be Cosby, Janice, and another female coworker named Judy. Cosby persuaded Janice to take 2 unidentified pills. Soon after, Judy was leaving, and Cosby was running his hands beneath Janice's shirt as she started to lose consciousness.
Janice Dickinson recalls meeting Bill Cosby in Lake Tahoe in 1982.
Janice Dickinson was an accomplished model in 1982 when Cosby offered to mentor her in her singing and acting career. Janice met up with Cosby while he was headlining at Harrah's in Lake Tahoe to discuss some possible acting work he promised. When she began to complain of stomach pain, Cosby gave her a pill along with some red wine.
He had given me wine and a pill. The last thing I remember was Bill Cosby in a patchwork robe, dropping his robe and getting on top of me. The next morning I woke up and I wasn't wearing my pajamas, and I remember before I passed out that I had been sexually assaulted by this man.
Picture pages, open up your picture page. It's time to watch Bill Cosby do a picture page with you.
Oh, no! Yes, it did it again. Anyway, we'll leave her here until she learns.
Renita Cheney Hill first met Cosby at age 15 when she appeared in Picture Pages, an educational segment from Captain Kangaroo and later Pinwheel that Cosby hosted from 1978 to 84. Over the next 4 years, Cosby became Renita's mentor, meaning she was flown to meet with Cosby in various cities across the country. Except, when it would come time to discuss her career, Renita was instead pressured to drink despite being underage. She would then lose consciousness and wake up in Cosby's bed. Cosby went on to pay for her tuition, but by 19, Renita decided she could no longer endure the abuse, cut off contact with Cosby, and walked away from a career in entertainment. When Roberto Goizueta began pushing a joint venture with Walt Disney Studios, his interest was in one area in particular: product placement. Sponsored content and art that incorporates commercial imagery go back to at least the 18th century.
Come on, Missy.
No, I want to go with Joan.
Go, you don't hurt my feelings. I know what you're after.
You twist it, Joan. It's green.
Like the grass, like the trees, like Frankenstein's monster.
I want a red one.
Who ever heard of a red weirdo? Come on, let's go.
During her time on the board of directors at Pepsi, Joan Crawford enthusiastically cross-promoted their products in her film and TV work. 1964's Straight Jacket was her first starring vehicle to feature Pepsi products placed conspicuously in frame, and she used the media tour for the film as an opportunity to push the brand. 1967's Berserk continued the trend, and the following year, she was the face of one of the first ad campaigns for Pepsi's latest acquisition, a citrus drink that had originated out of the Mid-South called Mountain Dew.
Let you swing, make Mountain Dew your thing. Get the barefoot feeling, drinking Mountain Dew.
Our next movie, we step up, I think, in class, is a Walt Disney comedy that I like, and it has been quite a few years since I've been able to say that. Maybe that's because The Devil and Max Dublin isn't like most Disney comedies. In fact, it has sort of an adult sense of humor.
The Devil and Max Devlin was a spin on Faustian tropes, centered heavily around a deceased landlord named Max Devlin, played by Elliot Gould, who was forced to collect 3 innocent souls on Satan's behalf, to spare himself from being banished to the fieriest corners of Hades.
We got his soul, and what we're trying is a 3-for-1 deal. He gets his back if he helps us get 3 others.
While the title and marketing suggests Bill Cosby portrays the devil himself,
this is not a good person.
Cosby is the devil.
Look, down in the fiery furnace, it's the devil.
Not George Burns.
Bill Cosby is the devil.
Want a light?
Trickier than a snake in the grass. Only you can see.
Some call him Satan.
This is a mistake.
Some call him a demon.
That's just the way you like him.
Others call him Dr. Huxtable.
This is crazy.
But Devlin calls him the devil.
You want me to corrupt the souls of little kids?
You don't want to mess with me.
When the devil takes a partner, somebody's bound to get burned.
And the eternal damnation is yours!
His character, Barney Satin, is more of an executive assistant.
On behalf of our esteemed chairman.
The titular devil appears fleetingly in the film, and the actor who plays him, Reggie Nalder, had this to say in a 2003 interview for Kino Eye.
I hated working with Bill Cosby. He's a pig. I first met him in Rome where I did an episode of I Spy. Bill Cosby is rude, arrogant, and untalented. He walked right by me on set as if I were a piece of furniture. I tried to be polite, but he made it impossible. I've rarely ever worked with someone like him before.
Welcome to hell.
Well, Gina, I share your applause that Disney is finally creeping into the last fifth of the 20th century. But on the other hand, I didn't like this movie very much. I thought it was pretty predictable. It kind of seemed like it was a double reverse on Heaven Can Wait. It was really boring seeing all the things he was going through, trying to get the signatures on the dotted line.
In spite of a heavy promotional push, The Devil and Max Devlin was another box office flop for Disney. Their next effort, an adaptation of Ray Bradbury's Something Wicked This Way Comes, was plagued by a disastrous post-production marked by heavy-handed studio interference and lost Disney another $11 million on top of the $4 million they had to absorb from The Devil and Max Devlin. Their next affair, the wilderness survival drama Never Cry Wolf, fared better. But when it dawned on someone at Disney that their longtime overtly family-friendly offerings were now featuring male nudity, they began to recognize how off-track they'd become, leading to the development of Touchstone and Hollywood Pictures to separate more mature titles from the Disney name. Meanwhile, though their first experiment in brand integration didn't produce the outcome they'd hoped, Coca-Cola wasn't ready to abandon the idea. This was 1981. Ronald Reagan was in office now, and when he declared it was morning in America, Roberto Goizueta heard the wake-up call loud and clear. Corporate mergers were the order of the day, along with a re-glamorizing of Wall Street, and Goizueta began to see the possibility of it all coming together in one big gambit.
To your embarrassment, you'll see this, and your friends look at it, and they're very bright people. They say, "Oh, what is that?" And you say, "Oh, this is my projector makes film." We'll be right back with more of Hollywood's private home movies right after this message.
I was a sinner, the devil made me do it. And when I was a drifter, he always steered me wrong. And when I got in trouble, he never saw me through it. But when I met the Savior, the devil knew it.
I'm going to be making a movie for Columbia Pictures.
I would say is smoother.
Columbia Pictures and Coca-Cola.
Rounder, yet bolder.
Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola and Columbia Pictures and Coca-Cola.
Is a more harmonious flavor. You're a pretty good copywriter, Roberto.
I'm going to work my buns off to make this movie one of the funniest movies people have ever seen.
Thanks for watching.
That's all, folks.
Valve's Steam Machine is probably the most anticipated gaming PC of all time. I argue, alongside the Steam Deck, one of the most important. But that doesn't mean that our last 2 weeks with it have been all good. There are the highlights, like the unbelievably polished experience of SteamOS, not to mention perfect integration with your home media setup. But there's also been the lower lights, performance in the latest titles being a big one, alongside some hard truths. It costs more than we hoped, and Valve confirmed they feel the same way. But if you can stomach the upfront investment, Valve's GameCube is yet another massive step on their now decade-plus journey of saving gamers from the closed ecosystems that demand pricey subscriptions. And it is hands down the best solution that I've ever seen to solving the inconvenience of PC gaming on the couch. It's not the biggest or the baddest, but that 1-2 punch is why the Steam Machine is so damn exciting. It combines the strengths of PC gaming with the conveniences of console gaming, and all in a nearly silent cube that's about half the size of a real console. But with this kind of hype, can Valve possibly hope to live up to gamers' expectations? If we're being realistic, probably not. But I still love the Steam Machine for what it is today, and I'm really excited about what it means for the future of gaming. And I'm also excited, okay, but actually this time, to tell you about this companion product from our sponsor, Dbrand. Their robot sent over this companion cube case for the Steam Machine. We'll look at it in a bit more detail later, but pre-orders are live now, so go to shortlinus.com to reserve yours. I mean, even if you don't want a Steam Machine, this thing would look so good on your shelf. Back to the Steam Machine, though.
I need this for B-roll. We're on a tight schedule, baby.
Okay, that makes sense. We unboxed and explored the setup of the Steam Machine over on Short Circuit this morning, and we gave our in-depth thoughts on the controller last month. So we're going to be laser focused on the experience of the Steam Machine itself. Right out of the gate, if you're a Steam Deck or a big picture user, you're going to feel right at home. The Steam Machine comes with SteamOS pre-installed, Valve's Linux-based operating system that they've spent over 10 years optimizing for gaming. Why did it take so long? Well, because most games still don't support Linux natively. But thanks to Proton, a translation layer that allows Windows games to run on Linux, we found that almost any game made for Windows runs surprisingly well on SteamOS. No command line, no driver conflicts, just press the button and play your game. It's been one of the Steam Deck's greatest strengths, and that remains true here. And even if somehow you don't like SteamOS, well, great news. Valve takes a very open approach to their hardware. Or should I say, your hardware, you know? The way it should be. So the Steam Machine allows you to install any OS you want, even Windows. It's just that if you did so, you would lose out on some of its best features, like a personal favorite of mine, the ability to suspend your software and resume at the push of a button, just like a console. Seriously, thank you, Valve. Okay, we did find that there were some times that resuming a game would take a little longer than we'd like, but most of the time it was really quick. I'm talking like 5 seconds, which is a huge edge over booting up your PC, loading your launcher, and starting a game. We did notice that sometimes the SteamOS UI would become laggy while a game is suspended, but realistically, we're dealing with pre-release software here, and with how much Valve has refined SteamOS on the deck over the last few years, which is much less powerful hardware hardware, I can say confidently that they're gonna get that sorted. The other big one for me is HDMI CEC. It doesn't have the best marketing behind it, and it doesn't have a sexy name. In fact, most people don't even really think about CEC, because when it's working properly, you literally aren't supposed to even notice it. But it is hugely important to the living room experience, especially if you have multiple devices. CEC, if you're not familiar, is a protocol that's built into the HDMI standard that allows your various media devices to communicate with and even control each other without running any additional cables. The most common uses for it are allowing your soundbar volume to be controlled by your TV remote, or having your Android media box and AV receiver power each other on and off in sync. Now, most PCs straight up do not support it. This is both a hardware and a software problem, and there's no hint of a solution on the horizon. So achieving any kind of seamless operation involves like janky IR receiver boxes and or complicated home theater automations. Well, Valve hated that, so they built their own software and custom motherboard for the Steam machine that, from our experience, just plain works. You press the Steam controller button, it turns on everything, selects the right inputs, and bingo bango bongo, seconds later you are gaming exactly where you left off. But there's more to a good gaming machine than just living room integration, as Microsoft so painfully learned.
Go to Internet Explorer. Oh, nice.
And the Steam machine's raw gaming hotspot leaves a fair bit to be desired, unfortunately. To be clear, it's not terrible. Valve chose a 16-core Zen 4 CPU with 16 gigs of DDR5 memory rated to 5600 megatransfers per second, alongside a semi-custom GPU with 8 gigs of dedicated VRAM. So that's more CPU performance and a lot more RAM than the current crop of mainstream gaming consoles. But the current crop of gaming consoles is 6 years old now. And if we look closelier at the specs for these chips, they look more semi than custom, with a strong resemblance to laptop chips from 2023. Now, according to Valve, that's not a problem for most buyers. The Steam machine should outperform approximately 70% of the gaming PCs that are out there in the wild. And if the Steam Deck is anything to go by, developers will squeeze blood from a stone optimizing for a popular hardware config like this one. But with all of that said, I still feel pretty strongly that these are not the kinds of parts that I would expect in a 4K gaming machine, even with the asterisk of FSR upscaling. But I could be wrong, right? So let's take a look at the numbers. Right out of the gate, the Linux port of Shadow of the Tomb Raider absolutely crushed Valve's target, hitting over 120 FPS at 4K. Not bad, but that is an 8-year-old game, and sadly, the rest of our suite ended up sitting with average frame rates between 40 to 50 FPS. In fairness to Valve, some of these games were probably running at settings that are a little ambitious for the humble Steam machine, and you could absolutely turn Cyberpunk, for instance, down a little bit and get a more fluid experience, but that wasn't the case for all of them. Doom: The Dark Ages, for instance, was already cranked nearly as low as it could go. This whole situation feels like a completely self-inflicted wound. Like if Valve had never said 4K gaming at 60 FPS, and had they instead offered a more nuanced, 1080p on medium details, maybe high or ultra for older titles, and in some cases, you know what, 4K upscaling looks pretty darn good. I wouldn't even have to be talking about this. But now I have to go spelunking for what the heck Valve was talking about. And it seems like, for newer titles, what they meant was low settings with FSR set as low as ultra performance, which means we are upscaling from a mere 720p base resolution all the way to 4K Ultra HD. At these settings, all right, sure, all 5 of our games did hit averages that are comfortably above 60 FPS, but at these settings, all 5 of our games also looked pretty ugly. And there's more bad news. Even with 28 ray tracing cores, RT is pretty much a non-starter on this thing. This is true both for games where it's an option, like Cyberpunk, where we saw an average of 15 FPS at 1080p Ultra, and especially true for games that force its usage, like Indiana Jones or Doom: The Dark Ages, where only one configuration we tested managed to consistently stay above 60 FPS. And that was the handheld one, right? Yep. Yikes. To be clear, it's not the end of the world today, but whether you love ray tracing or hate it, there will be more titles in the future that will require hardware support for it, and the Steam machine just plain doesn't have the horses. Once again, I'd love to be proven wrong here. Valve did contact us hours before recording this to say they are aiming to patch it, but guys, it's a 7600M GPU. There is no path that I can trace that will lead to acceptable performance on this hardware, especially in light of your unqualified claims of 4K 60 FPS, which still wouldn't be a huge problem if it wasn't for the big white elephant in the room, the PlayStation 5. On paper, the Steam machine and the PS5 trade blows, but in real life, I'm sorry Valve, but it just doesn't quite seem to work out that way. Now, I do have a disclaimer here. The PS5 doesn't support any kind of frame time analysis, so any numbers we give you guys are going to be kind of rough and tumble ad hoc. We explain the methodology, by the way, of both this test and the rest in our accompanying labs article. We'll have that link down below. But anyway, in God of War Ragnarok, the base PS5, which upscales from 1440p to 4K, was chilling around 75 to 78 FPS. Meanwhile, in the same scene, the Steam machine, with mostly medium settings and FSR set to quality, landed in the 60 to 63 range. This isn't the end of the world. We actually found that upscaling was hampering our performance more than we expected, and at 1440p native, we were able to break 70 FPS, even with our details turned up. But what it isn't is a win. With that said, choosing the right games and enabling variable refresh rate is going to help to mitigate some choppiness, and you can absolutely have a really solid gaming experience on this box. Also, as these things go out in the wild, I do expect Valve's Verified for Steam Machine program to incentivize developers to optimize for this hardware specifically. It's just that you got to keep your expectations in check. It's not magically going to get way faster. Coming back to good news though, the Steam Machine's download speeds are solid. We saw close to full gigabit speeds over a wire, and a little less than half of that via Wi-Fi 6E. That's That's partially probably thanks to Valve's 4 dedicated antennas in this box, 2 for Wi-Fi, 1 for Bluetooth, and 1 for Steam controllers. And we also saw an average power draw of just 175 watts under heavy load, with a mere 66 watts for later games. That contributes to a cool, quiet experience with the Steam Machine, landing right in line with the PS5 for acoustics and averaging just 68 and 66 degrees across our CPU and GPU respectively. Good job, Valve. And good job making this such a repairable and serviceable machine. Not only can the Steam Machine be easily opened up, including the ability to upgrade both the RAM and SSD, but Valve has once again partnered with iFixit to make guides and replacement parts available. Absolutely amazing. Maybe consider an LTT precision screwdriver if you ever need to make any upgrades or repairs. It's got all the bits you need and a convenient magnetic parts tray that's included in the lid, lttstore.com. Another highlight is Valve's open approach to peripherals. I mean, can you imagine Nintendo just allowing any old thing to be plugged into their precious gaming machine? Meanwhile, in Valve land, the Steam Machine played nicely with every mouse, keyboard, or headset that we plugged into it, including random Bluetooth accessories. One thing of note is that some of our audio accessories were a little quieter than usual on the Steam Machine, even with the volume maxed, but again, this feels like one of those, don't worry, Valve's gonna fix that things. Bringing us finally to something Valve couldn't fix, the detail you've all been waiting for. You can order your Steam Machine today, and it will cost $1,050 US for the 512 gig storage version and $1,350 for the 2 terabyte. No! Then, if you want a Steam controller bundled in, that's another $69 on top of that. Woof. I think we better talk about this. Is that reasonable?
It is reasonable in this current market conditions, but it is...
You sound like you're being held hostage.
I mean, Valve was held hostage by the parts makers.
So reasonable, yes, but like, is it too high?
Yes.
And that's a tough thing. I think it's fair to say that both of those things are true.
Yes.
Based on the costs that Valve is seeing, and also based on other options that are available in the market, it can be both reasonably priced and still too high.
I was really hoping that this was going to bring PC gaming to the mainstream living room, that I could pitch all my friends and be like, oh, get a Steam Machine, it's so cool. But this is a premium price, even though I wouldn't say it's a premium product.
And in fairness to Valve, they did telegraph this. They were explicit when I came down there for the reveal that it was not going to be subsidized by the 30% cut that they're going to take on games, because they have no guarantee that people are actually going to run SteamOS on this or buy any games. And the PS5 is such a giant, even bigger elephant in the room than I even said before. The fact that you can still, even at the increased price, buy a PS5 for $600 US or a PS5 Pro, which is a much more powerful machine, for $900.
And then you'd still have money left over for your first year of PS Plus.
And both of those PS5s include a controller too, so that's going to cover almost another year. With that said, if you're keeping it for a long time, I mean, let's talk TCO. That's a term that not everybody's familiar with outside of like business or the data center. It's total cost of ownership. It often gets said that on the PC side, pricing of games is a huge boon compared to consoles, but you actually opened my eyes to the PlayStation Store having a lot of deals.
There was a few weeks ago where there wasn't a sale going on and people freaked out. So I think there's sort of a myth around Steam sales being way better than console, but I think we balanced out. That being said, you can play online games for free on a Steam machine, and on a PlayStation, you're gonna be spending $110 a year.
That is brutal.
A lot of money, that's a game and a half.
Another big benefit though, I mean, we touched on this, but accessory support. Nintendo's not the only one that keeps things locked down with respect to plugging things into their consoles. I mean, for years, entire brands that make gaming headsets, their only reason for existing at all was that they managed to get the license to produce compatible Xbox gaming headsets.
Shout out Turtle Beach.
They were awful audio quality, like had no reason for existing other than licensing.
Even controllers, we're living through a renaissance in the PC space, but to find something good for the PlayStation 5 that has back paddles for less than $200, so impossible.
Yeah, we're actually, shout out David's upcoming video, we're doing a modding video on the stock DualSense to add paddles to it. So it's gonna be pretty freaking cool. I don't even know if I care about bringing this up, but there is one thing the PS5 does that the Steam Machine for now doesn't, and that's VR.
Yeah, I'm not a big VR guy.
I don't think most PlayStation gamers are right now.
No, they have like, what, 12 games?
I don't think there will ever be another PSVR.
No. I mean, the other white elephant in the room is the custom PC you build in a white case. Literally tomorrow, we have a video coming out where we build a PC for the price of the Steam Machine to compare performance.
I think we're gonna see better value. I think we're gonna see better upgradability and serviceability. We're gonna see better performance.
We're gonna have to talk about it tomorrow.
I know I shouldn't be that surprised, but the performance really was a downer for me.
I think if they hadn't made the 4K 60 promise, it would be a little less painful.
Or if they left the door open for Steam Machine Pro. Like if I knew there was gonna be something based on a 9070 coming, that would be the legitimate 4K machine, then I think we'd be having a really different conversation.
Or eGPU support, maybe some way to upgrade more than just the RAM and SSD.
Okay, we've spent a lot of time harping on the price, but what would be the right price? What's the no hesitation I'd buy one tomorrow price?
Me, or I recommend to people?
You recommend.
$800 I think is reasonable. It's slightly worse performance than a console, but it has so much more openness that I think balances out that value.
Yeah, I mean, we barely even touched on the fact that you can use it as a full-fledged desktop PC. Like they have done a lot of work, not just on the big picture gaming aspect of SteamOS. I'm actually planning to, once we get the real Steam Machine back from labs, throw it in my backpack and use it as my daily driver machine for a month.
Oh, that's pretty fun.
Yeah, so I'll have to do everything, gaming and work on it. And it's actually portable enough that you just could. Portable.
Portable. You want to hear something that's really sad?
I do.
I asked them specifically, what was the original price point in mind for the Steam Machine? And they're like, I can't give you that, but if you look at the price increase of the Steam Deck, that tells you what we were targeting for, and that's about a $200 price increase, so we would have hit our price if it wasn't...
The RAM apocalypse. Do you think it's still gonna sell anyway?
It'll sell a certain amount to the Valve diehards. I think that there's enough people out there that are like, I believe in this, I want to support this. I don't think it's gonna cross into the mainstream, even to the level of the Steam Deck. I think the Steam Deck's greatest strength was that it was a really slick console-like experience for a really aggressive price. And this is not an aggressive price. This is a enthusiast price.
I hate the words you're saying, but I think I accept them. For now, if RAM pricing were to normalize, I suspect mostly good guy Valve would make adjustments to the pricing. I can just also understand their perspective that they can't just operate this thing at a loss.
Do you think scalpers are still gonna jump all over this thing?
Yeah.
And I hope they get stuck with it forever.
One thing I would never hope they get stuck with is a sponsor like dbrand. They've done everything to me, from wasting my time to making me stick my arm in a terrible, horrible trap. But you gotta give them credit where it's due. They really knocked it out of the park with this one. It could have just been a skin, but no. They put in the extra effort, and manufacturing something this detailed at this scale is more complicated than you guys probably think. All you gotta do is use the included embedded Allen key to pop the back panel off, and then start assembling your Steam machine inside the case. And once you've got the case open, dbrand didn't miss any details here. They added these rubber strips on the inside to make sure that your machine gets that extra bit of padding, not to mention is oh so satisfying to slide in. Once the machine's in, you just pop the backplate back on, and well, like David said, our Steam machine is in B-roll right now. The point is, boom, companion cube. And it's got a few other notable features. It's got removable port.
A man inside of Walmart buys a pair of clippers, he goes to the self-checkout, and he takes other things and he pretends like he scammed them in, right?
To customer service to get a refund for the pair of clippers he just bought. Next, he walks back around the store and then selects the same item, another pair of clippers, puts it in his bag, and then quickly heads towards the exit. Meanwhile, officers are watching the entire scene unfold on Walmart cameras, confirm which exit he's taking, and then sneak up in front of him to talk face to face.
Over a pair of clippers? Are you fucking kidding me? Really?
What?
What's up, retard? What's up, dumbass?
Don't do this shit. Don't do this shit, man.
The cop is like, just don't do this shit. Don't do this shit. You know, we know, and you know, and you probably know that we know. Like, can we please just skip this? There he is, yo! We gotta get him! Taste him! Oh! Got his ass!
Put your hands like that now! We bought that! Put your hands like that! We bought it!
I bought it?
I promise we bought it!
That's why you ran away. You ran away because you spent so much money on it.
Look at the receipt!
I mean, you've got to be like 65 IQ to think this works, right? I mean, like, you can fool the person that works there, right? Because they don't give a fuck. But, like, I mean, you can't actually fool somebody that's looking into this. Lower? Uh-oh. Zap him again. Zap him again, just for fun.
Yep, we're good, thank you.
Did we take phones out ourselves?
Yeah. So y'all like already received that? It's already.
Is he new? He was like, welcome to the job, buddy.
Chill, dude. We watch you on camera the whole time.
Chill,
Stop.
yeah. What the fuck are you talking about?
Stop.
The rookie, yeah.
We won't wait. You'll be all right.
No, I'm trying to stand up. Go ahead and take the paper on top.
Take the car.
Yeah, sure. Hey, y'all.
On the job training.
Hey, can you tell we bought it? Look at the receipt.
On the job training, bro. I love it.
On the receipt.
And the thing is, like, you can tell that it's like a new guy, because he's like, all right, bro, can you just please? We know, bro. Like, come on, let's. Okay, all right. They're like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
It's in tutorial, yeah. They took him to Walmart, like, it's a low-level zone. They got a power level at Walmart's before they're ready to take him over to, like, the Home Depot.
Just stop. Yeah, we'll do it in there.
You know, like,
when we get inside, man.
It's a low-level parking spot.
Imagine Walmart would be the final boss.
Arrest me? Why are you arresting me?
You give me a chance to see if I keep your hands behind your back.
Oh no, they're gonna take.
I think we just followed dinner. I was like, listen, my thing about it, I'm trying to explain to y'all, y'all not trying to talk though.
Yeah, we don't want to talk to you.
Let's go.
What's wrong with his shirt? What are you doing with that? I've never even seen somebody do this. What kind of a shirt is like this? Just let it go, yeah. It's a shirt mullet, yeah. He got a shirt mullet going on.
Somebody told us what the shirt was.
It's because you lose first, you put the one that you purchased or whatever item that you had, you put it on the shelf, grab a new one and return it. That's fraud return.
Oh, no. I was gonna try. I didn't want them declining me because of the fact that I already owned it.
That's not how it works.
What?
What?
And we can have that discussion.
We can have that discussion?
Can y'all listen to this stuff? I can't feel my hand separately.
Have y'all ran from yet?
No.
Where's that book at?
You wouldn't have needed to even get handcuffed if you didn't run away. They would have probably just had you walk in there. He didn't want to lose his money, yeah. So the reason, why'd you steal it? I didn't want to spend the money. Oh.
You bought it with a return.
Oh, yeah. It's cheaper that way. Yeah, true.
Wait, she got to money back in.
Big brain.
No, you good.
Ask me about free healthcare. Ask me about free clippers.
It's on my phone.
Ask me about a free vacation in jail.
I'm just trying to talk to them, asking why are they trying to put me in handcuffs.
I'm gonna do it for you.
That's the only question I got.
So the reason.
No, I'm not mad at you. I'm trying to explain to you though. I'm not mad at you. I'm just saying that I was trying to ask a question and they trying to arrest me.
No, they're trying to.
I just got arrested for. See, like, I just want to ask the cops a question, and then the cops just like randomly fucking grabbed me and they arrested me out of nowhere. Like, damn, bro, like. Oh, dude. Don't you hate when that happens? Damn, that's too bad.
So that's the reason why we're making contact. And they're making contact. So it's still theft.
That's still theft.
So what I'm trying to know, Mr. Bowers, what I'm trying to explain to you, I heard you under arrest, and I'm trying to explain to y'all the situation.
The situation.
I'm thinking that's under arrest though, but I'm trying to explain to you. But I'm trying to.
I think y'all might be right. I think 65 might have been. I might have overshot it. I think we could have overshot this. I think that, yeah.
And I'm trying to explain to him though. That's what I'm trying to explain. My mindset,
Like 59.
I'm trying to explain to y'all with my head though. I didn't know that.
50, imagine 59.
Can I explain myself? We gonna talk? And so I explain myself. Y'all talking about y'all tackling me.
Why are y'all tackling me? Why are you running? Like, how is this even real?
I was trying to, but I'm getting tackled. What am I getting tackled for?
You're trying to do what?
No, you
You trying to spin out, bro. You're on camera. Like, what do you? Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
When you grabbed me, after he grabbed me, I said, what am I getting detained for? What am I getting arrested
Yeah, but why do you have to grab you?
Well, that's telling me that you didn't want to talk to begin with.
How? If I'm asking questions.
How? What do you mean how? You ran away.
In the process of moving away and I'm asking questions, y'all supposed to talk. If y'all say, hey, we need to bring you over here to talk, I was already walking that way. So somebody grabbed me.
I was walking that way.
Hey, no. They literally grabbed you.
Well, I don't even know why they're still talking to him. I'd be so fucking mad at this point.
Handcuffs for what? No, we're talking, but we're going to talk. Where am I going to handcuffs for? You get
Where am I going to handcuffs for? They need to give him one of those index cards. I want to see him read something. I want to test something. I want to know what's going on here.
Why I say that? If we're going to talk. No. Ask him, Mr. Bowers, you first walked up to me. Was I loud? Was I rowdy?
No.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Am I missing something here? Why does he know the name of this cop? Could this be one of their what's the word for
customers?
Regulars? The name tag? Yeah, but he's not referring to anybody else on their name tag. It's just him. Yeah, one of the regulars.
It was still wrong. No, I'm not defending that though.
Yeah, I'm just saying. What you did is still wrong.
Yeah, I'm not defending that at all though. But I'm talking about the part after that. Can you go some stuff up for me, please?
You have any more issues?
Just the right one.
That's still gonna have issues?
No, of course not. No. I told y'all I explained to y'all. I already explained to y'all about it. You know what I'm saying?
Please try to run away again. Please try to run away. I want to see him try to run away again. Please try to run away.
Oh, just driving.
Just driving?
I'm on probation for driving. Oh, just driving. Oh, driving with license suspended. Oh, right. They put him on probation just for driving around. That's what happens. That's America now.
Two fingers. So let me ask you a question though. So it's up to Walmart to foul charges. Am I getting foul charges on? But anyway, like I'm saying, since they already paid for it, we already got the receipt paid for them, and nothing was taken out of here without money being.
Nothing was taken out of there without money. God, number one, I can barely even understand what the fuck he's saying. Number two, yeah, there was. You walked out. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Oh my, this is crazy.
I'm
just gonna. I'm moving your hair.
I'm not saying that though, but I'm saying the policy state that you automatically have to trust, you have to file charges.
Let's go over dollar amount.
Boom, headshot.
Dollar amount. So,
honestly, like that rookie, no, bro, he's good.
Dollar amount that I can tell you.
Was it him that actually zapped him?
$49.
I don't know if it was or not. Yeah, he's a keeper. He is. Think about, I want you guys, while this video is playing, I want you to think about the amount of your tax money that's being spent at this very moment micromanaging this, sub 70 IQ retard. Think about your money is now, this is the reason why you pay taxes, is so you can have adult daycare units basically run around and micromanage these people. This is your money at work right now.
Listen, my thing is, I already paid for it, right?
I already paid for it. You didn't pay for it.
You paid for them, right? You put your old clippers? Yes. Yeah. No, wait, listen. So you put your old one on the shelf, right? You got the new one, took it to the service, they did return with the new one, right? That's altering our inventory. Basically, in the store. It's basically saying that we have an inventory, now we don't, because the service says return. You grabbed your old one and try to walk out with them. So we're losing money at the end of the day. Yeah.
Yeah, you went, and this is what he did. He went to buy, he probably bought the cheap ones, and then he refunded them, and then he bought he took the expensive ones home with him. Yeah, that's what he's trying to do. Like, this is, again, this classic, yeah, so you're stealing.
But my thing is though, if I already paid for them, they just recharge the card for the second one.
You should have paid for them both. Theft at the start off, right?
So, well, not both. I'm only gonna pay him for one.
Oh my god.
I didn't even make it out of the store. Yeah, you did.
Oh my god. The dude's really. I didn't make it out of the store. You were out at. What do you?
Yeah, it's happening already. These guys tried to make contact with you. So it's based off all three of y'all.
Oh my god. Laws like this are too complicated for people like him. No, that actually you could be right. That he's actually not playing stupid, and he's just really stupid. And so, like, explaining this topic to him, like inventory, the idea of, you know, like assets and everything, like it might just be too much.
Yes. Okay. So is it?
It's more than one on the set. They're gonna fill the yard, get that pulled out.
Do I get on the stretcher route these shit from? Oh, do they hook up to one of the stretcher legs? I didn't think it was gonna be. I thought they was gonna tell me, hey, you gotta go back and finish it. I thought it was gonna be that simple.
I'll type the skin up and set.
There's one in my head. I feel something tugging in my head.
Yeah, there's one in your neck. You want me to get that one too?
Yeah.
They were like, yeah, we're gonna have to send you to ER for this, bro. Like, fucking Elmer, the police officer, is just like, you want me to just pull that shit out? I'll pull it out right now. Brain damage? I don't think that's possible.
You ready?
Yeah, that's a patch.
You got two in the back. You got two.
Yeah, I thought you got a patch in my head.
It's like slow.
That's what I'm trying to
right here, right here. Hang on, let me get this one too.
Yeah, so,
This one's tight. Let me get this close. All right, you ready?
Yeah, go ahead. What I'm trying to explain to you is,
God damn.
This is the determining factor if I got to go.
God.
I'm trying to figure out its alternatives. So, like, what would be?
If you had to come back in here, you come to the office.
God damn.
That's the miscommunication there, though. Because I thought I was under arrest for something that I didn't even talk over yet. So that's the only reason why these cuffs got put on me, though. You get what I'm saying? That's
The only reason? That's the only reason? Really? Oh, right. Yeah, no, for sure, man. Yeah.
That was the only miscommunication, though, because I think I'm being under arrest without even having a chance to explain the situation or trying to solve the problem. You know what I'm saying? No, I didn't think. No,
How's he still arguing over this?
At that point, though, at this point, like, I'm still trying to ask, what the fuck am I being under arrest for?
It was like, do you think he's actually so dumb he doesn't even understand the concept of like object permanence? Like the idea that like if you take another one, then they don't have that one anymore because you took it. Like maybe that like it's really like we're actually down that bad. We're down that like that's crazy. Wow.
I know other alternative routes.
There's other alternative routes. What?
So what I'm hearing is basically if Mr. Barnes and this officer tell you that there's just a miscommunication that we can figure out different.
There is no miscommunication.
There's no miscommunication.
You walked into the store. You selected an item off the shelf.
And I'm not. Listen, I'm not.
He's trying to interrupt it. He's like, oh, hey, you know.
An item off the shelf. And then as you were walking up to the pharmacy to get ready to walk out the door, you put that item in a bag. Fair statement?
Yeah.
And then you passed the last point of sale, right?
That's what it
That is theft.
Understandable.
Okay.
Understand that is theft because, oh.
I see alternative routes that it don't always lead to this. You know what I'm saying?
I see alternative routes that don't always lead to this. Perfect. This is really impressive. Yeah, bro, he thinks he's Doctor Strange. You're gonna use the time stone to figure out how you're gonna steal its clippers out of Walmart?
People start to wake.
Okay, so the New York Times did this piece last week where they were talking about how rumble Trump's administration was over the Epstein files. Totally crazy. Like they're taking meetings in the Situation Room to deal with how to respond, coming up with ways to lie to the public. Why do I feel like Jeffrey Epstein's at the center of everything? And the more that we prod the Turning Point USA story, all these bizarre charities and pastors doing work and being involved in scandals and regarding human sex trafficking, this feels a lot bigger. I feel like the Charlie Kirk assassination could be a lot bigger. Like what is lying beneath all of this seems pretty ugly. So we're gonna discuss that. Also, did you read that article that Emily Ratajkowski authored for The Cut? If you haven't, don't. It's positively disgusting and pornographic. We'll talk about that. Join us using the link below.
How are you? Excuse me, sir. What are you doing? Hey. I'm asking you a question. Who are you? Why are you taking pictures of the department? Sir. Don't touch me. Okay, I'm gonna put you in cuffs. Okay, you're gonna be put in cuffs. Okay, supervisor's on his way. Okay, I'm asking you questions here.
I can be arrested right now, be put in cuffs for taking pictures of the police department. Don't turn my phone off.
Okay, you're not in control here.
I am, actually. You work for me, I don't work for you.
46, I got one in custody over here. I need a supervisor.
You're gonna lose your job, buddy. It's illegal detainment. Can you please call a supervisor out here? This is an illegal detainment under 16.3103.
Okay. Hang on here.
You don't have permission to search me, I don't consent to any search procedures.
Okay, I'm waiting for a supervisor to come up here.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
What's your name and badge number?
Romero.
Okay, sounds good. Did you stop my video camera over there?
I'm not messing with your phone.
It's off me and to uncuff me.
No, I don't want to tell him anything. Okay. Yeah, wait till the supervisor gets here, and you can talk to him from there, okay?
I'm done talking to you guys then.
Okay. What's up? He's taking a picture of the department, taking pictures of all our stuff here, so I don't know what he's doing. I'm trying to talk to him, he's not talking to me, he starts walking away.
Is that a reason they're cuffing me?
Yeah, you're being detained, basically. Yeah.
For what?
Yeah, that's reasonable suspicion.
Of what crime?
Okay.
You have to have reasonable suspicion of a crime to detain somebody.
I'm not going to speak to you. You speak to my supervisor when he gets here.
You have me in cuffs right now.
Okay, yeah. You're being detained at the moment, yeah.
Because you're...
So I'm loading up. loading up. This guy's in the corner. I thought he was taking a picture of the eagle on the department. He's like, oh, okay, no big deal. So I start, putting myself in my patrol vehicle. So he walks past it, and I was like, oh, he's leaving. Give me an answer. Can't talk right now. I'm busy. So he starts walking, so I back up, and then he's next to this corner, and I'm taking pictures. Like, what is he doing? So then he comes over, he starts taking pictures. It looks like he's taking pictures of these signs. I don't know if he's taking pictures of these cars or what.
Part of an organization called the First Amendment Strike Team.
Is he?
Yeah,
okay.
so he's trying to see what we're going to do.
Okay. He has every right to do that. Okay, and that's fine with that. I don't have to cuff him.
I did nothing wrong. I was not breaking the law, and this officer just illegally detained me under CRS 16-103. I've seen your video, sir, and I know exactly what you're talking about. Who am I? First Amendment Strike Team. Okay. I know exactly who you are. Exactly. So you know I'm not down here doing anything illegal. I do. Know nothing. I do. And I'd like to file a complaint against this officer for deprivation of rights. You can actually go to the department. Okay. File a complaint. But I understand totally what you're doing. So are you going to suspend it administratively until the thing is cleared out? No. He just broke the law. I understand He that. should be arrested. So an internal affairs investigation, you want to file a complaint will be conducted, and depending on the findings of that, it'll be dealt with depending on what. Okay. So is there going to be any issue with me getting his body cam? That you would have to go through our records division. Yep. I'm not sure how that You works. guys call Pueblo Police Department and complain about Officer Romero Badge. He just detained me. He said that he was detaining me because I chose not to answer his questions. I'm not really sure on how that works. I have to look at the policy on that. I believe that there's a charge. Here's Sergeant Reyes, who's the number watch commander, and he might know. I'm not sure how that works. I'll find out. I think I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're good. I'm gonna go home.
Yeah,
you can go home.
Yes, Captain Martin needs to speak to you. So I don't know if they even need me here anymore, so.
Is there a charge? Okay. Do you know what the charge is? Okay, I'll find out. All records real quick. There, you have to submit a Freedom of Information Act for the body cam video. There's a charge. How much the charge is? Okay. I'm going to find out. I'm sure records can probably tell me. Yeah, I'm going to call just so you know now. Thank you, man. I appreciate all your help. What was your name, sir? Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. Records are going to be a plate.
They need me here, or should I leave? Huh?
And I'm sorry, I'm just having a tough time. This is about $25.2 billion in loan amounts in your bank, correct? And
Not anymore. No, it's down.
But at one point in time. And so your banks have opted out of Paycheck Protection Program forgiveness.
Excuse me, that isn't correct.
With the portal with the SBA. Thank you. I was trying to finish my sentence. Now, I would like to...
About Jews, women, and blacks. Let's just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part?
Yeah. Yes.
But all of them?
No, for the most part.
What does the most part mean? What percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
Whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that, 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
You just said blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
Do you think it's funny? Or?
Yeah, I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood, in the ghetto, and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son went to Chicago University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west. See what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was just remind me again, the percentage of black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100? Or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
sure,
this is
a lot of white
problem.
people commit murder too.
Well, they do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population, blacks are 13%. And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people, and people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass
what's with the
shootings.
interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the Blue Line, you know, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with. And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
When Nikola Tesla was in his late 80s, very old, and he was given a big awards dinner in New York where the world was thanking him for all the incredible things that he had given to the world. And he said, Nikola Tesla spoke to the audience, and he said, I have to tell you how I got my ideas to do what I've done. He said, every evening before bed, your brain as a human has nothing to do with your creativity, with your ideas and your understanding of things. The brain is designed to do only one thing and one thing only. It is to control the mechanisms of your body. It controls the electrical impulses that go to your muscles so that you can walk, so you can run, so you can climb. It controls your body's muscles. It controls the movement of the human body. It controls the blinking of the eye, the swallowing of water. It controls everything in your body. It's nothing more than a controlling mechanism for your human body. But when it comes to your imagination, your creativity, the ideas and concepts that come out of you, we have, as scientists, no idea in the world where your spiritual perceptions come from, where your thoughts come from. We have no idea at all. All that we know is it has nothing to do with your brain. Your brain does not give you inspiration. It merely takes care of your body. And so therefore, where do your thoughts come from? When the great composers were composing the beautiful music, where do those ideas for the music come from? When you get people who are writing profoundly important books, and we say they were truly inspired, well, we know it wasn't in their mind. It came from outside of their brain. So it implies that our inspiration we are being overshadowed, is the term that I use. Overshadowed by some kind of a higher intelligence in the universe. Something out there is feeding us information, and it's called inspiration. We are being inspired. And some people are just naturally pick up on inspiration from out there, wherever it comes from, and they can create beautiful music, beautiful art. They can design rockets. They can design lasers, television, all kinds of strange and wonderful imaginations in the human mind, but it does not come from your brain. It comes from out there. And so when you listen to the composers of music, you can tell they were inspired. They didn't just read it out of a book. If you understand what they were doing, they're not just picking sounds that sound nice. No, it was mathematical. It was very deep understanding of the creation of the universe, the breathing in and the breathing out of the universe. It had to do with an occult, heavy-duty science of vibrations, rhythms, and how and they could change the whole concept of a nation by music. I mean, the Germans used the music from Wagner, and it inspired, and America has music that inspires the nation because there is some kind of a mathematical science to it. There's a science to put music together. And of course, in Hollywood, you have what is called programmed music. In a movie, when something evil is going to happen, you get a certain kind of music. When something is going to be funny and silly and to be laughed at, you get that kind of music behind it. So it's programming your mind with music so that you are inspired to get the idea out of the movie. So inspiration is not part of what the brain does. Inspiration comes from outside the brain. I believe that the human family, the human people on the earth, their brains are a computer. We're an incredible computer. It's alive. And that computer runs on wiring. And we're told that our blood vessels and our nerves are miles and miles of nerve endings in our body. That's the wiring for the computer to all the body, to control the body. The brain needs to be able to send messages out to certain nerves for you to do certain things. And so the brain is a computer, and I believe that what we call God is some kind of for a lack of a better term, some sort of a Wi-Fi unit. You can have 100 different computers in a room, and they're all on one Wi-Fi unit, which means all 100 computers can be doing 100 different things, tuning into different places and doing different things, and they're all getting it from one source, from a Wi-Fi unit. And so something is guiding our destiny. Something out there is guiding our thinking. And if you've ever seen a flock of birds, large flocks of birds with thousands of birds, and you see them all flying in one direction, and instantly, in an absolute 1 second instant, they all turn, all the birds turn and go a different way. And they all then flip back and turn and go a different way. How come all of the birds knew to turn at that very 1 second point, and they all turned and went a different way together? like the fish do. We call it schools of fish. And I've seen it where the fish are thousands of fish, and they're all sailing along together, and instantly, all of a sudden, they all go in a different direction. How is that possible? One incredible story about how the brain communicates with the heavens, and the heavens communicate with you. And we know that the planets and the sun and the moon affects your brain. And the planets all have a resonant frequency, and each one of those planets, when you were born, affected your mind. When you were born, you came out of your mother into the world, and the sun has a profound electrical field on the earth that is causing incredible stuff to happen. Our weather, the moon affects people, it affects the female, it affects her periods. Once a month is caused by the moon. The moon pulls the oceans of the world. We know that the moon affects the oceans. Why? Because they're water, and the moon affects water. And this is why your body is like 76% water. So how does the moon affect you at the full moon? Well, it causes you to get silly and crazy, sometimes really crazy. So we call you a lunatic. Why? Because the moon is affecting your blood, it's affecting your brain. The vibrations in your mind are being affected by the sun, the moon, Mars, Jupiter. And so women are from Venus and men are from Mars, meaning our minds operate differently because of the way we're born and who we are and the vibrations in the brain. It's a very big subject about inspiration. And the inspiration comes from out there. When Nikola Tesla was in his late 80s, very old, and he was given a big awards dinner in New York where the world was thanking him for all the incredible things that he had given to the world. And he said, Nikola Tesla spoke to the audience, and he said, I have to tell you how I got my ideas to do what I've done. He said, every evening before bed, I will put a notepad on the little table next to my bed with a pen or a pencil. And he said, and every morning when I wake up, there's a written invention on the pad. Somebody comes into my room at night and writes down an invention, and the next morning I get up and it's all written out for me, and so I just go to my laboratory and follow the instructions, and I invented radio, or I invented alternating current, or I made this invention or that invention. And today Nikola Tesla has lit the world and given us radio and all kinds of wonderful things this man gave to the world. But he said he was inspired by someone writing it down when he was sleeping. And so that's inspiration. To inspire comes from the word spire, to like perspire, inspire. And so spire is to breathe together. Breathing is spire. And so someone was breathing into him their ideas and coming from somewhere else. Well, that was one point I wanted to make about inspiration, is it doesn't necessarily come from you. It comes from out there.
I've had out-of-body experiences. I have been visited by entities, not UFO, not like aliens, but like paranormal type entities. Like what? So here's one I'll share with you. I was in LA working, this is when my writing career was taking off, and I was writing a script on a ghost story. Mm-hmm. And this is one of those things where you start to realize intention, like what you put your mind on, especially if you have a certain type of mind, you become a magnet for things. That's the only way to view this. I am trying to write the story, and I get obsessed with this idea that I'm writing a comedy, and I can't get past the scene where the main character sees his dead girlfriend as a ghost, because I'm like, okay, all I can do write is the comedy version of that, but I need to know what would really happen. Like if I really saw a ghost, what's that reaction? And then I'll twist it and make it funny, but I need to know what would really happen. And so I start reading some ghost stories, and I'm like, well, it's not interesting. So it's like, I didn't find what I wanted. So I was going through this phase where I was very frustrated because I couldn't get the answers I wanted. And my ritual at that time was I would write, very late at night, from probably about midnight till 4 a.m. And then I would sleep in, get up around noon. It's a writer's life, right? So I would get up, and then I would walk out, I'd pick up the LA Times, I'd come back, I'd sit in my bed, I'd read the paper or whatever, start to plan out my day, and I'd go do my thing. So I'm doing this one morning, and my cat's on my leg, I'm sitting on the bed, it's like noon, and I'm reading the LA Times, and already my mind is drifting to, am I going to even try and write that scene again today, right? And I hear this voice say, I'm right here. I'm like, here's the thing, a voice has spoken to me a number of times throughout my life. The best way I can describe it is, and it's weird, is that it's if someone's putting like one of those like cooking funnels in my right ear, and they're pouring in pure information. It's not words. It's just like intelligence, pure intelligence, and I just know it. And it's not male or female, but it's like, it's an order. It's like, oh, I feel like at that moment I'm a Manchurian candidate, and something is speaking to me in a higher language, and I just understand it. And it's like, I'm right here. Where is here? I don't. So I lower the paper, and there's a woman standing at the foot of my bed. What? And not great, but she's translucent, but three-dimensional. So I can see her full body, but I can also see through her. And she's in like kind of a tattered sundress, and she's got long stringy blonde hair, but it's her eyes that get me. Her eyes are, imagine you give like a 3-year-old a piece of charcoal and you say, draw a circle, and they go, her eyes are 2 black circles that are undulating, which is not comforting. Like that woman's like, it's really
floors.
We love them too, but there is one problem with the floors. It's right here, right at the step.
Why did October 7th happen? What were the signals that were missed? What could have been done differently? What did Bibi Netanyahu think he was doing, having Qatar pay Hamas millions and millions of dollars a month in order, in his thinking, to weaken the Palestinian Authority. What did he think was going to happen? So I guess my point, David, is I want to know everything I can know. I want to know everything I can about the intelligence failures, the military decisions, before I'm willing to say you could have done this or you should have done that or pass judgment.
I received a text today. From the best journalist I know in Israel, a very keen defense analyst, and he said, this memo of understanding is the end of Bibi. In other words, that after the failures of October 7th, he had decided that his political future would rest on his revival of Israeli strength, the reassertion of Israeli strength. He never apologized for October 7th, never took responsibility for it, but that this would be his path forward, and then he would keep at bay all comers, whether it's Gadi Eisenkot or whoever it might be. But that this memo of understanding is understood in Israel as a defeat, and a defeat of Bibi, and that this is the likely political end of him. I think a lot of people have gone broke predicting the political end of Bibi Netanyahu. Are you willing to go broke?
You know, he has certainly more than 9 lives politically, but I think this is a real defeat for him because, as you say, and I agree, he did push Trump into the war against Iran. Trump was ill-prepared. The strategy was incoherent. We didn't gain anything of real importance, and we may have lost a lot. But that means Bibi also lost, because to go into that kind of alliance and to push Trump to do something that Trump, I'm not sure, even understood the implications of, and then for Trump wanting to get out of it, because what did he say a few weeks ago? I'm bored, this is boring, trying to make peace is boring. So Bibi's left out there by himself. And there are several really serious questions. You know, what he's doing in Lebanon now is, to me, counterproductive. Israel has never had, in as long as I can remember, a government that started out more open to working with Israel to try to disarm Hezbollah. Now, could the Lebanese army have done it on their own? No. But could the Lebanese army, with support from Israeli intelligence and maybe even Israeli military support in some forms, have gotten closer to it? The Lebanese people were turning against Hezbollah, turning against their military activities, turning against their political project, which, as you know, their political arm is represented in the Lebanese government. Sure. And rather than trying to be, you know, in my view, kind of smart about how to build up a Lebanese government for the purpose of disarming and neutering Hezbollah, which is definitely in Israel's interest, Israel has been engaged in this bombardment of Lebanon. And, you know, so they're fighting on that front. I think they're turning a blind eye to the settler violence in the West Bank is extremely dangerous. You look at the training of the Palestinian Defense Forces, which started under George W. Bush, continued under Obama, continued probably to this day, where Palestinians under an agreement between Jordan and the United States were trained in Jordan to provide security. And they were a partner to the IDF. You know, when what happened in Gaza, Hamas kept expecting to see uprisings in the West Bank, uprising by Hezbollah, you know, surrounding Israel on all sides. That didn't happen at that time. Hezbollah started doing some rockets and other stuff, but I think mostly under Iranian pressure to step up and do that. And so to be creating a tinder box of potential uprising in the West Bank while you're fighting Hezbollah, while Hamas still controls 40% of Gaza, and they control it militarily and civilly. And that has not been uprooted yet. So I think, you know, Netanyahu believes that war is his friend because his political standing is under attack from a lot of different directions. And he wants to contain the opposition by creating conflict so that he tries to rally the country behind him. I think this Iran deal may be, you know, the straw that finally breaks that and creates an opening for, you know, his departure in the upcoming elections and, you know, a government that is certainly going to be very concerned about Israel's security, but might be somewhat more, you know, adept at dealing with these problems in a way that enhances Israel's security. And, you know, there's a great line somebody said to me the other day, you know, Israel was the startup nation. I mean, the amount of economic activity, technology, obviously defense, businesses that sprang up. But I'm worried that if you don't see a government that understands the importance of tending to Israel's economy and future, you're going to see a big exit by particularly young Israelis. And there is some evidence of that.
An exit of young Israelis and an exit of many Democrats from reflexive support of Israel as well.
Then there's Laura Loomer. This is crazy. This is crazy. Laura Loomer. I actually learned something about this yesterday, too, that I can't believe I didn't know. So on Loomer's show, I guess this was a Wednesday night, I believe. I think this was Wednesday night. I know we got some Loomer fans. Does Loomer Unleashed still follow the show? He might be able to tell you when she said this. Laura Loomer is trying to end track APAC. You know what? Let me just play the clip. So Loomer goes on her show and calls for internet censorship, guys. That's where we're at, okay? Hello, everybody. Hi, how are you? It is Friday, June 19th, 2026, and free speech advocate Laura Loomer is now calling for internet censorship.
So these crazy lies and propaganda that is spread by people who retweet this insane account that really should be...
You know what, by the way, before we get it, she says lies and propaganda. Laura Loomer reported that Joe Biden was dead. Laura Loomer reported that Joe Biden was dead. Now, his brain might be dead, but he is very much alive. In fact, he was at the Obama library dedication. Dazed and confused. We have a story on Biden, dazed and confused yesterday. Literally, he's silver alert. No. Oh, Laura Loomer. They post lies and misinformation, says the woman who reported with 100% confidence multiple times that Joe Biden is dead. You reported Joe Biden is dead, and you're going to point the finger at somebody else for putting up lies and misinformation? That's hilarious. But no, she calls for the censorship. I'm sorry, I interrupted the clip. Short clip. Here's the censorship call.
So these crazy lies and propaganda that is spread by people who retweet this insane account that...
She even laughs at herself. She even laughs. Yeah, no, I think Loomer has enough self-awareness. I think she's laughing at herself. She says, oh, the lies and propaganda. And then in her own head, she was like, yeah, I do that a lot too. And then she laughed at herself. Did you guys catch that? I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I caught that. When she says they engage in lies and propaganda, she laughed at herself because she knows that's exactly what...
Angel blood. Yeah, that's what we're going to talk about today. I just learned about this. It's called ichor. This is the blood that was talked about with the Greek gods. And the Greek gods, just for your own information, were just the fallen angels. They just rebranded themselves for the time that was going on. That's what they do throughout history. Whatever's convenient at the time and what's going. Right now, they're the athletes and the actors. But I'm going to talk to you about the ichor blood. This is golden blood. This is the blood that out of angels, out of Nephilim, out of all the animals that they decided to stick their DNA into, which was called miscegenation. It was the first form of DNA manipulation. And this was in the book of Yasher, the book of Jubilees, and these books are very important. The books that are removed for a reason, so you don't have the information I'm trying to share with you. Go look it up, miscegenation. But right behind me is a clear proof that it happened. It is a giant baboon.
They've been mining that mountain for roughly 136 years, and it still looks like a baboon. Come on now. If you don't see that, you really just don't want to see that. What?
Go look at it on Google Earth. It is a head. They pull more gold out of this mine than anywhere else in the world. The reason being is because of the ichor blood that is in that petrified giant. Let me give you a little bit of information on petrified. People are like, how did they turn to stone? This is called permineralization. This is a term that you can go look up on the internet, but it is when the organic matter is replaced with minerals, even down to the bone. And here's another piece of info. Everybody's like, let's go drill holes in this. Let's go get this stuff tested. If you go to Mud Fossil University, Roger Spurr has already done this, and he has proven that there is DNA in all rock at the end of the day. We're living on a giant corpse, and it is talked about in the Gospel of Thomas from Yeshua himself, Jesus. He says, if you know the world, you know the world is a corpse. And there's a little bit more to that. I can't pull it right off the top of my head, but go look it up. Gospels of Thomas. This is what we do out in Colorado. We show you proof of petrified giants. We take you out to see them. Please like, share, follow, repost. Check out my other videos and check out my website, petrifiedgiants.com. This is our t-shirts. If you want to get one, let me know. Come take a tour with me. Until next time.
Wait a second, they told me that if I just went and got a college degree, that sure, I could pay off the debt later, but the degree would lead me to a high-paying job, but the only job that it got me was one that barely pays for me. Now I can't even have a wife and kids. Oh, but what about getting a house? That's going to be another $200,000-$300,000. And if I do get like a cheaper house, I'm probably going to be in a bad area. So yeah, once again, let's just push the family thing off. And then 5 months of my effort goes to taxes. Okay, inflation, all these other fees. Huh. It's almost like the system's designed for me to lose, me to be a cog in the machine. And here's the thing, everybody. You get it. You've already foreseen that. That's why a lot of people are losing hope. But don't lose hope. We live in one of the best times. The amount of people that I talk to, many of them are students, some of them are clients, some of them are just followers like you. You're crushing it. You're absolutely crushing it. And the reason you're crushing it, outside of how awesome you are, obviously, is because you understood that the system is broken and designed for most people to be complete normies. And that's fine. There's no judgment there. But you wanted something more. And so you went out there and you used your 9-to-5 job as a stepping stone and you worked on a side hustle, a side business, and you turned it into something. The goal is to be able to generate enough money that pays for your lifestyle so you have freedom. Ideally, you don't have to sit in a car and go sit in traffic. Instead, you can live abroad. You can live below your means. You can live abroad in places that actually align with what you value and just keep building up your business. That's the only way that you can actually win in today's world. If you try to follow the traditional path that worked for our parents and their parents, like, you're just going to perma-nerf yourself. So just go ahead and wake up, drink the coffee, smell the iced coffee. Let's just go and actually win.
You see, whenever issues around assault in marriages arises, I've often said that most times women are part of the reasons why such assault persists. You see, most of them are scared to speak out. They are so scared of their, whether they are scared of their life or the life of their husband or the marriage. They want the marriage to continue. That's why they don't want to speak up. I really can't point out the reason why they are scared. But I just know that they are just too naive to speak out. They don't want to say anything. They are just there. Watch this scene here. This neighbor says so. Then they forced this lady to talk. She almost never wanted to say anything. They were asking, they asked her, what thing happened? She didn't say, me they no worry, me they leave the matter, me they no worry. They had to force her to say something. And even while she talk the thing safe, you can, see what the reactions from the husband. He just do his own thing with the plan of say, I will, and go meet you again, kind of. And now to know that this lady actually gave birth, according to them, like a day before. Let's say we born like yesterday now, then the next day will be today. The husband begin to beat her. How? Why would a normal human being act that way? Notice that they have other children. Like what I can see like 3 children already, maybe including the one with she newly born now, go make her like 4. These persons are they're poor people, but they just they born. They born, they beat you, they born, they beat you, they born. How you want to train the children? How you want to train the children? And you don't want to speak out, maybe they help you. Now so they will beat her, and now she will buy for marriage. This woman look very old for face, but if you check her age, then you find out her age is very small. But reality of life, the stress, don't make her old for marriage. You see the happen for you now. They're not going to talk. People now don't come outside. They speak on your behalf. Won't speak on your behalf. You tell them they don't bother me. They go see the relevant authority should come into this. They should come into this and find a way to fix this for this lady. I beg. She they go through a lot.
Whatever reason, and this is why, as a matter of policy, listen, I'm serious. No more interviews to any Indian or Pakistani news outlets ever again. Okay,
Got that on the
John's
record.
policy done because they just make shit up and put it in a banner headline with 2 exclamation points and say that this CIA officer finally reveals the truth behind. I'm like, no, I told you my information's 25 years old. Okay, so I said one thing. I said in a conventional conflict, India would beat Pakistan because it has 5 times the people. Yeah. The death threats. I've lost count of how many death threats I received. And then the best of all, like my lawyer's like, got to keep a low profile, just aware of your surroundings. I know, right?
John's like,
yeah.
Fuck you.
So I get a letter from the president of Imran Khan's political party, right?
man.
Whatever it's called, the Pakistan, whatever party.
You got a letter.
A letter in
For
the
an
mail.
interview.
And he says that they condemn in the strongest possible terms what I said to the Indians, and they demand an immediate apology to His Excellency, the former Prime Minister, to the members of the party, and to the people of Pakistan.
For giving an opinion?
Yeah. So my lawyer's like, just throw it away. Just throw it away. So I didn't throw it away. I sent him an email, and I said,
oh my God.
In regards to your demand for an apology, I wipe my ass with your demands for an apology. And I hit send. And that's how I left it, and I haven't heard back from them. So my lawyer's like, well, that speaking offer at the Pakistani military academy, yeah, you're not going to be doing that. And I said, no, I'll never go back ever again. But they don't treat me with respect anyway.
You could have just said explain bin Laden.
Yeah,
Start
exactly.
there. I mean, yeah, like it would appear mathematically India would body bag Pakistan. No,
Yes,
no
they would.
Pakistan, no disrespect. It's
They
just,
would.
you know.
And you know why they hate each other so much? Because they're exactly alike. That's why.
Really?
It used to be one country, right? India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh was one country
No shit.
called the Indian subcontinent, right? And then in 1947, India and Pakistan.
So in other words, now the game plan has adapted. And what they thought was going to happen during Biden and Kamala, that they would take out a lot of my generation and older, clear the deck. Turned out the bioweapon wasn't fully tunable. And guess what happened?
We took out the wrong demographic.
They took you out. They didn't take
Not me, I didn't get that shit. But yeah, I got you.
But you understand where I'm going, and how do I want you to think about this? Before COVID begins in 2019, we get this guy from Harvard University arrested at the airport, caught with 21 vials of nanobat technology. His name's Charles Lieber. Everybody heard about it in the United States, but nobody ever actually thought about what was going on. 2 guys from China who worked in Wuhan gets arrested with him. They take the 21 vials away. He's the expert in wideband technology. This is all the stuff that you hear about with the big tech guys in Silicon Valley.
I want to get into it. Semiconductor stuff.
Right. So what happens? Once this guy gets arrested, they realize that China wants to steal this technology. Right. That was what they were going to use to tune the bioweapon to take us out. They had to redeploy and put that stuff in Ukraine because they had to protect China from stealing this technology. So guess what happens now? How can I tell you? Because this does sound like conspiracy theory. I'll give you that 100%. How do we know that there's some data point that everybody's missing? You know that every single vaccine maker, except one, Pfizer, was ready to deploy the COVID jab. Operation Warp Speed comes out. Trump gets told about it. Who wasn't ready? Pfizer. So what does Pfizer decide to do? They go downstairs 3 floors to their genetic department and they find SV40. They use SV40 to design their jab because they're late to the game. And what do they then do? They tell their scientists to use a molecular tool to take the evidence of SV40 out, and then they present a clean version to the FDA and they get approved. Now,
and SV40 is the thing that causes that crazy epithelioma turbo cancers?
No, well, SV40 is what we got in the Qatar event during FDR's term in polio.
The guy that injected his grandchildren.
That's Osher. That's later. But this is the story that goes from FDR all the way up to this point in time. So I want you to think critically now from first principles. Tell me how a monkey virus that shows up in 1951 through 1959 now shows up in COVID vaccines that are supposed to be new and improved 75 years later. And Pfizer tries to take it out so you don't see it. That's why there's two legal definitions for BioNTech and for the Pfizer jab.
I don't know how you extract malice from that. I mean,
it's pure malice.
What's the official story? I don't know. What is it?
The official story is they wanted to kill people.
Well, that's not what they're saying in mainstream media, right? So
you don't have to worry about the saying part. That's the cool.
I'm just curious. Like, what? I hear what you're saying.
But the story breaks. The story breaks.
Yeah.
So in 2021, I'm in Clubhouse, a Bitcoin room.
Yeah.
And I tell everybody, I said, look, I just did a documentary with Robert Malone, who's an inventor, co-inventor of the mRNA technology, and Robert McCullough, who's been famous for all the stuff he's done.
We've both been on here, yeah.
And guess what I do? I don't talk about the science at all. I talk about one thing. You can go back and watch this. There's 2 patents for Pfizer. I said, there's something nefarious going on here. And I don't tell anybody why I'm making this a big deal in this documentary. Because you heard all the things that I learned in my life in the Danny Jones podcast about SV40 and all that. I had a sneaking suspicion in 2020 that because there was 2 legal definitions, that SV40 was going to be used in somebody's jab. And the most likely candidate was Pfizer.
Have you had somebody on your show that you thought was compromised?
Oh, yeah.
I think you have to name names. But
Yeah. 100%. I've had people on my show that I guarantee are here to try to push a narrative. Yeah, 100%. No doubt. In my own, I think in some cases it's obvious. And my job is to just keep them talking and let the internet do its job.
Can I teach you a tactic right now?
Sure.
That will be good for these people?
Fuck yeah.
All right. How much time do we have?
We got time.
Okay. All right. So this is a CIA method called elicitation. And it was invented by this guy, John Nolan. And so the basic premise is you're going to get the more sensitive information you need out of a person, the less questions you should be asking. So here's how it works. You can get sensitive information out of people better with statements than questions. So there's a few different types of these statements. So the first one is called a provocative statement. And the provocative statement is just making a commentary on what somebody said. Mm-hmm. So let's say I just went through X and Y and Z and you're like, so basically, and then you kind of recap what I said.
Right.
And so no question, and then I'll keep giving you a little bit more information. The second is triggering a need to correct the record. So let's say you and I are in a grocery store and I say, Joe, let's say you don't get recognized. Let's say, go over there. I want you to, within 60 seconds, I want you to find out how much the girl that's stocking the shelf over there makes per hour. So you might go over there and be, hey, how much do you make an hour? But instantly you're weird. And that feels like an interrogation, right? But if you went over there and you said, hey, I just read this article. Everybody that works at Whole Foods got bumped up to $26 an hour. That's fantastic. Congratulations. And she's like, what? We only make 22. And now she doesn't feel interrogated. And the answer came from correcting the record. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So now you're not a weirdo who's asking how much she makes.
Yeah.
So now you got the sensitive information and it felt like it was just a flowing conversation. So the third is disbelief. So somebody says something and you don't get Jamie to pull up anything. But the disbelief is like they say, oh, and I've even worked with X and Y and Z. I've done this one thing. You're like, what? There is no way. That just sounds impossible. And then they're like, no, and they'll keep going because there wasn't a question. So imagine if someone started telling you something sensitive and you're like, yeah, tell me more. Tell me more about that. It seems like you're kind of wanting to pull things out. So the more that you can use statements, the more they're just going to keep feeling completely comfortable giving you stuff. The Russians did this to America during the Cold War. A submarine would pull into Singapore or Thailand or something, and some KGB guy would go up, there's a 19-year-old sailor at a bar, and say like, well, Russia already has all these specs, and it's amazing that Russian submarines are faster than U.S. submarines because our propellers are 19 feet wide. And the sailor's like, yeah, ours are 21. Like, just correcting the record. Just a tiny little thing, correcting the record, and some 19-year-old kid gives away top secret information in 35 seconds.
Wow.
So that's where this stuff came about. And when you're if you work in the nuclear field, you have a top secret clearance, you have to go through anti-elicitation training before you leave the country and go spend time with some foreign national
God, I hope so.
Yeah. And you know what the number one thing, in the first day of counterintelligence school, the first thing they say is, if you're a 4 and she's a 10 and she's interested in you, she's a spy.
Gang reports, I have zero sympathy for people who are downplaying it and calling it bullshit. The atrocities against those children and the years of authorities covering it up are disgusting.
What are you laughing at? What's this?
Epstein defender, by the way.
Oh, my grandmother, my mother, and my mother were friends. I was in there. How long have you been living in Africa? 2 years. 2 years.
The investigators can tell Celia has something to say.
So when was the last time you seen your grandmother? On Tuesday, before I left to go to work. And you saw her last one around what time we went to work? Was it 11:30 in the morning? Yeah, we going to work. Was she okay? Like, was it? I had to check on her to let her know I was going to work. Where was she at? She was in the house. In a room? Yeah. Okay. When you said you checked on her, was something wrong with her? No, I thought she was just sleeping. Okay.
So I know that your mother's missing. What is, kind of fill me into what's going on?
My daughter saw her on Tuesday. She said she was in the bathroom, dumping her colostomy bag, and her grandma came out her room, and then she went out the front door. And then when she went out the bathroom, she realized the front door was open, so she knew she had to leave. But she didn't see her leave, but she knew she heard her.
So I saw her Tuesday, May 29th?
Yeah, she said before she went to work.
So far, so good. Both mother and daughter concur that the last time Margaret was seen was on Tuesday, 3 days earlier, May 30th.
And you said you last saw your mother on Monday?
Yeah, we put some stuff on the grill and took some food into her room.
What did you see her?
In the house. Yeah, we took some food to her bedroom. We put some hamburgers on the grilled chicken.
What is the condition of your mother?
She had a couple strokes, diabetic. She was showing signs of early dementia, but not really diagnosed. The doctor never diagnosed her. She didn't want to go.
As Candace is talking about her mother's condition, we observe her touching her neck and her back again, like she can't get comfortable. This is a stressful situation, and she's only making her mother sound more vulnerable. Perhaps, conveniently, the undiagnosed dementia is something no doctor can confirm.
What do you know about her personal life or anything? Like anything going on in the house, the issues? With what?
Celia, meanwhile, focuses less on her grandmother's medical issues and more on her family's personal ones.
What was her condition when you saw her Monday?
She was quiet all day on Monday. She basically stayed in the room. She didn't really do anything. That was it. She was in the bed. It was quiet. Like the last couple days, she was just quiet. It was like you can hear her on the phone talking, and then she would just start crying when she gets off the phone, like she was depressed. And I kept on telling her, you need to tell your family how you're feeling. But she didn't want to know certain things, and she was like quiet.
So where do you think she don't drive, right?
No.
Well, she didn't drive. Where do you think she went?
I have no idea. Normally, if she was to go somewhere, she'll ask me. But I went to the ER the first week of May, so regarding my spine, so I haven't been driving that much. But normally, she'll call her brother-in-law. But they haven't. They didn't pick her up that day. And my dad is really not concerned. He's thinking that she's with some man. I said, no, if she was with some man, she would have told me. So I don't think that's the case. But he's like, oh, she'll pop up.
Candace is downplaying her lack of concern now, but just next door, Celia is undermining her mother's story.
But is that normal for you? Like, if you came home and didn't see your grandmother for 3 or 4 days, would you think that was normal or was that abnormal? No, that's not normal. But my mother, she was telling me how she did it before, but I never did that. She did it before. Okay, so normally you're seeing her every day when you come home from work or when you're leaving the house? Yeah. So you didn't? Mostly in her room all the time. Where did your mom say she went? Oh, she don't know. So she didn't say she went to a friend's house every day? Yeah.
So who reported her missing?
Today, I don't know. I know she went missing twice last year, and in January she did the same thing. And
was there a report for that?
No, she came back the 3rd day, but she never said where she was or anything. And I kept on asking, she didn't want to tell me. But she came back the 3rd day. I don't know who made the report today. So me and my cousin were supposed to go to the police station today to file a report. So Wednesday, the police came to the house. I think one of my cousins called, so they came to the house and they looked around. And I told them about the history of her being gone. And they were like, well, I will wait out 72 hours to see if she came back. And that's the reason why I was going to file today.
When was
Yeah. I heard that there was also somebody showed me an image too of, I think it's the Cavendish family of England that have a giant estate, and on one of their estates is an almost exact replica. And this is like a Norman family that came in with the Norman conquest under William, and that's when like most of the elites of England and had established themselves when they were granted sort of fiefdoms, perpetual fiefdoms in the Domesday Book. And I think I'm sure it was the Cavendish family. I think that has on one of their biggest estates this exact replica of that temple, that little shrine thing.
Really?
Yeah. I wish I could. I don't know if you were able to pull it up, Steve. I should have.
How would you find it if you searched?
Epstein Temple. Cavendish family estate, maybe?
How do you spell that family?
Cavendish, Cavendish. Now, it might be another family I'm screwing up, but it's definitely one of the older Norman conquest families.
Interesting.
But, yeah, I mean, as far as you go back, is that it?
No, that's Epstein.
No, that's the Epstein Island. Chatsworth House. Oh, shucks. Maybe I've got the wrong British oligarchical family. Could be possible.
It's all just showing up Epstein stuff. Epstein has overshadowed the search.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he dominated it. That's okay. That's all right.
Here's the island.
That's the one in the movie Megas.
Oh, yeah? On the left.
On the left, yeah. So it's not painted, but it's like it's got the same dome on top, it's a little square. It's got the same. Yeah. It's the same sort of like geographical type thing. Like it's got like on the tip of an island surrounded by water.
And what culture is this an homage to? Is this Egyptian or is this Babylonian?
I think it's Greek, isn't it?
Is it Greek?
The temple itself.
The
temple
itself. Yeah.
That's a good question. I think it's supposed to be a temple to Poseidon.
It's a Poseidon temple. Okay.
That's what Giorgiani told me.
Well, that would be interesting because that does have certain Atlantean.
Right. Yeah, and they were obsessed with fucking, or Ghislaine had the Terramar shit where she was obsessed with finding Atlantis.
What'd you know?
Yeah, you heard that.
I knew Terramar. I didn't know the Atlantean.
Yeah, so when she went on the run after Epstein himself, before they caught her, she changed her name to Janet Atlantis. And I guess Janet was based on like the Janet flights and like the unmarked airplanes, and Atlantis was because she was obsessed with Atlantis, and she had a submarine called the Atlantis, and she was literally trying to get permission from Castro to go take her submarine down to find those ruins off the coast of Cuba.
Is that true?
She was obsessed with Atlantis.
I'll have to look into this. That's interesting.
There's a fascinating. I highly recommend Giorgiani's Substack article on this. It's called. I think it's just called. So you can find it. Just type in Jason Giorgiani, Janet Atlantis on Ghislaine, and he breaks down the whole backstory and like all the connections she had, all the people that she met with, and all the emails that she wrote about this. And she was even meeting with Giorgiani claims. I don't know what his source was, but he says that she had a sexual relationship with Jacques Cousteau's daughter, maybe.
Really?
Something like that. Someone related to Jacques Cousteau, another woman.
Okay.
But
Jacques Cousteau is another out of whack one there. I
don't know much about him other than he's really into the ocean.
Well, also he's got this obsession with global depopulation. I think
is he really?
200 million people should be all that is permitted under a healthy society that's in equilibrium with nature.
Ocean Outlaw, Portrait of Ghislaine Maxwell.
All right, I'll check that out.
That's really good.
July 20. So that's the last
July,
year,
right?
Okay, well, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
What does it say about? Okay, wait, what does it say? What is
Janet Stevenson? No.
What does it say about Cousteau?
Okay.
JACQU.
CQ.
There you go. Okay, Ghislaine's fascination with Atlantis and with the oceans began with her childhood on account of her father's friendship with Jacques Cousteau.
So
Not only was Robert Maxwell friends with Jacques Cousteau, but Captain Bob's Lady Ghislaine yacht was also eventually fitted out with equipment designs and design features provided through channels connected through Cousteau's oceanographic network. And as reported by the Dark journalist, Cousteau confessed to Maxwell that his lifelong exploration of the oceans was secretly and obsessively motivated by the quest to find Atlantis. Ghislaine, who is bisexual, according to Giorgiani, tried to cultivate a relationship with Cousteau's granddaughter, Alexandra, who has denied the witness testimony, but she was on the island with Maxwell and Epstein.
Okay.
Fucking crazy.
That is interesting. Yeah,
so he wanted depopulation?
Yeah, he's a big. I think 200 million was his number of what should be permitted under a healthy, a healthy homeostatic society that is in harmony, and his idea of harmony with nature, right?
When did he say this?
You can Google it. Jacques Cousteau, depopulation, 200 million. I can't say when he said it, but it's something that's pretty well known. He was not hiding that. He wasn't like, it's not like his esoteric secret doctrine. You know?
Right.
I'm sure you'll be able to find something. I think that part of the idea of a lot of these, and we can jump back to the Atlantis pursuit thing, but when it comes to a lot of the ideals of the radical ecologists like Jacques Cousteau, who I used to really enjoy his nature shows when I was a kid, is that, again, it comes out of this second law of thermodynamics obsession that is the artifact of extrapolating the heat engine dynamics onto the whole universe that occurred in the end part of the 19th century around the Royal Society.
Remind me the second law of thermodynamics?
That's that all systems are entropic, that all systems are inclined towards a heat death.
Yeah. Entropy always goes up, never goes down, right?
Entropy goes up, yeah exactly. Never goes down. There's never going to be more, and that's because when you put gasoline in a gas tank, that gas tank is not going to produce more gasoline as it burns fuel to make the pistons move and make it do its function, unless you go from an external source to put in from the outside more gas.
Order never goes up over time. Order always goes down over time.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything gets more chaotic.
Yeah, exactly. The singularities diminish, the chances for doing interesting things diminish over time to the point of nothing really ever happening that's of interest for them. So the norm in that type of world is that everything is assumed to be a closed system. That's one of the laws of thermodynamics, that you have to assume that everything is a closed system. Now, that's not actually true. Nothing is a closed system. Like even the ecosystem on the Earth is not a closed system, though the Jacques Cousteauians and the ecologists would like to believe it is, because it's clearly being driven by forces that are outside of the closed system, right? It's outside of the Earth's surface. So you have the sun tumbling down. Oh, there you go.
I tried to find the actual source, but
in order to stabilize world population, we must eliminate 350,000 people a day. It is a terrible thing to say, but in order to stabilize world population, we must eliminate 300,000. Okay, how does he want to do this?
Well, usually so they don't actually. It's not 200 million. It's okay. So
he wants to. Okay, when
so what does he think the homeostasis would be? 1.3 billion over a decade killed, or what does he think is the normal quantity that should be allowed to exist based on that calculation? Okay, so derivative of an idea of what you think the normal should be, right?
Cousteau viewed unchecked demographic expansion as short-term thinking.
Yeah.
As a form of a societal cancer that was destroying marine and terrestrial ecosystems.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
This is what that one guy, Gad Saad, would call suicidal empathy, right?
I guess that would be very much.
I have to warn you, if my husband comes home, I'm going to have to hang up real quick.
Why?
Well, that's kind of why I'm calling. My husband, I'm a stay-at-home mom. I was a doctor before that, but ever since having my kids a few years ago, I've just been staying home. And the deal was that I don't have to worry about money, and my husband will take care of everything, and he'll manage the big house and the cars and all that, and I just buy what I want when I want. I started to notice that my credit card bill was not getting paid off in full. I'd say around September, October. This was the second time that had happened, and then the first time he paid it all off, and then this time it was not paid off. So I finally started asking him more questions, and I found out he has a lot more than I have of credit card debt, and he has car loans, and I just wasn't paying attention at all. And now we're basically in trouble with debt, and we're gonna have to move to a smaller house. I don't know how we're gonna pay for the kids.
So this whole thing of you buy whatever you want didn't work.
No, and I'm looking at our pool right now, and it's a joke. It's all a joke.
Mm-hmm. How can we help?
Sorry. My question for you is I'm still kind of discovering what's going on. Mm-hmm. So how do I talk to him in a way that doesn't offend him or emasculate him or make him feel? Because he, I think, feels that's why I was I want to hang up if he comes home from work, because he would it would kill him that I'm even asking you this, because he wants to be the man in charge, taking care of everyone.
Okay. Well, the proper man in charge shares the burden of running the household with his wife.
And he's such a wonderful father.
Stop.
There's nothing manly about secretly going into debt.
Yeah, there's nothing. That's not the man in charge. He's dealing with a lot of shame and a lot of guilt. He thought he was supposed to handle this all by himself, and he doesn't. And that's why he doesn't want to talk about it. But I think the two of you got to work. This is a relationship issue. The two of you got to sit down together, and you just say, "Hey, look, I screwed up by dumping this whole thing on you." Because you did. Because you did. Okay?
Yeah.
So you can apologize for that and say, and so whatever the mess is, we're going to face it together. And whatever the mess is, as two adults, we're going to work together to get it fixed. So let me sit down and let's walk together, because I love you. You're my husband. We're going to walk together as two adults in full disclosure. You probably made some mistakes. I made a huge mistake by asking you. It wasn't right for me to ask you to carry the whole thing by yourself. And so I want to sit down. Now let's go forward, not backward. Let's go forward and say, how can we work together? And the first step of working together is for us to get everything out and put it on the table, put the kids to bed, and let's just look at it and let's figure out a game plan of how we clean up the mess. And I'm, wherever that is, if we need to stay in a tent, I'm going with you.
Okay. This is crazy. Watch this. So this Georgia woman flees a traffic stop and claims to be racially profiled by a black Gwinnett County police officer, and that she feared for her life during a routine traffic stop.
Ma'am, you need to relax for me and roll down the window. Just relax. I don't know what you're going through, but we can talk about it. You gotta talk to me though. I'm Officer Lenny Hunter with the Gwinnett County Police Department, and I need to see your driver's license, okay?
Oh, there she goes.
She just fled the traffic stop. Not pursuing. Hey, so this morning, at around 10 o'clock, were you part of a traffic stop?
And then she gets stopped by another black officer.
Okay. Did you leave that traffic stop? Okay, why did you do that? You say he profiled you? How did he profile you?
He was on the right side, on the shoulder.
Yeah.
And when I drove by, then he started following me.
All right, so you know, on a traffic stop, you're not supposed to leave, right?
I feared for my life.
My guy's called obstruction. Do me a favor, step out the car for me. Ma'am, yes you did.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay. You left
Another case that didn't do nothing. Oh my God. You can't make this up.
That doesn't give you the liberty to leave the traffic stop, and you didn't even follow up with it. Okay. Hey, so you're under arrest, okay? Go ahead.
What did I do?
You ran from him.
You ran from a traffic stop.
Go into it,
That is ridiculous. Didn't do nothing. I'm racially profiled by another black person. Fucking clown world. Let me know what you guys think about this here in the comment section. I can't wait to read the comments on this one.
I want you to turn the body cam off. The protocol is that you turn it off. If a citizen requests it to turn it off,
So they want you guys to leave?
yes, we're gonna
Let's just leave. Let's just make it easy, okay?
We're gonna make it easy. That's not.
I am. Okay. I'm
That's not the point. Can you look at me?
We'll talk over here, okay?
Your protocol is.
Can we all talk? Can we all talk? Talk over here. They want you to leave.
Your protocol is.
Can we talk? Who's she to you?
What's that? No, nothing.
She is our college friend. Okay. Yes.
No, I'm not.
You guys just want him out? Do you want him trespass? Anything we can do. Trespass, yeah. I just need trespass. Get him out. Please.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I know that your protocol is.
So you're trespassing, so we gotta leave now. Unless you want to be
We're not trespassing. You haven't notified us that we're trespassing. Number one. Number two. Number one. Number two. You're not gonna arrest us. Number two is that.
We gotta go. We gotta go.
Protocol is to make them down for 1 second. They ask you to turn the body cam off. Okay. No. I understand you don't want to deal with it, but the protocol is when your protocol is if they ask you to turn off the body cam, you have to turn it off, and that's your protocol. She's a fucking lawyer, so she knows.
Well, that's bullshit lawyer stuff, so that's not true. So we gotta go.
No, it is. That's law. I'm an AG. I'm an AG.
Good for you. I don't give a shit. Let's go. We're going. Let's go. We're leaving.
Please don't put your hands off.
Can you get your children out of here? Like, I don't know why.
I'm sorry, what?
Let's go.
No.
They're two full-grown women and mothers.
I'm an AG. What are you problem with us detaining me for?
You're being detained because you're not leaving.
Because I'm what?
You relax. Sir, she's not doing anything wrong.
I'm an AG.
She's an AG. Right, you're not. She's not being arrested. Let's go.
I'm not being arrested. You're putting me in cuffs. I'm not being arrested.
Do you have any weapons on you?
No, I'm an AG. You're arrested. Let me tell you something. You're arrested.
Get the hell out of here. What are you, seriously?
You're arrested. You're AG. Let me tell you something.
You want to arrest right now? No.
You're putting me in handcuffs and you're Mirandizing. You're not Mirandizing me.
Relax. Relax.
But you're gonna regret this.
Yeah.
You're gonna regret it. I'm an AG.
We will get the
Take your fucking hands off me.
We will get the license. No. We'll get the license. Get out of here. Get back right now. Get back.
No.
Get back. Handcuffs. Yep.
Right here. It's okay. I'm right here. No. I'm right here. I'm right here. Come on, babe.
No.
All right. Babe, I'm right here.
No, babe, please, I'm scared.
I'm right here.
Please don't do this.
I'm right here.
No, I'm not gonna find my bag.
I'm right here.
No.
Okay.
No, please don't do this, my friend.
I'm right here.
No,
Right
no,
here.
no, babe.
I'm right here.
Babe.
I'm right here.
No, babe.
Relax.
No,
Relax.
What's wrong with you?
Relax.
We don't want to put you in handcuffs. Let's go. Let's go.
No, babe.
Okay, you're overreacting. You're adding charges. Overreacting.
No. Please take my hands up. Please take your hands up. No, please
You're
take
overreacting. You didn't have to have this happen. Get in the car.
No. Babe, no!
I'm right here.
No!
Just put her in.
No!
Get back, bro.
Get your feet in the car.
Dad! Dave, I'm right here. No, Dave! Dave! No!
Get your feet in the car.
Who the fuck are... Don't touch me!
In the car. You're a grown adult. You're acting like a kid.
Dad! Dad! No! Who the fuck are you? This is so inappropriate! You're overreacting! Dad!
So, no one to trespass. No, just throw.
The history of archaeology is deeply entwined in spycraft, period.
What?
Period. Yeah, you cannot have... Yeah, so...
And
why, right? Well, okay, so that's because initially archaeology was not a science. It's kind of a new science. Okay, again, sorry to all the people out here who want to make it like a hard science. It's still a soft science. It's a social science. There's mixed methodology. The thing is you use so many different hardcore scientific tools like LiDAR and things of that nature that it kind of takes on a veneer of like a more precise science. But at the end of the day, you still have to have a human, until their AI takes over, to kind of make the story, to piece it together, and that leaves a level of subjectivity, which is why people can argue about it so much, which is fine. It's a soft science. A lot of things are, not psychology is too. So it's just it exists over here. But before that, it was called antiquarianism, and it was literally a hobby of wealthy landed gentry. So what they did, and a great example of this, if anyone has ever seen the show and the films Downton Abbey, it's like Masterpiece Theater. It's all like a soap opera essentially of like all these wealthy people. And so what that has to do with it is the Highclere Castle is Downton Abbey. That's the actual name of the castle they used for filming. The actual lord of that abbey is the guy who funded King Tut's excavation. And when he went and did that, he carried back all of the stuff and set up the display in essentially his basement in what used to be called a cabinet of curiosities. Not a cabinet, but just, a large room where you would rope it off, you'd have display cases, and you'd have some time to have your rich pals come over and have the footman hand them a drink, and you're like, oh, look at this interesting exotic thing I found in Egypt. Hey, come over here, Lovey, and taste one of these mummies, because, they ate the mummies.
Right.
So strange things going on in the basements of castles even then, and that happened in the basement of Downton Abbey, Highclere Castle. In the, beginning of World War I, before World War I. We're talking about the turn of the century, so leading up from like the Victorian era into the transition after World War I.
Okay.
And so what ended up happening was, because of the war, this kind of boys club of taking all of this, these resources and going out, and imagine though how expensive and laborious it would be to go across the seas and do like an archaeological excavation in say 1860. So you really could only be somebody super wealthy to do that, and have also the interest in looting and subjugating or doing whatever it is. Right. And that's who felt they would do that. So it was essentially the people who were like lords and whatever had titles in Britain and Europe. Of course, some Americans did it too, but it was really just a game for the elites in Europe. Well, at the turn of the century, though, after World War I, overall socioeconomic conditions started to change for people. A lot of boys were killed in the war. People started to think, what are we doing? Socialism was trying to bubble up a little bit, and there were, early signs of protesting civil rights, that sort of thing. And a lot of these so-called landed gentry, the gentlemen, they lost their properties. They lost their land. A lot of it became part of the public trust. So because of like socialist ideas, they would come in and take these large properties and say, you don't need like all this land. Give some of this land up. We'll make it a public park. Even now you have these beautiful, great homes in the UK that are used for maybe like weddings and events and things and tourism. Some of the families still own them. But it was a great transition of that lifestyle, that old world lifestyle, going into like a new world order. And that happened during the World War I. And people were starting to buck trends, and the people who were involved in antiquarianism saw the writing on the wall and said, ooh, our little like hobby is just not going to look good to people who want us to be more open, for us to start sharing our excavations. And so they kind of made deals with universities, museums, and that sort of thing to donate all of the things that could have been in those cabinets of curiosities, to have them on public display in the public trust. So they belong to the people now, although when you go to those museums, you'll still see the labels beside that say, generously loaned to us by the whatever family, Thyssen family or whomever. And but essentially what they needed to do was legitimize their hobby of going to other countries and not only taking things from them and studying. Now, in fairness, it's not as though some of these individuals didn't do work and didn't put out good work studying it. They had access, and so they did. But at the same time, it was just a very different time and a different field altogether that legitimized itself much later and said it was a scientific endeavor, got wrapped up with universities and museums, and was more answering to the public. But did it really ever, or has it always just been kind of a rich man's sport?
What about the spying? So
the spying, because you are over in these other regions, right, it gives you great cover to be able to say, we're just doing research. We have to understand the culture. We have to live there. We have to do like participant observation or ethnography. We have to speak the language. We have to do all of that. Well, if you do that, it's not going to be wasted. The government's going to come in and, fund a lot of this through the university systems, through the museums, through this whole thing. But that's why famous archaeologists like Gertrude Bell, ones that were kind of starting around the time of World War I before, where they are going to the Middle East mostly. Lawrence of Arabia, a lot of this had to do with going to the Middle East and redrawing the maps. They were called the kingmakers. They were the literal kingmakers. They would go and make deals with different heads of tribes and say, we can make you king. But they were being supported by the government to do these things, to redraw the lines of the map in the Middle East that early as part of a great project.
So do you think some of these big oil executives and archaeologist types, do you think they had like a real interest in like ancient Sumeria and what was happening back then? Or do you think this was just all an excuse just to extract oil and get more money?
All of the above, because I think more than one thing can be true at once. So I think ultimately you have a general interest in the financial gains of it. Mm-hmm. But like many of these things, you'll find people who also have their pet projects that they want funded, will have their own interests, and those interests often lie in my experience and opinion, stranger endeavors. So you see this, I think most notably with the Nazi on Nerbe. They had the whole section devoted to archaeology. They funded a lot of archaeological excavations and research. They were doing that to, serve humanity for science and that sort of thing, but then also look for the sphere of destiny and all these weird things that would legitimize their power in their mind. So the individuals who were working at the Nerbe, they weren't necessarily on board with trying to find a sphere of destiny to give the Nazi superpowers, but they were there working, and so they're part of a greater machine. Right. And so likewise, the same thing, in my view, happened with the excavation at Tel Khyber, which was you have this academic industrial complex going on, and it's being funded by people with ties to Nazi banking, people with ties to hoarding and collecting antiquities, and then you have the individual, say, professors or workers on the ground. They're not necessarily part of any kind of grand conspiracy. There's plausible deniability all around, but the whole thing just says there's something strange going on here, and it's just not as clear as it would seem. But all this is readily available online too. You can go to the Foreign Office and find it's all over the British records. I cite some of those materials in one of my books discussing just that whole relationship with spycraft and archaeology. It was used primarily as a cover for spying operations, and in some cases still is, which is also why some archaeologists that I know have been detained in Turkey and places, not because they were spying, but because in other countries they're aware of the potential for spying, and so sometimes they will detain archaeologists who are just doing their jobs and say, let's ask some questions, like, why are you here, what are you doing, that sort of thing. So yeah.
The algae wars, okay? The reflecting pool saga, and it is dumb. It's very dumb. So why are we talking about it? Because, folks, the algae wars and the reflecting pool, and how this magically has become the biggest story in the media. Donald Trump's repair and rejuvenation product, work product he produced at the reflecting pool, how this has become an international story, despite everything going on with Iran, the Strait, the economy, and elsewhere, the border being sealed, all these good news stories, is epidemic of how we got here. They reminded me over the weekend, looking through all the psychosis around people dumping algae in the pool, vandalizing the pool. It's insanity. How this is the definition of DSM diagnosable insanity. But I want you to remember how we got here and how we're in this era now where when you lose compass true north, when nobody agrees on what's reasonable or real anymore, this is why I'm trying to prevent our movement from going there. As Yuri Bezmenov, the KGB defector, said, ladies and gentlemen, the country collapses from the inside because you have this Tower of Babel effect. Think about truth as a language, okay? The language of facts. When people can't agree on what facts are, the entire society and fabric of it, as you know, implodes and collapses on itself. I mean, think about it in very simple terms. If you're a carpenter and you're going to put up a light up in a house, right? And you need a certain amount of clearance for this light, and nobody can agree on what an inch is or what a foot is, you're going to get the wrong measurement. Oh, you're using your foot? I used our foot instead. What do you mean there's only 1 foot? Facts are facts. What's happened with the left is because they've become so detached from reason and no compass true north, they've gone crazy into psychosis where I'm telling you, if President Trump cured the hantavirus, the left there'd be a lobby out there pro-hantavirus. They would be out there claiming I can't believe we're costing all these doctors money who treat people like hantavirus. There's a story about that in Oakland, California. There's been fewer car break-ins due to a better law enforcement approach. Thanks, guys. KTVU. A decline in car break-ins across Oakland is being welcomed as a public safety win. That's because it is. But it's also contributing to a downturn for some local auto glass repair businesses. What the? Folks, how did we get here? How did we get here where there's no compass true north, Tower of Babel, everybody's speaking a different language? Reality has been distorted. Basic human good things like cleaning up the nasty.
And so we were about to film this party, and they're like, no, cameras down. There's made men in this building. Made men. And I'm like, what? These are guys look like rabbis in here. What do you mean made men? And the other thing is how are you a rabbi and a made man in a mafia? And
that's interesting.
And all this to say, my point about knowing about the Italian mafia but not knowing about the Jewish mafia is one of the things that I am trying to tackle without trying to unnecessarily hammer a group of people. Is like, why are we aware and talking about certain levels of crime and not other? And that's like the two-tiered system that it feels like is like, because we came here to look into deed theft. And it's a complicated issue. It's a multiracial issue, by the way. But a guy, Sanford Solney, he got caught stealing 11 homes from people. And let's just say this is worth at least tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
He's on house arrest right now. I know guys that did 10 years in California prison for stealing $80,000 from a bank. So why is it that this guy gets house arrest? Or the guy Jim DiOrio was investigating, I don't even, what happened to him? He got almost no time.
One of the guys got time, but he'll
barely, right?
He'll tell you about all the guys that he didn't even get to open the investigation. They had to close the investigation.
And so one of the lawyers I was talking to yesterday was talking like, look, the power structure in New York. I mean, the police commissioner or the police, Jennifer Tisch, her family is a real estate mogul family, and when you have all these, the other thing is, so this is not just a Jewish thing, but white collar crime is not prosecuted. Or it's not punished the same way. Like you have a guy in Harlem steal $80 from you at gunpoint. He's going away for a while, but someone does deed theft where they steal your house from underneath you. That's worth $1 to $4 million in a New York neighborhood. They might get house arrest.
One crime's got a pen, another has a gun. That's why. I'm not agreeing with it. I'm just saying.
So anyways, it's been going down a rabbit hole, but I made a lot of friends in the process too. And
That's great.
Like there's this ginger rabbi that I met, Ethan, I have to say the Hebrew way. Yeah. He wants me to come back and he wants me to look in the Chabad tradition. I want to learn more about these guys because that's the end of the day. What I'm motivated by is curiosity, a desire to learn. And historically, I get invited back when I go places and I hope to continue that as much as I can.
You're a very likable guy. And I think that once people may have an idea because of what they have been told where you have a different opinion than them on something. And then if you get face to face with them, I think they're always going to like you because you are genuinely curious and you should be able to ask some of these questions.
You and I were talking last week about what's really going on with the Supreme Leader. And I'm not sure if the Supreme Leader, I'm just not sure what's happening with the Supreme Leader because I'm seeing things that have never happened before. And the latest update here is a great example. You want to give us that?
Yeah, I don't know if he's still alive either. No one's seen from him, heard from him. All we've gotten is letters. There is no definitive answer on whether he actually is alive or not. And the weird thing about what's happening in Iran right now has not been seen in the history of the Islamic Republic going all the way back to 1978-79. Over the weekend, Iran International was reporting on this very odd interview that happened on Iranian state TV. And a member of the hardliners within the parliament of Iran, one of their members was being interviewed on TV, and he held up top secret classified documents, which were correspondence that he said were from directly the Supreme Leader. And it was all about how he did not agree with this deal. There were multiple points in it that he said were the wrong direction, but others moved forward anyway. So what he's talking about is a disconnect between the hardliners, the 12ers, the IRGC, and directly their boss, the Supreme Leader, and then another faction, which I guess would be the diplomatic group, the president, the air quote elected officials. There's a disconnect between them. And now you do not go against the Supreme Leader. He is basically the intercom directly to the 12th Imam. You do not do that.
He's the one talking. He is the one talking to the 12th Imam, in the well or wherever the 12th Imam is. But he's the interface. So the 12ers do not take on unless he is so discredited within, you've heard he's homosexual, et cetera, et cetera. So maybe he's so discredited, but I would think 12ers would just kill him if that were true and they'd get a new one. I don't know what's happening, but the fact that we haven't seen him and the fact, like I said last week, wait a minute. The Supreme Leader is coming out and saying, I disagree with these things, but we should do them. Wait, what? That doesn't make sense at all. Doesn't make sense at all in their culture. So something is going on, and I think we're going to find out sooner rather than later. I found also, Jason, and Ricky, I might want to hear you on this too. Have you ever seen in history a president threaten the diplomats and saying, you don't make a deal, you're not going to make it home? I've never seen that before.
I've never seen that either. Again, I think a lot of this is directly to see what happens within those internal divisions within Iran, how they respond. So what we actually saw off of that was they made the diplomats that are attending these talks. It caused them to make a public statement and also kind of a media circus to where they were apparently walking out and canceling the negotiations. Well, as you were describing earlier, that's not what was happening at all. So you have to wonder, is this just for a show or to save face or to appease certain sects within the Iranian government? But that's really not what they're actually doing in reality.
Let me ask you this. Is this also to show the Iranian people or the IRGC?
Yeah.
Is this to expose them and to show them they're not really in charge? I mean, I don't know what the plan is here. I don't know what game is being played here, but there is a game being played, and it's being played. I mean, it's 5-dimensional chess with Donald Trump and what's happening with the Supreme Leader. Something is going on. We're not going to find out now, but someday we're going to find out, and maybe sooner rather than later, what the heck is actually happening behind the scenes with the leadership in Iran, because it's fascinating.
I want to talk about Nancy Guthrie
and some communications I've had with the FBI that I haven't talked about until now. But I want to start with these reports that this ransom letter that we received kind of apologizes to Savannah Guthrie and her family for the kidnapping, and that that Nancy was no longer alive. That was not in the ransom note that we received. It is not in that ransom note at all. It does say that she's scared, but okay. But the ransom note makes no reference to Nancy Guthrie either dying or the kidnappers apologizing. Now, there is a reference to Nancy Guthrie not being alive anymore, but that is from the person who sent us multiple emails saying that he knows or knew where Nancy Guthrie was and where the kidnappers were, and he wanted money in return for information. We passed that along to the FBI as we did the ransom note, but this person kept sending us emails. And early on, he said time is of the essence, and then a few days after the kidnapping, he said time is no longer of the essence, meaning she wasn't alive. So that's where that came from. Not the people who kidnapped her, but from the person who was sending us these notes. Now, that person wanted effectively $100,000. He actually reduced it at some point, but that's what he wanted in return for giving information about the whereabouts of Nancy Guthrie or her remains and the kidnapper. This person also said that he was afraid that he might be implicated. He had a burglary on his record from, I think he said 11 years before, and apparently he knew these kidnappers well enough that he was afraid he might be implicated. He also said he wanted to go underground, which is why he needed the money, because he was afraid that they would exact revenge on him for blowing the whistle on the kidnappers. So, the FBI never paid that money, or never got the Guthrie family to pay the money to the person who was sending us these letters, these emails. I will tell you that the FBI did put around $270 in the Bitcoin account of the kidnappers, and we knew that. We were asked not to talk about that while all of this was going on, but they wanted to see if they could trace that person. They couldn't. As for this other person, the FBI took it seriously. They felt, at least in my communications with them, and I had numerous communications, they felt that this person might indeed know. For some reason, they never paid or never asked the Guthrie family to pay that person for information leading to the identity of the kidnappers and Nancy Guthrie's remains. I was always confused about that because I'm a skeptical guy, but there's something about those emails that made me believe that this guy may well have known who the kidnappers were. And the reason I say that is that initially he said, in the first letter, he said, time is of the essence, meaning you better hurry up, I can tell you where she is. But then the next day he wrote, time is no longer of the essence. If somebody is scamming and wants to get money, why would they say time is no longer of the essence? You want to say, no, time is still of the essence, so you can get the money and make people feel that it's urgent to pay it. For him to say it's no longer of the essence, to me it felt more truthful because he was taking away the urgency to pay the money. So I always had this gnawing sense that he might be indeed legit. But for some reason, the FBI never pulled the trigger to pay the money. So around 3 weeks ago, I called the FBI back. I hadn't heard from them in a while. And I said, look, it's been gnawing at me for a long time that there's something about this guy that felt legit. And I said, look, what if TMZ does a documentary and that we try and get in touch with this guy and even pay the money? And if he takes us to the location, then you get resolution. The Guthrie family gets resolution. And if he scams us, he scams us. But I just had this real feeling that it might be real. But we didn't want to interfere with the investigation. So the contact I had at the FBI said, look, that's interesting.
How's your morning going?
Not so good.
All right, well, have a seat on the curb for me. What's going on?
I wanted to get signed out at 12. And
are you going to summer school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And he wasn't going for that. So when we came home, we were arguing. It got heated. And it resulted to both of us putting our hands on each other.
Okay, how did it get to that point?
It was just screaming. We were just screaming, and it got to that. I don't really know what happened. I kind of blacked out a little bit.
Okay. Well, why are you trying to get checked out of school early?
Because it's okay. So basically, we just sitting there all day with like no phones. The teachers just sitting there, and I want to get my work done, and they're allowing us to like use our resources. So I want to use my phone, and it's easier to do that than just being at school.
What's your relationship to this gentleman?
I'm his grandfather.
Okay, yes, sir. Can you tell me what happened this morning?
Well, he jumped out of the truck and I refused to sit in summer school until 1:30. He wanted me to come and get him at 12. I said, don't work that way. And he got attitude, jumped out, came back. My wife got up, tried to encourage him, said, man, you got to go. Man, he was yelling and screaming, shoving stuff. He shoved my wife. I got up. He shoved me back. She went. I told her to go to the bedroom. And I went around there. And I tried to stop him, and he hit me a couple times in the face. And then
punch, like close fist?
Oh yeah. He hit me right here. I got a big old knot in the back of the head.
Well, why are you in summer school?
Because I didn't do what I was supposed to at school.
So If you didn't do what you were supposed to do during the school year, it stands to reason that you need to be in summer school, right? But more importantly, tell me about y'all putting your hands on each other.
Okay, I was trying my best not to put my hands on him. I literally pushed him against the couch and held my hand back. I was like, I'm not trying to put my hands on him. I remember, okay, so we were first arguing by the table at the front door, and he touched me first. He grabbed my hands. So I ain't gonna lie, I slapped him in his face. And then that was that. He just stopped touching me because I ended up hitting him. I don't ever hit him. So I guess that stunned him or something. And then we just left it at that.
He's out of control. I mean, this is his last chance to try to make things right, man. We do everything we can for him, and that's probably what's wrong. I mean, he's from a kind of abusive relationship. That's why we have him. His stepdad beat the hell out of him, and his mom wasn't much better, so they asked us to come and get him a couple years ago. And we've had him for 3 years, and for the most part, he does good. He just, he failed a bunch of classes this last semester, and he's got to go to summer school. Right. He don't want to sit in there at summer school all day. And he was just beside himself this morning, but I want to, not that I'm trying, I guess I'm trying to use you guys. He needs to get the fear of God put him and realize he's headed for nothing but trouble.
Sounds that way. And I don't know how it went back. We went back arguing, and then I put him against the couch because he came after me again. And then I didn't hit him at all then. And then my grandmother comes with the broom, and she's chasing me, and she's like, what did you just do? What did you just do? And I'm walking around trying to avoid him because I don't know. And then he grabbed the broom, telling her to stop. And then we're talking again, we're spaced out, and he just hits me in the head with the broom, and I lost it.
And what happened after that?
I just put him against the couch again. I didn't even hit him.
How'd you put him on the couch?
I just grabbed him by his shirt and just held him against the couch.
Like sitting on the couch or like on the back of the couch?
Like his back is laying down on the couch, like he's got him laying down on the couch.
But like on the couch cushions?
Yeah, it's couch cushions.
And we just put him outside and said, look, you're not coming back inside. We put him outside. I mean, he shoved his grandmother. I mean, I'm 66 years old. And then he kind of laughed about the fact that he was able to hit him.
Stand up. Put your hands behind your back.
I'm detained.
All right, now you're going to be under arrest.
Under arrest?
Mm-hmm.
I'm under arrest?
Yes, sir. For simple battery. Let's walk over here real quick.
How is it? But he put his hands on me first.
To stop you from yelling in his face and
that's both of us though.
Like, slap him in the face.
But he touched me first. He grabbed my. All right, yes, man. You're right.
Do you have anything in your pockets?
I hope you're ready for this because this is really bad. But I think you need to hear it. It's because it's being said that military-aged men are being deliberately placed, spread out, housed in specific locations across Ireland, Holland, and the UK, or at least, and then reportedly being armed in countries where regular citizens can't own weapons, where there's no Second Amendment like in America, where you, the citizen, are essentially defenseless by law. Again, these aren't confirmed facts. This is what people that I personally know, people I trust in Ireland, Holland, and the UK, are telling me directly. And this is multiple sources from multiple countries, all independent. So think about what that actually means for a second. I mean, think about it. If that's true, and I'm saying if, you have a government or forces operating within the government that are handing weapons to non-citizens populations while making sure the actual citizens of that country can't own weapons themselves. And here's something else I want you to sit with. The UK government just signed a contract reportedly with $647 million for small boats. A 10-year contract. What does the government need small boats for? And I'm not talking military either. I'm talking government. So what do you think they need small boats for? Maybe it's for the English Channel? Of course it's for the English Channel. So ask your government. Why did you sign a 10-year contract for small boats? And when people talk about this with compassion about helping people in need, ask them to look at the contract. Ask them who signed it, who got paid, and what exactly your government just committed your tax money to for the next 10 years. Now I'm talking to the people who are still defending this because you were handed a narrative that made you feel like the good guy. And you ran with it, and I get it. But if this turns out to be exactly what it looks like, what are you going to do then? You're going to blow the whistle, you're going to double down. Because remember, there are many more of us than there are of them. It's always been that way. Like the citizens of Ireland outnumber the politicians of Ireland. The citizens of Holland, they outnumber the people making these decisions. What changes things is when people come together. Belfast is an example. So what do you do if you're in one of these countries and you can't own a weapon and you don't know who to trust? Talk to your neighbors. Knock on doors. Ask people what they're seeing. Information is the first weapon, and they can't confiscate that. Document everything, record it, and share it. Get it out before it disappears. And if weapons are being cached in your community, well, I wouldn't be turning them over to the police, that's for damn sure. Most police are just doing their job, collecting their paycheck, following along. From what I'm hearing, some of them are even the ones looking the other way. But I want that information in the right hands, and I want those weapons gone. So if you have first-hand knowledge of what I'm describing, and you're staying quiet because you're scared, find an international outlet. Not the UN, not NATO, try Interpol, try the FBI, they have international reach. Talk to a journalist in another country. Post it anonymously, get it out there. Just get it outside of the jurisdiction of the people who want you silent. And if you're staying quiet because you're getting paid, like the hotel owner cashing the government check, or the police officer looking the other way to save the paycheck, well, shame on you. And when this all comes out, and it will, your name come with it. I want to end with this. To every profiteer out there collecting a daily wage, a monthly wage, to police officers playing along, the local politicians playing along, the local administrators signing off on all of it, you're selling out your own countrymen, sons, daughters, mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers. This needs to stop. Citizens, wake up. Look at Belfast. Look at what happens when ordinary people decide that they've had enough. There are more of us. There always has been. This isn't politics anymore. This is your country, your livelihood, your life, and nobody's coming to save it but you.
The two enforcement officers who tried issuing a fine have now been named publicly after a huge backlash and a viral social media video. The incident unfolded in Harrow, outside the Asian Pearl seafood shop on Northolt Road, and it involved a local man named Alvin. Alvin, a heating engineer, had intervened after seeing the officers confront a teenage girl for allegedly spitting at a bus stop. The officers were issuing her a £100 fine, but she seemed upset and confused. Alvin asked them what evidence they had. When it became clear they didn't have any concrete proof, he advised the girl to walk away. This is when things escalated. The officers reportedly turned off their body-worn cameras and became aggressive. One officer allegedly threatened to knock Alvin out and rip his teeth out. The second officer warned him not to interfere and claimed they worked with police officers who would mess him up. All of this unfolded right outside a busy street. When the officers tried to intimidate Alvin, they didn't realise he had another layer of protection, a pair of Meta smart glasses, capable of recording what was happening in real time. Feeling threatened, Alvin switched them on and captured the confrontation. While the officers had turned off their own body cameras, Alvin's video told a different story. Initially, Alvin followed the formal route, sending the footage to Harrow Council as part of an official complaint. But the council didn't respond. No acknowledgement, no action. Frustrated, Alvin took matters into his own hands. He uploaded a 1-minute clip to social media platforms, including X and TikTok. The video exploded in popularity, garnering millions of views on X alone. The public reaction was immediate and overwhelming. People were outraged that officers, meant to protect the public, had acted in this way. Faced with this backlash, Harrow Council finally responded. They quickly released a statement, calling the officers' behaviour unacceptable and announcing that the officers had been dismissed. But this wasn't just about the two men. It was about public trust, and Alvin's viral video made sure everyone paid attention. The situation in Harrow is not just about one isolated incident. It highlights a broader concern with how councils across the country enforce minor offences. Many local authorities hire private firms to run teams of environmental enforcement officers. These officers are tasked with tackling things like littering, spitting, or even minor parking offences. On paper, it sounds like they're helping keep communities tidy and orderly. But in practice, the system often raises eyebrows. Some officers, nicknamed the fake fuzz, have been accused of overzealous behaviour. There are countless reports of people being fined for trivial or accidental acts, someone tossing a piece of bread to a pigeon, or accidentally dropping a tea bag. These fines can be steep, up to £500, and when private companies are involved, there's often a financial incentive. Councils may share a portion of the revenue from fines with these companies, and officers can be incentivised to issue as many tickets as possible. In fact, data shows that councils using private firms tend to issue far more fines than those who don't. In the Harrow case, it's clear that this kind of enforcement created tension, as officers appeared to prioritise fines over fair treatment. This broader context explains why one viral video resonated so widely, because many people have experienced or feared similar unfair treatment. Once the viral video forced the council to respond, they stated the officers had already been dismissed. However, the bigger issue now is how councils manage these outsourced enforcement contracts. Harrow had been working with a private firm, Kingdom Services, who provided the environmental enforcement team. After the scandal, Harrow announced that they had suspended their contract with Kingdom. Yet the council did not fully explain why it had taken so long to act, nor did they answer detailed questions about their relationship with the firm. Kingdom, a company that works with dozens of councils across the UK, also remained silent. In fact, Harrow's leadership, both from the ruling party and the opposition, declined to comment further. This silence leaves a lot of unanswered questions. Why were there prior complaints about heavy-handed enforcement? Did financial pressures play a role? Harrow, like many councils, faces budget shortfalls. Fines can be a revenue stream, especially when private firms are involved. The officers themselves, when contacted, defended their actions, with one claiming the video was out of context. But for the public, the takeaway is clear. This is not just about one case. It's about ensuring that enforcement is truly about public welfare, not just profit. This incident shone a harsh spotlight on that tension, and it's unlikely to be forgotten soon.
April 18th, 2023, I was invited to participate in a debate at the University of Pittsburgh on the topic of transgenderism. Before the debate, several hundred left-wing protesters gathered outside the student center, many dressed uniformly in black with face coverings. They lit the street on fire while burning me in effigy with a little Hitler mustache painted on my face. All because I hold the view, as most Americans do, that men cannot become women.
The American Conservative Magazine and honorary doctorate of Humane Letters from Ave Maria University.
What's up everybody? So, I want to talk a little bit about, the comments that I made about the American bar trade union and the fact that we are targeting specifically in-house counsels and American bar members specifically. And I want to explain something. See, right now they're scrambling, and these are the attorneys and whoever, right, the bar members. They're scrambling because someone has figured out that the weakest point of the entire system is the actual American Bar Association. So these clowns went out and they got it put in all the state statutes that if you're going to get elected, you got to be a bar member. If you're going to be in-house counsel, you got to be a bar member. Well, just because you're elected to like a judge position doesn't mean that your membership and your behavior at the American Bar Association can't be attacked when you act inappropriate. So we're not supposed to go after the position of Judge so-and-so. We go after the individual so-and-so in the capacity of an American Bar Association member. So when you're acting as in-house counsel, we're not going after you as county attorney. We're going after you as the American Bar Association member. And that's your weakness. And here's where the real problem comes from. You idiots went out and made it so that in your civil rules of procedure and in all your rules, no attorney can be held for surety, giving you immunity. Which means that if you're in a lawyer status, as you like to interchange the word lawyer and attorney, right? Because you don't have lawyers, you have attorneys. Because International Bar Association members are lawyers. But when they're in your system, you have to look at them as an attorney. Okay? Then you can't hold them for surety. Your immunity is our protection. We did that to yourself. And here's the other problem. The reason that you can't say anything when I tell you that we are going to target these members for their behavior for political espionage and waging war against the American people and international war crimes and stuff like that. The reason you're not going to say anything, and the reason you're not going to do anything, and this is the best part of it, is because if you make a comment, if you try to issue an order, if you try to do anything, number one, if you're a federal judge, you got to get it through the War Department as of September of 2024. They have to sign off on all your FISA warrants. Damn, that sucks. But number two, if you initiate an action, you will be speaking on behalf of the entire social civil trade union organization of the American Bar Association against the International Bar Association and a member of the International Bar Association's War Crimes Committee. So yeah, we're going to target you for your behavior. You'll get due process, but you're not going to, you're
So it's like the most severe spinal cord injury you can have.
When they told me I was paralyzed, I told them that I wasn't paralyzed.
So my son was in Canada and he was playing a hockey game in a hockey tournament. He caught an edge and he flew like face first into the boards. There happened to be a firefighter that was there that was able to intubate him because he did not breathe for like 8 minutes. Saturday morning, probably at like 3 a.m., his accident was at 10 o'clock at night. A neurosurgeon went in and they fused his C1 and C2, which is at the top of your spinal cord. So it would be like right next to your brainstem. He had no feeling and he was considered a complete severe injury. So they said there was no hope of recovery. So like I had asked the doctors, the chances like 1 in 10, they said absolutely not. And at this point, he is vent dependent, feeding tube dependent. We're told he's never going to eat or drink or be able to breathe independently. I had a friend and she's like, hey, I know of this thing that's supposed to help spinal cord injuries and it helps reduce the swelling. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe we can try that, because at this point we didn't have any options. When you have an injury this severe, you're basically like, people are sending me Neuralink things to like put a brain chip in. We decided to try it topically. We bought like a little rollerball one and I would just rub it on his skin because it kind of looks like a lotion ball. Nobody thought anything of it. I was just rubbing this DMSO on his body. We started that on day 4 or 5. And by day 7, I would poke his feet or his legs and he would open his eyes because they have him on like propofol, fentanyl, whatever kinds of drugs they put you on. It's a lot of drugs. So he's pretty out of it. I mean, he was in ICU for 21 days there. And I think he thought it was 3 days. So, but I would start poking him and he would wake up or he would respond to me poking his legs and arms. It was probably a complete injury for probably 21 to 24 days. It wasn't until we made it to the step down ICU that he became an incomplete injury. And then there was a PT working with him and she felt his hip flexor fire. And they're like, oh my gosh, he went from an Asia A to an Asia C, which usually is not supposed to happen. You're either a severe spinal cord injury with no sensation, nothing, like an Asia A. You don't go from an A to a C. From there, he was Asia C, and I'm still rubbing this stuff on him every chance I get. I mean, I would rub that thing on him probably 10 times a day. What's interesting is I was able to rub it on his left side of his body more than his right side. His left side is definitely stronger. On the right is the way his ventilator was for probably the first 6 months. So when he was hooked up to the ventilator, I couldn't actually get the DMSO on the right side. We're still using it. The right side is slowly coming back. His hand grip on this side was like 1 pound probably 4 months ago, and now it's up to 20 pounds. He literally has every single like fine motor skill. It's a matter of us now strengthening them. He is 16 months out from his injury, and he hasn't used his wheelchair in 3 weeks now. In October, I think the end of October, he took his first steps, and it was with like a big Argel walker. And then like in November, we moved to a platform walker. January or February, we moved to like a normal walker. And then just in May, we moved to the arm crutches. And now in therapy, he's working on walking without the arm crutches. We were like ventilator dependent, medication dependent. My son's off of most of his medications. Before he was probably on like 50 or 60 medications. And now we're down to just the baclofen. My son is one of the only people I've met that does not have the nerve pain with his condition. So he is off of all nerve pain meds. There's no money to be made off of it if you have a bunch of walking quadriplegics that are self-sufficient running around.
Don Lemon loses a big one. Remember, he got charged with a crime for being one of the co-conspirators who invaded the Christian church and started screaming and shouting at people as part of a big entourage of individuals. Well, now the District of Minnesota just handed down a new order, which he's not going to be happy with. And the decision came down from Douglas Miko, the same judge whose wife works for Keith Ellison in the AG's office. And he explains exactly what happened here. The main defendant is Nekima Levy Armstrong. She was one of the people organizing the mob. Don Lemon was there, and they were feeding off of each other. Don had his live stream gear. He was spreading the message, one half of the operation. She had the crew. She needed an audience to perform in front of. Don Lemon gave it to her. Don Lemon needed some content and to be an activist and to go and interfere with a Christian mass in process. So they were helping each other in this conspiracy. Judge says, right, this matter that is before the court involves Don Lemon, Georgia, Shane, Michael Butte, and they all want access to the grand jury proceedings. And let's not forget, this judge did not want to indict them. Criminal complaints were filed against Don Lemon, and he said, no, he's got a First Amendment right or whatever. So they bypassed the judge. They went to a grand jury and they indicted them. The grand jury said, yeah, that's definitely a crime. That judge is an idiot. And the case got reassigned back into the same judge who originally didn't think that there should be a criminal complaint that was submitted. He said also before the court, so they want grand jury proceedings to challenge the indictment. Also before the court is Don Lemon's motion for an immediate disclosure of Brady materials and another extension of discovery deadlines. The government, the DOJ prosecutors, they oppose each of these motions. They say, no grand jury materials. Brady materials, you'll get those. We're not giving you stuff early. We're not letting you pierce the secrecy shield of grand jury proceedings. And a bunch of motions have been submitted back and forth, all listed here. Now, for the reasons stated below, defendants Don Lemon and others and their motions are hereby denied. And additionally, Lemon's other motions are also denied as being moot. So you lose, Don. On February 26, remember, the government charged 39 lunatics and defendants by indictment with one count of conspiracy against right of religious freedom at a place of worship in violation of U.S. law. And remember, Biden went after people. If you showed up at an abortion clinic and you so much as looked at somebody cross-eyed, then they would charge you and arrest you for interference with their religious rights, which is to eliminate babies. They also had one count of injuring, intimidating, and interfering with exercise at a religious place of worship in violation of other law. The superseding indictment, which is version 2, alleges that on January 18th, 2026, these defendants entered the city's church in St. Paul, Minnesota, after religious services had begun and engaged in acts of oppression, intimidation, threats, and interference and physical obstruction. And as a result, the congregation was forced to terminate the church's worship. Lemon and others, they say in their motion, well, there were very likely factual and legal misstatements in the indictment. So all of the charges should be dismissed because the material that was presented in the grand jury proceedings was a misstatement. They say the government grossly misrepresented facts and law to the grand jury in order to get them to actually indict them. Similarly, the other defendants argue in their motion that there was also reason to believe, based on other flaws in the indictment's allegations, that the government provided a misleading legal instruction and failed to ensure that the grand jury engaged in an individualized defendant-by-defendant assessment of probable cause, saying that the prosecutors went in front of the grand jury, made improper commentary, or improperly rushed their deliberation, or claimed that there was a national emergency going on, and the whole thing should be thrown out. According to Don, they have demonstrated a particularized need to overcome the presumed secrecy of grand jury proceedings and get the information and the materials inside so they can make their defenses and beat the charges. Now, the government, they say that Don Lemon's arguments of impropriety before the grand jury are all speculation, and therefore he has shown no particularized need at all, justifying the disclosure of any of the grand jury materials here. But in any event, says the government, we're not even required to present any legal instruction or any exculpatory evidence to the grand jury, so all those motions should be denied anyways. Now, as for defendant Don Lemon and their demand for an immediate disclosure of this Brady material, they also say the government's indictment of an innocent person underscores the need for the remaining defendants to get Brady materials and discovery without further delay. The government says that it will produce any Brady material related to Miss Lewis's dismissal in accordance with the court's scheduling order, and that an order for immediate disclosure of any such material is unnecessary. So you'll get your Brady material, which is exculpatory information, when we have to give it to you, but not earlier. So the judge writes, Don Lemon and the defendants, they aver that they will seek dismissal of this superseding indictment because they say there were, from their vantage point, the extraordinary course the government took to go get the superseding indictment and the alleged public misstatements of law by DOJ officials about this prosecution must have infected the grand jury proceedings, such that the government lawyers, the prosecutors, provided similarly faulty legal instructions and withheld other exculpatory facts from the grand jury in order to secure the finding of probable cause to charge them. Now, all this,
we could just see these girls, they were kind of like, they have like a gym in front of the garage and they were like doing handstands on each other in G-strings. And I mean, they just looked nude.
On a quiet street in Encino, one massive modern home stands out from the rest, and it's not because of the curb appeal, but because of the content allegedly created on the property. Neighbors say those content creators come here seeking a place to film viral videos, that they're gathering here at large parties and drawing unwanted attention to the neighborhood.
There was a swatting incident here. We had to hide in the back of the house with our animals because the police were here, SWAT teams.
We had to change our policy after that happened because that's, obviously an annoyance and something that I can't have happening.
Andy Bachman owns the home. He's the CEO of Creators Inc., a talent agency that manages digital content creators. We asked, and he told us we could absolutely share some images from his social media accounts, which feature lots of women in bikinis. While he admits many of them do have OnlyFans accounts and are welcome to shoot their own videos here, he says no adult content is filmed at the house.
We're really proud of the work we do. We support content creators. We comply with the law. We respect our neighbors, and we'll continue advocating for the rights of entrepreneurs to build businesses in the modern economy.
But some neighbors think the activities taking place here might conflict with residential zoning laws and are better suited for a commercial property.
It's not just the morality. It's the fact that they're running a business in a residential neighborhood. And it's not like they're baking bread. It's like there's a constant stream of people coming in and out.
And they have these events locally here where they bring in 50 to 100 cars or more, just like using the street as a bathroom. It's just kind of gross.
They filed complaints with the city of LA, but say they're getting the runaround. Bachman says that's because he's not doing anything wrong.
Content creators work from home as well. Millions of Americans work from home today. And the question isn't whether someone, works from home, it's whether they're complying with local laws and regulations.
All right, so what's really going on in this house that's got the neighbors so upset? Here's a list of the most controversial activities that have happened at that home. Let's go through them. So neighbors are seeing women doing handstands on each other in G-strings in front of the garage area. They seem to be essentially nude in public view, so it looks like the neighbors aren't happy about this. This would be very frustrating. There's parties with 100+ cars that line the neighborhood so they don't have anywhere to park. There was that swatting incident that was talked about.
Women never get tired of that, do they?
I don't.
No. You're a very pretty young lady.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I suppose that's a
You're a
common.
very handsome man.
Thank you. What are you doing tonight? No, that's a silly thing.
She's coming to my party.
Are you going to Shelley's party?
Yeah, sure she is.
I didn't get an invitation. But I'll
You
be
got
there.
an invitation.
Yeah. You've only been acting now for a couple years?
Yeah, I've been working for about 2 years. I've been.
Somebody told me you were a box girl at Vaughn's Market.
Yes.
True?
True.
Oh, that sounds like a Hollywood script. I mean,
It sort of does. I was boxing groceries at Barnes, and then I was promoted to checker. And one day I said, "What am I doing here?" And
once you reach checker, that's just about. It's hard to follow that.
yeah,
But somebody
I
had to come in and say, hey, you ought to be in pictures or something. Did it happen like
actually, it was my hairdresser. He kept saying, "Why don't you do this?" And I go, "No."
Yeah.
So I was again the old fear of failure type thing. And what are people going to think of me? So finally, I threw that away, and I said, "What do you want to do, and not what everybody else wants you to do?" And acting was it. And so I said, "Okay, I have nothing to lose and everything to
But
gain."
that's a nice dream, but all of a sudden in 2 years, you've been in a couple of motion pictures.
Yeah. I knew absolutely nobody in the business.
Right.
I grew up in Orange County.
Right.
You know what it's like to be told that you're not good enough? Who your grandkids or kids? You have no idea what this feels like.
Emotional interrogation from one of the worst cases of child abuse we have ever covered on this show. A young girl dies after allegedly being kept in a cage at the hands of her grandmother and mom. For the first time, we will show you what officers saw when they responded and discovered to a true house of horrors. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart.
Oh my gosh, there's a snake in there. Holy cow, Grant. We got 5 inches of rain in one storm. All of our fields flooded and our pond overflowed. Our crops got water, which is a good thing, but actually they got too much water.
This is terrible. Look how high the water was.
Oh, poor little dozer. Holy cow. The water was over the tracks.
Yeah, you can see right here where the water line probably was.
This is a tough little guy, but I don't think he was necessarily made to be underwater. This is not exactly...
Hello.
What's going on?
Nothing. Can you talk like a normal, like, adult?
What the fuck you mean talk like an adult? How do adults talk? I thought adults talk like this.
No, they don't speak like that. You send me papers. You're asking for alimony. My life insurance. You think you're entitled to that?
Yes.
How are you entitled?
I mean, why wouldn't I be like, at the end of the day, like I told you in the other, the JPEG I sent you.
Mm-mm.
Like, at the end of the day, man, like, everywhere you at right now is because of me. I'm the one who, like, cultivated that. So the thing about it is, hell yeah, I deserve my slice. The thing about it is, like I said, man, you was an old-ass granny looking motherfucker when I got with you.
Okay.
So, like, anything that's going great.
27. 28. And how long have you been married?
About 2.5 years?
Yep. Well, we've been together for about 5 years. How do you handle the bills in your...
Hi there. Can I talk to you?
Yeah.
Can you place an order for pickup?
It was, yeah.
Okay. Whose car did you use?
It was, my friends, not my friends. It was just cards that my friend had given me.
You just used a random card?
To be honest, yeah. Again, when these guys approached you and said, hey, listen, we need to talk about
And from there, I was calm and I was ready to walk with her. I did my bag and let's put her shoe on. So, Mr. Barnes, so what I'm asking you guys, so even if I'm explaining to you guys that I was not trying to run away, I'm just trying to ask why am I being arrested?
I was not trying to run away.
I didn't know why. I didn't know why though. When I was trying to ask you, you started yanking.
Can you imagine, bro? This is your job. This is your job. This is what you do every day.
I'm like, because I'm trying to ask a question. I didn't think I had to.
Gangster Extraordinaire, Ray Sharkey coming up right after this message.
If you go to a shore in the Caribbean or even here, and you see a sign that says shark sightings, no recreational swimming. You see surfers out there, you see people swimming out there. They go in the water and come out, nothing might not happen, but then they go in that water and the shark will get them, and that's the end of that. So those waters that these people are swimming in are shark infested. In the motion picture industry, in the television industry, and in the recording industry. Those waters are shark infested. You take a chance to go in there, you might come out unscathed, you might not come out.
I want you to pick it up. Put it in your mouth. What? Pick it up. Put it in your mouth. Cock the hammer. Come on, baby. If you love me, I'll pull the trigger. Good. That's a girl. That's it, good. Good girl. Good girl. Good. Lucy, baby. Lucy, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, mommy. I love you. I love you. They want me to leave you. I can't do without you, baby. I need you. I need you, baby. I need you. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be you and me, baby. I swear to God. You and me against all of them. Against Max. Against Vito. Against Nick. Against all of them. Fuck them. Fuck them all.
On June 11th, 1993, the messy, often disturbing, and occasionally brilliant life of Raymond Salvatore Sharkey Jr. came to an unceremonious end in the same unceremonious neighborhood in Brooklyn where it had begun 40 years earlier. Hollywood's original king of mafia-coded glamour, George Raft.
You do a toot or whatever it is you do, or you take a drink and, kicks in and you feel great.
And much like fellow Movieland cautionary tale Corey Haim, Ray's presence almost invariably elevated even the least dignified of projects he appeared in.
Hey, sweetheart. Remember me? You do?
Ironically, his biggest strengths on screen came from the same hardscrabble upbringing that instilled in him a sense of inadequacy among his Hollywood peers and ultimately drove his self-destructiveness. From early on, survival to Ray meant to mask insecurities with the posturing of confidence. Always put on a good front.
So, you can try to earn my respect, I'll try to earn yours, and the interim we can still cooperate and catch a murderer.
And his knack for stepping into the persona of slick and streetwise hustler served to his advantage in portraying world-weary outcasts and underdogs, both heroes and villains. His performances achieved a natural buyability few actors are able to, by periodically underscoring the hardened facade with a strategic vulnerability. Along the way, Ray Sharkey fought a continuous and, at points, inescapably public war with a crippling dependence on illicit substances, more often than not finding himself on the losing end of the battle.
I like to use the expression that I have been to hell and have kissed the devil's derriere and have made it back to heaven before you even noticed I was gone.
After surviving the unsympathetic Just Say No 80s with an IV heroin habit, at the time one of the least fashionable of drug problems, Ray emerged as one of the first celebrities willing to openly discuss his experiences with hard drug addiction and recovery in depth.
I'm in the trenches every week with people and
Talking to drug addicts, recovering.
Wiping puke, forget talking.
Sadly, however, it would come to be revealed that behind the scenes, his sobriety had been far more sporadic than he was letting on. For several years, Ray was able to keep his HIV diagnosis a secret, but the moment it became public knowledge, which by fate happened to coincide with yet another unrelated drug bust, his career was over, and within a year, Ray Sharkey would succumb to complications from AIDS. The news that he had willingly exposed upwards of 200 women to HIV without their knowledge overshadowed much of any upon the news of his passing. In this video, we're going to unpack the story of this uniquely colorful anti-hero from the margins of Hollywood history. We'll look at his pioneering efforts to rebrand himself as the face of recovery and how it all eventually unraveled. Forget about separating the art from the artist.
Forget about it, forget about it, forget about it, forget about it, forget about it.
Ray Sharkey became a fan favorite, fleshing out the bad boy characters he played by blazing through his time on Earth, burning the candle at both ends, and paying the ultimate price. This is his story.
This is the greatest fucking city in the whole world! Let me tell you something. New York is the greatest fucking city in the world.
Raymond Salvatore Sharkey Jr. was born November 14th, 1952, his father's 25th birthday. Very little is known about Ray Sharkey Sr. Press bios identify his occupation as drummer, but there's no available record of his involvement in professional entertainment, beyond a skit in a neighborhood play in 1951. According to childhood friend Vincent Coppola, he worked as a doorman before abandoning his wife and 5-year-old son in 1957. Ray Sr. remained largely absent from their lives until his death in 1983.
In Brooklyn live peoples from the far corners of the earth, living side by side without prejudices or hate. For in Brooklyn, the brotherhood of man is a reality instead of a myth.
What was your childhood like? Was it tough? Yeah, pretty tough. I grew up in Brooklyn, in South Brooklyn, Red Hook, and well, I mean, now that I look back on it, I guess it was tough. I wouldn't want my kid to do that. Sometimes I think that. Meaning I wouldn't want him fighting all day and night in the streets and stuff like that. But
were you fighting all day and night?
Oh yeah.
So this stuff
it was fun.
Discussing his upbringing in the Red Hook neighborhood of Brooklyn, Ray Jr. commented,
"When I was with my Irish relatives, we lived right with the blacks, so I had good friends who were black. But when I lived with my Italian grandparents in an Italian section, the guys there would say, hey, come on, let's go beat up some But I knew the blacks and I liked them, so I wouldn't go. Although there were other guys I wouldn't mind fighting."
But he also caught the acting bug at a young age. He later cited Jack Lemmon's performance in 1962's Days of Wine and Roses as an early inspiration, as well as Marcello Mastroianno's work with Federico Fellini. He began developing a repertoire of characters he could step into as he fell in with the street gang lifestyle, where violence and vice were everyday facts of life.
Every day you wake up in the morning, you're like, you put that face on, you put your street face on, your street hair, your street clothes, and you go out there and you act to survive.
As a juvenile delinquent and gang member growing up on the streets of Brooklyn, Ray Sharkey created characters to stay alive.
And, I mean, without getting heavy, that was what I learned in the neighborhood, was how to not look at myself.
Since you brought the subject up, it's no secret that you've had your run-in with drugs, huh?
Yep.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, well, growing up in Brooklyn and growing up in the streets, I had my encounters with hard drugs and, you know, grew up into it. It was sort of like a lifestyle, you know, growing up in the 60s and stuff like that.
We found that if you ask any child in this age range, do you know other children who are using drugs? The answer is usually yes. This was not true several years ago. The change has been sudden, swift, and dramatic. Now there are a host of attitudes, points of view, and information that we're all exposed to on this subject. Some confuses us, some allows us to become complacent, some disturbs us, some is illuminating. School children hear them all and must make decisions.
As a teenager during the Summer of Love and ensuing Flower Power movement, Ray was encouraged to experiment freely with mind-expanding substances.
We have found here in our area that one of the most effective approaches to young people is to chat with them about what kind of a person are we when The only way we can get kicks, and the only way we can have a meaningful party, the only way we can get pressures off our backs, and the only way we can cope with situations is through a chemical, then we're not really much of a person.
He quickly grew a taste for harder drugs like cocaine, amphetamines, and heroin, but lacked the means to use them habitually. Ray had finished a year at New York City Community College when he attended a performance of Hair that changed his life.
One day as a teenager, you saw the musical Hair. It changed your life, didn't it?
It did. Actually, when I went to the theater to see it, I was sitting there and I was mesmerized. All these beautiful people, they were healthy. And they
naked?
Some of them. But it was, they were swinging from the rafters. They were having a ball. And I thought, again, like the Idolmaker, I can do that. I can do that. And they're getting paid for it. And what attracted me more than anything was the sense of family. They were like a company. And so a week later, I went and enrolled in an acting school down in Greenwich Village and stayed there for 4 years.
He dropped out after successfully auditioning for Herbert Berghoff's renowned Greenwich Village acting studio, where he studied under Uta Hagen.
When I go to the theater, if I can see the acting, I already don't like it. In other words, if it's the performer and his mind and his speculations and what he fixes and arranges is visible to me, it's bad acting, in my opinion. When I believe that there's a human being in action up there, in that moment, alive, right there and then, I get spellbound.
Why did they think you had potential when they saw you? Or did they? Did they say, hey, buddy, hit the road?
No, they gave me a scholarship.
Well, I'd say that's
and
potential.
And I stayed there, for 4 years. What it did for me, which was great, how it got me out of the neighborhood. You know, you asked me a question before, how I did that. It opened up a whole new world for me, and it was the world of literature. And it gave me a chance to escape in my mind by reading other people's material. And that was what I was taught at the studio, which was, this is how you get out, this is how it works. And I got that real young, and I think it was a saving grace for me.
After some off-Broadway work, Ray convinced one of his classmates to go in with him on a leap of faith. Edwin Choo Choo Malave started his run as a welterweight prizefighter in 1970 under the nickname the Maud Bomber. By 1973, his prospects as a pugilist were looking dim, so he agreed to try his luck on Hollywood along with Ray. The two headed west in Ray's Porsche 356 that, according to Vincent Coppola, was
maybe one of the sports cars Anthony Lips stole and swapped VIN numbers from Rex Rusting and Stucky's Staten Island salvage yard.
Ray managed to land his first screen credit the following year with a bit part in Lords of Flatbush, a coming-of-age dramedy centered fittingly around a pack of Brooklynite juvenile delinquents that starred Sylvester Stallone and Henry Winkler in a dry run for his signature character Arthur Fonz Fonzarelli on ABC's Happy Days.
Get out of my way! I swear I'm gonna kill everybody in this damn place if I don't get out of here!
Boy, do I hate to start a day like this.
You don't understand what I
do
like the nurse says. Pops, come on, sit down, man.
For the next few years, Ray picked up steady work in television, doing guest spots on crime shows like Kojak in the streets of San Francisco, as well as sitcoms like All in the Family, Barney Miller, and The Jeffersons.
What did you do?
I held up a candy store.
I have candy at my place.
I'm not dealing with this guy.
Turn that shit off.
His first film work to garner some recognition came in 1978 with a supporting role in Who'll Stop the Rain, a crime drama about Vietnam War veterans turned heroin smugglers that starred Tuesday Weld and future Tinseltown train wreck Nick Nolte.
It's me.
That same year, Sylvester Stallone cast Ray in a bit part for his directorial debut, the sports drama Paradise Alley. Then, for Ray Sharkey, 1980 would begin with a whisper and finish with a roar. He teamed up again with Nick Nolte for the Jack Kerouac biopic Heartbeat. In it, Nick plays cowboy Neil Cassidy, the larger-than-life figure and proto-influencer whose mythos bridged the beats of the 50s with the hippies of the 60s.
And out of the Beat generation, eventually, to throw in some politics and a couple of drugs the Beats hadn't heard about, you get the hippies. So it was a very important time. And I think a lot of people, myself included, are going to go to this movie and expect something more about the adventures that Neil and Jack had on the road.
And that's what's important about these men. Not the fact that their deaths were kind of tragic and horrible in a sense.
Drug-related.
Yeah, Neil's was drug-related, Jack's was alcoholism. But that's their own personal, abuse and problems. But that alcoholism is not why Jack wrote On the Road, you see, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the positive elements that these individuals created.
There was a dark side to the free living that they did. If you fool around a lot and have a good time, you may be hurting somebody else. On its own terms, though, I'm not sure that it's totally successful. It's very downbeat, it's very passive. I think this is a movie to praise, to encourage people to go to, because the values of the film are so good. It's a movie I can't really say succeeds, and yet I think people should really go to see it and see how, in my way of thinking, it's an interesting failure.
Okay. Ray's character, Ira, was a stand-in for Allen Ginsberg, who threatened to sue if his name was used in the film. After this came Ray's first leading role. Willie and Phil was a dramedy about a throuple between photographer-turned-big-time movie director Phil, played by Ray, his best friend Willie, played by Michael Ontkian, and Margot Kidder of Superman fame.
I enjoyed Willie and Phil. I enjoyed its guided tour of the fads, the cults, the various alternative lifestyles of the last 15 years, while at the same time I was thinking that the movie is a little contrived. These people are not spontaneous. They almost seem to know that their lives are inspired by a screenplay. I just thought that the film really didn't spend enough time aiming in on the nature of a three-way relationship, and instead, as you mentioned, drifts off into the 70s material, history of fads. I think you're almost asking this film to be something that was never intended to be. I don't think it's intended to be psychological realism. But he's using the real time. Greenwich Village, real places, real dates. We have a big disagreement. I think that's permitted. Okay.
Ray would later cite Willie and Phil as his personal favorite, but his next project would become become his breakout role.
I want you to meet a gentleman that's been a friend of mine for a long time. And this man's name is Bob Marcucci. Have you met Bob?
Yes, I have. Hi, Bob. How are you?
My pleasure. He is the current resident. He is the manager of Frankie Avalon.
The main character in The Idolmaker was based on Bob Marcucci, the pop impresario who'd capitalized on Elvis Presley's conscription into the Army in 1958 alongside scandal-plagued first-wave rock and rollers Chuck Berry and Jerry Lee Lewis.
Negro performer Chuck Berry was sentenced today to 2 years in the Missouri State Penitentiary following his conviction of violating the Mann Act.
Trouble for American rock and roller Jerry Lee Lewis. Lewis raised the ire of fans when it became known that not only was his bride 14 and his cousin, but that he had forgotten to divorce his previous wife of 5 years.
By fabricating advertiser-friendly teen dream crooners like Fabian and Frankie Avalon to take their place.
You could be Tommy D.
Tommy D. Who the hell's Tommy D?
For his portrayal of Marcucci, surrogate Vinnie Vaccaro, Ray won the Golden Globe for Best Actor in a Comedy or Musical. In an August 25th interview for the New York Times ahead of the release of The Idolmaker, Ray expressed his unease towards the prospect of fame.
All of a sudden, people want to know about me and hear what I have to say. All I wanted was the freedom of work, to have a good time. But this is hype, ego, stroke. All of the great actors' personal lives are just a mess. It scares me. Do I have to be insane to be a great actor? Filmmaking is such a personal thing. You put yourself into the character's state of mind, you have to wake up in the morning lonely and desolate. Some days, I woke up and I didn't know who I was. It was a scary feeling. You gotta figure, will I be insane?
The Idolmaker is a rags-to-riches story that works for two reasons, I think. First, because it has so much cynicism about the music business that it never takes its characters too seriously. The movie knows how shallow the top 40 scene is, even if these characters don't.
I have a problem with the film and the main character, the Idolmaker, played by Ray Sharkey. I think he plays this thing way too seriously, way overdoes it, has some dumb scenes with other people, love interests, romantic people. I think that he is some sort of imitation of Robert De Niro, and he ruined the movie for me, which otherwise could have been a lot of fun.
That's very funny that you say that, because I thought that Ray Sharkey's performance is really what made this movie more than it might have been otherwise. I mean, in addition to the music scene, what it has to say about that and the songs, what I found fascinating is how much of an obsession he was able to project. Those characters of his that he's created out there on the stage, that's him. That's his ego. He tells them how to dress, how to move. When he's going heel toe, and standing backstage. Of course. That's good stuff.
You name your biggest black actors, you name your biggest white actors, you name your biggest female Latino actresses, they all have to do it. A blood oath. Now you bend over. Now every orifice that you have is going to be annihilated.
While the film itself and Ray's performance maker was considered a box office disappointment. In that same New York Times interview, Ray outlined his asset portfolio: a little shack on the beach in Venice, a white Mercedes, and a four-wheel drive pickup. Regardless, his career pace had picked up enough over the last 2 years that he was starting to see real Hollywood money. He remarked,
As a result of doing all these movies, I sort of lost me in the interim. So I'm going to take some time off and try to find myself instead of living these characters and destroying my personal life.
But while his goal may have been to take some time off to find himself, any good intentions wound up derailed by his pursuit of the once most expensive drugs of the day.
What's that?
Well, I can't say for sure till we run it through the lab, but from the look of it, I'd say you're holding some coke, lady.
Throughout the history of Hollywood, cocaine has always been the drug of the stars. And by 1980, its widespread availability and popularity alongside the advent of disco had resulted in a democratization of blow among the rank and file of film production. Debates over its perceived harmlessness and calls for legalization were still a part of the public discourse.
Cocaine is not a narcotic, and penalties for its sale and use should be relaxed. That was the unanimous decision of an Illinois appeals court.
The court ruling could mean modified or even vacated prison sentences for some people already convicted under state cocaine statutes. Law enforcement officials are angry tonight because they say cocaine is a $24 billion a year business. Smugglers are killing each other over it, and users will do almost anything to get it. Rhesus monkeys at the University of Chicago have shown just how seductive cocaine is. Injected with it when they pressed a button, they became so dependent they passed up food for cocaine. Some died of starvation.
We're going to see the day. Ooh. Ow. I think we're going to see the day when Richard Pryor edits, or writes, stars, and directs a movie.
Richard Pryor would never do nothing y'all want. Richard Pryor's a criminal. I come from criminal people. I will be a criminal. I didn't get caught yesterday buying 7 pounds of cocaine in front of 8 policemen.
One of the first celebrity instances of its potential risk made the news on June 11th, 1980, when it was reported that Richard Pryor had doused himself in 151 proof rum and lit himself on fire after freebasing cocaine. Pryor suffered extensive burns to his face and body, but mitigated the professional damage by making a bit out of the incident 2 years later for his Grammy-winning stand-up special, Live on the Sunset Strip.
All the people you ever heard of freebasing, have you ever heard of anybody blowing up?
Authorities tonight in Los Angeles are saying that John Belushi apparently died of natural causes. The 33-year-old actor-comedian was found dead this afternoon by personnel of the Hollywood hotel where he was staying.
John Belushi's body was found shortly after noon today in bed at his rented Hollywood Hills hotel bungalow. He was in Los Angeles working on a movie at the time of his death. According to the Beverly Hills Fire Department, they were called to the Chateau Marmont, where Belushi was reported unconscious and choking. Concern arose when Belushi didn't answer his phone this morning. 2 people went to his room and then tried to resuscitate him. One was hotel employee Bruce Beckler.
We found him and we tried to work on him, but there was no hope because he's just too flimmed up.
Well, Don, the professional tragedy of Belushi's death is that he was really trying to turn a corner in his artistic life as a comedian.
John, you look like hell. When was the last time you slept?
What'd they say about my script?
John, we all think Noble Rot needs some work.
What? They don't know anything about comedy. That character is me. I can make it work. It'll be funny. Those idiots. I'll call them and find out what's going on. Oh, the hell with it. I want my money. I want to get out of here.
The rejection of Noble Rot affected Belushi much harder than anyone realized.
Ultimately, it would lead to Belushi's death.
Calm down, do another line.
No, I'm sick of coke. Where's your friend?
She'll be here, just relax.
Police say tonight there does not appear to be any foul play. An unidentified woman who was apparently the last person with Belushi before he became ill was questioned by police.
What a mix of heroin and coke.
You're just speedballs, are you?
Nah, I hate needles. You do it.
Because Belushi had a fear of needles, he was afraid of injecting himself. So Smith accommodated him, injecting Belushi at least a dozen more times. Among the friends he partied with that night were actors Robert De Niro and Robin Williams. The rumor was that they both returned with Belushi to the Chateau Marmont, but this was never proven.
It's cold in here. Turn the heat up.
You get any more of that stuff? Use what's on the table. Mix it with heroin.
At noon, Belushi was found in the bungalow laying face down on the bedroom floor, dead.
Belushi's death was attributed to an acute heroin and cocaine intoxication.
The death of John Belushi on March 5th, 1982, would come to be co-opted by the Just Say No campaign alongside the 1986 death of hoopster Len Bias, as famous examples of the deadly dangers of nose candy.
Remember Len Bias, the basketball star? Had everything, including cocaine.
But while Bias's death was determined to be cardiac arrhythmia brought on by overuse, Belushi had been a heavy user for years and had in truth succumbed to an overdose of heroin. Because Belushi was a widely beloved comedian when he died at 33, and because heroin had never been fashionable in the mainstream, his well-documented cocaine use was leaned into as a means of smoothing over the narrative around his sudden passing. Watergate's Bob Woodward amplified this misperception by ignorantly conflating the two drugs and Belushi's relationships to each in his ham-fisted 1984 expose, Wired, The Short Life and Fast Times of John Belushi.
It deals with the reality of drug abuse and the reality of excess, and they don't like that. They'd rather it be buried and covered up.
In Bob Woodward's book, Wired, an investigation of Belushi's death, Woodward wrote, "He used to make us laugh. Now he can make us think."
Heroin is not the reason. It's just a reaction. When you become uncomfortable with yourself, you start to romance the devil. You fall in love with the behavior. It's the ultimate kick in the butt back to society. It's a conditioned response to not dealing with life. I was lazy, rebellious, and still fighting. I didn't want the responsibility that came along with stardom, of being a Model A citizen, a person that others look up to.
Your guardian angel, Ray, I guess, wasn't having a whole lot of success between 1981 and 87 when you turned to drugs.
Right.
Heroin.
Hard drugs, heroin, cocaine, which was readily available, that was very scary.
It's hard for me to understand, you did The Idolmaker, so the movie didn't do that well commercially, but you won a Golden Globe. You were a hot commodity, and yet you sort of threw it all away.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, yeah, I did make a conscious decision to throw it all away. I remember the morning I woke up and said, well, you've done it all. Now what do you want to do? Hey, I know what. Why don't you do that? Why don't you escape?
From New York, Saturday Night Live is live again. Saturday Night Live, the next generation premieres Saturday, November 15th.
In November 1980, the sixth season of NBC's cocaine comedy showcase Saturday Night Live kicked off. The first season, to feature an all-new cast and crew following creator Lorne Michaels' departure, SNL 80 was a spectacular train wreck from out the gate. On January 10th, 1981, Ray hosted the sixth episode of the Cursed season.
When I got here, they said to me, the first thing I got to do is come out and, say a few words. I said, great, hey, a monologue. I always wanted to do a monologue,
After fidgeting and fumbling for 2 minutes, Ray wound up cutting his monologue short, and from there, the episode only goes downhill, with sketches like White Baby Salesman, Wasp Interpreter, and Jimmy Carter at the Bar, falling uncomfortably flat with the studio audience.
So a little later on, I'm going to tell some jokes and stuff, and I may need a little help from the audience out there, and you guys are my friends, right?
Understandably disheartened with the show's dismal performance, Ray decided not to follow through with the stand-up routine he'd prepared.
And about those jokes, you know what? I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm going to do it. Forget about the jokes.
To fill for time,
How you doing? I'm Eddie Murphy. Anybody in the audience?
a cast extra named Eddie Murphy improvised a set that would propel him to stardom virtually overnight, as well as single-handedly claw SNL back from the brink of extinction.
I'd like to know who fuck did it.
2 weeks later, Ray broke from showbiz convention by airing his grievances with his studio directly in the press, an astonishingly unprofessional decision for a working actor, but perfectly in line with the grandiose sense of self excessive cocaine use tends to foster. Bemoaning what he saw as the unjust commercial failures of The Idolmaker, as well as Heartbeat and Willie and Phil, he trashed United Artists for not promoting the film sufficiently.
Movie and Raging Bull are the only two UA releases to get any kind of critical acclaim lately. I think UA should be kinder to us. After all, we got ours in on time without spending $36 million.
Taking a swipe at the epic fail that would come to be United Artists' downfall, Heaven's Gate. Then on Mother's Day, May 10th, Ray married a model named Rebecca Wood after a whirlwind courtship. At the time, Ray was set to appear in 2 upcoming projects, the Richard Pryor dramedy Some Kind of Hero, and a TV movie for CBS called The Ordeal of Bill Carney that called for him to play a quadriplegic. Ray reportedly spent their honeymoon in a wheelchair in order to acclimate himself to the role of Bill Carney. However, on July 5th, days before filming was to begin on Some Kind of Hero, police were called to the house in Venice after Ray had become physically abusive towards Rebecca, at one point threatening her with a knife. When they arrived, police found 2.5 grams of what was presumed to be cocaine and arrested him for assault with a deadly weapon. A few hours later, Rebecca posted posted his $1,500 bond and asked to have the charges dropped. After lab tests confirmed the confiscated substance to have been heroin, Ray was charged with felony narcotics possession. He was offered the option to enroll in a diversion program that would require him to participate in a treatment program in exchange for having the case against him dismissed. On August 27th, a bench warrant was issued for failure to appear at his follow-up hearing. Ray eventually managed to satisfy the court's requirements and have the charge dropped, but the negative publicity compounded the overall troubled production of Some Kind of Hero to the dismay of Paramount and producer Howard Koch.
Coming soon on CBS, the best in drama, action, comedy, and superstars. Tomorrow night, Bill Carney had the good life, a prosperous business, sons he loved more than anything else, and a woman who loved him. Then, tragically crippled, he lost his kids.
I promise. I'll get you back.
Based on a true story, Ray Sharkey is Bill Carney.
Meanwhile, CBS had slated The Ordeal of Bill Carney to air as part of their Christmas 1981 programming package. In a December 17th interview with Roderick Mann, Ray framed his drug scandal as the byproduct of over-immersing himself in his last 2 roles.
It was a long time until I could get Bill Carney out of my head, and playing a prisoner of war in Vietnam didn't help at all. So in every way, it was a spring and summer of depression. My wife and I were having an argument at home, and someone called the police. They searched me and my home. It was intensely humiliating. Thanks to my wife and friends, I pulled through. Now I've put myself in a position where even if I wanted to slip back, I couldn't. I put my cash where I couldn't possibly get at it. I made my wife sort of a warden.
A January 21st interview tactfully summarized Ray's rapid decline as being
something of an emotional cripple for much of 1981. His emotional difficulties also spilled over into his marriage, Sharkey adds, but now he says he's seeing a psychiatrist and talking to kids about not taking drugs. Best of all, his marriage is back together.
Despite insisting at the time he was now clean, Ray admitted years later that he was filmed nodding out from heroin on set, and that producers threatened to fire him if he let it happen again. Ray managed to complete The Ordeal of Bill Carney, and his performance earned him a nomination for a second Golden Globe. But by now, his reputation within the industry was trashed. Multiple productions he'd signed onto dropped him for fear of his unreliability. When Vincent Coppola caught up with Ray in 1982 to interview him for Newsweek, Pauline Kael had recently christened him the next Jimmy Cagney. Now living in Malibu and wearing a stupid bandana to cover his thinning hair, he had recently started riding motorcycle with a pack that included Sly Stallone, Mickey Rourke, and Gary Busey. In a 2018 NBC interview, Busey talks about meeting his manager for the first time.
A fellow who looked like Beverly Hills Cowboy showed up at my door. He told me he was going to be my manager, and he had a gift for me. It was a little blue box from Tiffany's, and in the box was a rock of cocaine as big as a 50-cent piece and thick. What are my initials on it? He said, take this, you'll be more creative.
There's a rock about that big.
You actually snorted cocaine off your dog?
Oh, yeah.
Ray presented as noticeably manic, delusional, and grandiose at this stage.
Where's your brother? These neighborhood guys, they got a stupid apartment, they got a car, they're fucking some girl on the side. That's all there is to life. Tell him to get out of here. I'll give him a job. He stays with me, no problem.
Ray's next leading role had been shot back around the same time as The Idolmaker, and finally made its way to the big screen on February 12, 1982. In the corporate erotic suspense thriller Love and Money, Ray plays a bank employee falling for his boss's wife while the boss dispatches him to Costa Salva to broker a deal with their dictator, played by Armand Assante.
What happened? Hello? Hello?
The Catholic Advance derided the film as little more than an occasion to present some prolonged and extravagant sexual activity. Newsday, who gave the film 1.5 stars, gave modest praise to Ray for his
radiating a nervous energy and self-absorption,
and blamed the film's failings on writer-producer James Toback's script. Toback, for his part, told Vanity Fair in March 2014 that he felt the problem was that Ray was the wrong actor. Some Kind of Hero premiered April 2nd, 1982, and its schizophrenic tone of serious social commentary, mixed in with broad comedy at Paramount's insistence, made for a jarring viewing experience audiences were happy to forget about altogether when the toy came out later that year. A July 9th, 1982 news item proclaimed,
"He's back. Ray Sharkey is ready to work again, completely recovered from his drug problem."
At the time, he was signed on to co-star in Ava Gardner's final film after Michael York had dropped out at the last minute. But landing the role was hardly a win for Ray when Regina Roma proved to be yet another forgettable flop upon its release. In the meantime, work had dried up altogether as he descended into the fringes Chico and the Man producer Alan Sachs managed to persuade ABC to greenlight a sitcom with a premise no one thought would work, a reboot of the 1955 juvenile delinquency fear porn melodrama Blackboard Jungle, but as a lighthearted primetime ensemble comedy.
Welcome back.
But thanks in large part to Sachs' discovery of a then unknown John Travolta, Welcome Back, Kotter was a ratings hit for its first 2 seasons. Travolta had made his film debut weeks before the premiere of Kotter, playing a satanic cult member in the mafia-backed The Devil's Reign. While on set, 21-year-old Travolta was introduced to a self-help book called Dianetics by L. Ron Hubbard and joined the Church of Scientology soon after. The media immediately singled out Travolta out of the cast of Welcome Back, Kotter as Hollywood's next big thing, and the Church of Scientology would claim his swift and seamless rise to superstardom as their first unqualified celebrity success story. As John Travolta's star soared, Welcome Back, Kotter saw a sharp drop-off in viewership and was canceled in 1979 at the end of its 4th season. With enough episodes to package for syndication, Alan Sachs was financially set for the indefinite future, bored and about to turn 40. Sachs' midlife crisis ultimately evolved into divesting himself of his bourgeoisie Malibu property, taking a vow of semi-poverty, and embarking on a coked-out yuppie vision quest through West Hollywood, the center point of LA's early 80s underground rock music scene, where the through line of the post-punk, new wave, and hardcore acts playing around the Sunset Strip was a hyperbolic glamorization of wanton hedonism. The more depraved, the better.
Gecko's toothpaste contains over a dozen household amphetamines along with a fast-acting pentothal 16, the drugs astronauts use. All this together in a tasty sirloin gluten base speeds Gecko's protection right to where you need it. A straight shot that carries a pure chemical message of joy or sorrow direct to your head or heart. Gecko's for folks who'll swallow anything.
The anti-materialism and watered-down punk ethos may have been performative and a shallow pretext to indulge in pleasure-seeking, but Sachs was a true believer and generous with party favors. At some point, Alan Sachs obtained a few unused reels of film from a scrap 1979 project that he saw as the foundation for a modern-day A Hard Day's Night set in the world of SoCal punk rock. What would eventually become Dubidio began life as We're All Crazy Now, a documentary about the all-girl pop-punk group The Runaways. As quickly as the deal was made, the band had already imploded, and in the spring 1979, the last remaining runaway, Joan Jett, fulfilled their minimal contract with Z Productions, shooting about an hour of footage with actresses standing in for the rest of the group. According to the band's manager, Toby Mamis, Artie Johnson, and Peter Noon of Herman's Hermits were also attached to the project before it wound up shelved altogether. By 1984, Ray had fallen in with the gutter punk set while scoring dope and running from his own irrelevance. He was hired by Sachs to string together a meta plot by playing a mob-connected, drug-addled director, given 31 hours to assemble the 1979 footage into a finished film.
What kind of a name is Dubitio, anyway? And what kind of a man wears an earring? And we don't care what it looks like, so don't give me any of that farcy bullshit.
His first acting work in nearly 2 years, Ray's parts were filmed over 6 days in May 1984, along with those of Sachs' scenester heroes of the moment like Fear frontman Durf Scratch, Texan the Horseheads,
Hey, Ray Brock, rules.
and notorious shock rocker El Duce, who Sachs was certain would be the next John Travolta with the right breakout vehicle.
Listen to me, please. Pull back the foreskin on my uncircumcised dick. Lick out this McCheese.
Ultimately, the frenetic, obtuse patchwork mess of Dubidio did little to put El Duce on the map. Body Rock was basically fame, but with breakdancing. Ray was brought on to play a Vinnie Vaccaro-type entertainment executive being courted by the movie's pop-and-lockin' protagonist, Lorenzo Lamas.
I mean, either we have a house band or some dancers, or we gotta spice things up. That's right. Okay. All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
It's like porn left
I love yoga, man.
Body Rock earned Lamas a Golden Raspberry nomination for Worst Actor that year,
There's no bullshit in my neighborhood.
ultimately losing out to Sly Stallone in Rhinestone.
You ever sing in front of a live audience before, ever?
No, never. I've just been taking acting jobs to sort of pay for my habit, you know, and
I thought I would die!
Are we talking about the same fellow?
No!
Oh, I see. If he comes back, that face, that voice. And considering the fact that you, Grand Vizier, appear to be slightly unstable, and that you, dearest daughter, appear to be lost in a land of dreams, I hereby order that this wedding be cancelled. What? What, Your Highness?
Oh, Father, I shall try to live with it.
While Ray continued to discover that beneath every rock bottom is another new low, his marriage would reach its tipping point in 1985, blowing through hundreds to thousands a day on drugs while totaling one high-end sports car after another. Ray was actively working to orchestrate his own blaze of glory.
so I took it to the...
No audio?
He took a quickie role in a cheapo sexploitation roughie called Hellhole for the money.
I want you to promise me that you won't mention Hellhole to anyone. Will you promise me that?
School of Hellhole.
How are you?
Remarkably, though, Ray's portrayal of a chameleonic hoodlum named Silk, who infiltrates a psychohospital/sex torture experiment dungeon,
Hi, sweetheart. Remember me?
manages to stand head and shoulders above the gimmicky violence and gratuitous full frontal nudity that otherwise saturates the film.
Save the compliments, William Monroe. You owe me one.
What'd you find out?
Found out I don't look good with short hair. And because of that, I'm going to charge you an extra $5,000.
Who is he? Where did he come from?
Oh, I'm the mud control inspector.
Oh, control me. Oh, I want to be rolled and controlled.
What's this you have here? Okay? Hold on. Woo! God, it's the real thing, man. This is pure crystal meth. I mean, like, whoa! The White Knight is here!
You're going to waste a lot of money this way, Smarty.
With debts continuing to pile up and Ray unable to bring in an income, Rebecca Wood Sharkey began to focus on her transition from model to actress.
Girl, you are so hot.
She made her first of 2 appearances on the new Mike Hammer the year before, and in 1985 landed roles on 2 major films, Mask and Friday the 13th, A New Beginning.
I like this.
Jealous over the relative success and attention his wife was gaining, Ray responded with more and more abuse and infidelity. By the end of 1985, the couple had separated and their divorce would be finalized the following year.
Hey, Marco, what are you waiting for, a bus or what? Huh?
But things first began to turn around for Ray in early 1986, when he managed to land his first work on a major studio production in years. MGM was continuing in the vein of 20th Century Fox's mafia-themed comedic romps Johnny Dangerously and Prizzi's Honor. Now, of course, humor is subjective and comedy often has a way of aging poorly.
Hey, I know you. You're from Saturday Night Live. You're Joe Piston.
Who writes this stuff? You know me rapping, huh? You me rapping? See? You think the white guy can rap? There it is. Oh, there it is. Come on, baby. The white guy raps. Kids, don't try this at home, all right? This is...
Joe Piscopo. Rapping, that's Piscopo.
It's the live show, baby.
Joe Piscopo.
That's fresh.
Joe Piscopo. Joe Piscopo. Rapping, that's Piscopo.
I'm Joe Piscopo.
You're exactly what I'm looking for, dickface.
Frankie, the name's Dick Steen.
Make yourself available this afternoon, dickhead.
Frankie, for you, it's his pleasure.
In Wise Guys, Danny DeVito's signature gruff, perpetually keyed-up, reactionary persona shoulders much of the burden of deadweight co-star Joe Piscopo, as he leans harder into the cartoonishly exaggerated mugging he'd resorted to in his flailing attempt to parlay his SNL run into a Hollywood career.
Order me a dozen, different colors.
Give me a chocolate coffee.
Sure. And wipe that shit off your face when Mr. Costello comes down.
Ray makes the most of his handful of lines before getting killed off within the first 20 minutes.
Swing up and just do like I don't.
And professional wrestling's Captain Lou Albano seems more invested in his mob enforcer character than he would playing TV's Super Mario a few years later.
Remember, guns and knives aren't toys. They can hurt people or even kill them.
Move it, dickface.
That's 16.
But overall, Wise Guys' workaday acting and lowest common denominator broad comedy seem apathetically aimed towards a younger audience.
Give it to the shop. You know, boom, boom, boom. 3 in the back of the head.
Yet, for reasons not entirely certain, both Gene Siskel and Roger Ebert uncharacteristically go out of their way to outright glaze on the film in their reviews.
Wise Guys is a movie with one big laugh after another.
This is really a riotous film, fabulous.
It is a good laugh-out-loud comedy.
I don't even think that's strong enough. It's a great laugh-out-loud comedy, and I'm going to have a tough time at the end of the year deciding which film I laughed out loud the longest, Down and Out in Beverly Hills, this one, or Hannah and Her Sisters.
There are a couple of lines in this movie. Now, one that I don't want to give it. I will.
Don't. I mean, it's a screaming performance that is hilarious. This movie, I don't know how this director, Brian De Palma, did it.
So you mentioned that the guy's name is The Fixer.
He starts out at this level and keeps it funny and intense. It's just spectacular.
What might they say? What will Mrs. Fixer think? Okay. I laughed for about 4 minutes at that point. Oh, great big thumbs up, though, for Wise Guys.
The movie's screenwriter George Gallo may have offered a clue in 2003 when he disclosed that Wise Guys was
a CAA package. De Palma was a CAA client, and that was when the CAA was like the mafia.
People have never heard of CAA, and they don't know this agency.
Very few people outside of Hollywood know what CAA is, or those initials, and yet it follows us all day. I mean, they're part of our lives, probably more so than any of us realize. From Game of Thrones to Star Wars to J.J. Watt on the field, you go to a Chipotle, CAA does their marketing. I mean, you turn on the radio, Katy Perry's there, that's CAA.
Hold it, Kelly. We don't even know such a man exists.
Aside from director Brian De Palma, Danny DeVito, who appears in Johnny Dangerously, signed on to Creative Artists Agency not too long after their founding in 1975, and as of this video, continues to be represented by CAA. In addition, the director of Johnny Dangerously, Amy Heckerling, screenwriter Harry Columby, and lead actor Michael Keaton happen to be CAA clients, as were Prizzi's Honors stars Jack Nicholson, Angelica Houston, and Robert Loggia.
Sarah Jessica Parker, we learned that she really didn't want to do Sex in the City.
Her agent, Kevin Huvane, who she's been with for a long time, basically forced her to do it, and she talks a lot about that process they had.
By the way, Matthew Broderick, her husband, didn't want to do Ferris Bueller. Cher apparently didn't want to do Moonstruck, for which she won an Academy Award, and was actually tricked into taking it.
One of the agents at CAA was so adamant about Tom Cruise and his career that, like, literally, they just pushed Tom into this movie. And, I mean, let's face it, Tom and Dustin don't exactly look like brothers.
No. Love tweeted Saturday saying, although I wasn't one of his victims, I was eternally banned by CAA for speaking out against Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein would like to do a private party in the Four Seasons.
And while CAA has long been dogged by allegations of engaging in business practices that skirt the line of racketeering, the portrayal of organized crime in pictures has been tightly managed by real-world La Costa Nostra figures going back to the 1930s and the first wave of gangster movies.
In the bad old days, mobsters used to be able to control which actors got starring roles in big films, and the mob even provided money for many movies.
Now, Georgie, I got friends out in Hollywood, and they tell me that it was your idea to make this picture.
Oh, no, Al, it wasn't my idea. It was yours. You gave me the idea.
Yeah. You told them how I dress, about my gray hats, how I walk, and what kind of guns I use.
Yeah, Al, I was kind of the technical advisor on the picture.
Drawing on the ostentatious wardrobes of racketeers like Lucky Luciano and Al Capone, films like Scarface and Little Caesar made mobster characters into fashion icons.
You don't like the racket I'm in, you don't like the people I know, the things I do. It's not me, it's what I stand for, all right? I'm not gonna let that stand between you and me. You want the Brooklyn Bridge, all you gotta do is ask for it. If you can't buy it, I'll steal it. Morning, gentlemen. Nice day for murder.
Say, is that my time? When I got up this morning, I sort of, yeah. Well, why don't you put on that new checker suit of mine while you were about it?
But no one, not even James Cagney nor Edward G. Robinson, embodied the original mafia chic more than George Raft. George had a vaguely exotic look that evoked Rudolph Valentino.
Hi.
Hello.
I know away from the pictures you got a lot of girls, George.
Well, yeah, I did pretty well that way. Glad to meet you.
I could see you making up your mind.
I heard through the grapevine that everything Errol Flynn claimed you were really doing. Is that true, George?
I wouldn't know. I never would discuss women. You know, that was something that was out of my ballpark.
That's wonderful.
I always put all the women on a pedestal.
But you went with some very beautiful women.
Yes.
Big, big stars.
Yes.
Can we name just a few of the ladies you dated?
You name them.
You ever do tough guy roles?
Yes.
Only tough dancer I can think of is...
New rule, don't make me learn who Clavicular is or what looks maxing is. He's a 20-year-old influencer who leads this movement where already attractive young men go to extraordinary, often unhealthy means to become even more chiseled and handsome. Or as we used to call them, homosexual.
Every now and then Bill Maher's right.
That was funny.
So today we're talking about Clavicular, or Clav as he's known by.
What the hell is going on with his nose? He looks like Voldemort.
Well, he looks like Michael Jackson. That's not his real nose. I kind of played that up. So Clavicular is a looks maxer, and I went down the rabbit hole. I peered into the rabbit hole of looks maxing over the weekend. And my God, Bill Maher's right. They are a bunch of homosexuals. But the thing is, and it's really sad, it's mostly like 15-year-old guys. And you know 15-year-old guys, they usually look a bit awkward. It's like an awkward time of life.
Yeah, you're going through puberty.
And they're doing all sorts of crazy, crazy shit to become like alpha chads. So Clavicular looked like a normal 15-year-old boy. I think he was 14 in that start photo. And he's doing shit like hitting his face with a hammer, or bone smashing, as they call it.
What?
He's injecting shit into his face to make it like, I don't know, to fill out his like cheeks or his chin or something, I don't know. He's taking testosterone. He started taking testosterone when he was 14. I mean, that can't be healthy, right?
No.
And this last one paints a picture about looks maxing. Fake hobbies for Tinder.
Yeah, it paints a picture. It paints a picture of him painting a picture.
Yeah, that's right. So I think I said to you in the car the other day, this whole looks maxing thing, it's a generational thing, right? But this generation, Gen Z, is it Gen Z? They kind of don't socialize with each other, so all they have is the Tinder profile picture. That's it. That's what makes you a man. That's what makes you a Chad. If your Tinder profile picture is not perfect, you're not going to get the pussy, you're not going to get the Chad life, you're not going to have the family, you're not going to get the success. So it all comes down to the Tinder picture. So you've got to bash your face with a hammer for some reason.
So this is the fuck social media generation shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think social media has been like affecting generations since MySpace sort of thing when we were young. But now it just rules motherfuckers' lives.
Yeah, it's getting worse.
See, when I met you 4 centuries ago, no, what was it, like 20 years ago, something like that. I met you at a barbecue, got your number, we flirted a little bit. I turned up to your house in my sick surfy panel van with a mattress in the back and took you out for a date, much to your dad's horror.
He pulled up in an antique van from the 70s.
It was fucking sick.
And then he's looking at me like, yeah. Like, how good is that? How good is that? And I'm like, oh, yeah.
Well, to be fair, I gained your trust before I got you in the mattress van. But you know what I'm saying? There was like communication there. We actually met and interacted in real life, not just on fucking Tinder. So this is Clavicular when he's 14. And like I said, he just looks like a normal 14-year-old.
Yeah.
You're going to look a bit awkward. You're a 14-year-old.
He fucked with his nose, didn't he?
He got nose mogged! By the way, mogged. I think mogged is a word. I think he invented it. It means like showed up or like like if I mog you, I'm doing something better than you. So like if I don't know, if I win a running race against you, I sprint mogged you sort of thing. Yeah, it's gay. It's totally gay. So anyway, Clavicular does all this shit to his body. He turns himself into an alpha Chad. He gets really big on Kick. He's like the most famous streamer amongst like Gen Zers, right?
Okay.
He's really, really popular. I only know about Clavicular because I've seen the Kino Casino mention him, and I've also seen Anissa say, oh my God, Clav's so hot. He's so cute. He's awesome.
She's got a wet on for so many other people than iDubbbz.
Well, she's a monkey brancher. She was going after Chris Reagan. She's going after heaps of creators, right? She'd monkey branch so quickly. If Clavicular said, hey, listen, leave Ian for a night with me, she'd do it. And that sort of thing actually happens quite a lot.
It's Valentine's Day, bro. You kissed my girl. Come on, man. You're a good guy. I know you're a good guy.
Past Valentine's Day was
no,
yesterday.
but like the kindness of your heart, bro. Come on. You're a good guy. I know you're a good guy.
Brother, 18 minutes ago, Valentine's Day ended, so you're gonna have to fuck off.
I'm going. Bro, come, dude, 1 year, bro.
Why is this guy begging me?
Come on, man.
That's literally the lamest shit ever. I know, I am.
1 year, man. Bang.
Pretty lame. So lame. Bro, that's why I can't even believe how retarded the average man is.
So he's just stolen this guy's girl in front of him in the nightclub. By the way, the girl belongs to the fucking streets.
That girl belonged to no one.
But I mean, how much of a dick move is that? The girl wasn't even that hot.
No, that whole exchange was the biggest cockhead shit I've ever seen.
Yeah, so he just mogged that guy. I guess you'd call it girlfriend mogged or something like that. Pussy mogged, I don't know. He mogged him in some fashion.
Has he got artificial abs?
I don't know, it wouldn't surprise me, but just wait to hear what he does to looks max.
For growth, for the gym, I'm taking testosterone every single day. I take minoxidil for my hair. I take dutasteride for my hair. I also take Accutane, retatrutide once a week. I take melanotan 2 every single day. IGF-1, HGH, pregabalin, and baclofen. I use crystal, so methamphetamine, as a stimulant and to lean max.
He uses methamphetamine to lean max. He's on GLP-1s and shit. He's on every fucking drug under the sun. He's on hair shit. He's on testosterone, and he's on crack. Well, not crack, but you know, kind of crack. But all this wasn't enough. See, Clavicular reckons it's all about the face. It's all about the Tinder profile shot. So he goes in and he gets fucking nose surgery. While he was there, he got his ears pinned back, and this is what he looks like now. That's a before and after. I mean, I don't think it actually looks that bad, but it's kind of like, who gives a fuck? I can't remember the last time I was walking down the street and saw a guy and said, wow, he's got a really nice nose. It's just not a thing heterosexuals say. But this whole thing has backfired on Clavicular, and it's really, 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 really funny. Do you want to have a look?
Yes, I do.
Let's have a look. Let's go. So as I said, Clavicular is a kick streamer, right? So he goes and gets his nose job. He gets his fucking ears pinned back for some reason. And he does his big reveal. He goes on Kick and he goes, hey guys, this is my new nose. What do you reckon? Now, what you got to realize is this looks maxing community. Like I said, it's like 15-year-olds. It's 15, 16-year-olds. Or like cockhead 20-something-year-olds, right?
Oh, that's tragic.
And they all rate each other. They're all like full-on homosexual. Like they'll analyze each other's faces with measuring tapes and shit. They're fucked. But anyway, he does this stream and it did not go the way he wanted.
You're retarded. You're retarded. You and everyone in the chat, you're retarded.
You look into men.
And he's the guy who would be so affected by this.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing about this chat we're about to witness, right? I think the full-on stuff, like the you're gay, you look like a woman, I don't think he'd be that affected by that. It's the more, how can I say, it's the more like detailed stuff. Like the side profile looks off. It's the little things, because you know those guys are out with the measuring tapes, like comparing to the perfect alpha Chad. You know what I mean? So those comments are going to affect him more, in my opinion.
Who's the base model? That's what I want to know.
We'll get to that. There is one. One does exist.
Oh shit! I was thinking Henry Cavill.
Well, it might be. I can't remember because I'm not gay.
Zygoless, yeah. Look at these copers, bro. They don't know. They don't know. Actually, I'm mogging, bro. I'm mogging hard, dude. I'm mogging hard. That's all there is fucking to it. Alright, it is what it is. You look too feminine now. What the fuck? How do you figure that, pal? How do I look too feminine?
Small noses are for females, and this is coming from a female.
Ooh, yeah, that one's gonna sting.
That's gonna sting.
Looks good, bro. Jay Cartwright. Everyone in the chat, calm down. How you doing, Jay? Self-improvement. Yeah, I look Chad. I look Chad. Dude, I look Chad.
Are you going trans? Wow.
I have never seen anyone use the word Chad, like in a literal sense.
Like in an unironic way.
Unironically, yeah. I look Chad, bro. I'm totally alpha right now. Like, are you serious?
He is serious. He's very, very serious.
Controlling the world?
Well, here's the thing. The only thing that... See, Clav has no hobbies. Clav is not interested in anything other than his looks. Seriously, that picture before of him faking doing art, it's not... he wasn't being ironic. Like, he zones out when he's talking about anything other than how he looks or what chick he's going to bang.
So he's dumb as fuck?
Well, yeah, he's dumb as fuck.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I do look Chad. And you guys just need to admit it. We want to see good results. Well, the results aren't even done. I can't believe people thought I got botched, dude. I literally am Omega Ascended. I'm like Chad Light. I'm like Chad Light, dear. Let's see what the Twitter community says. What the fuck is this? Yeah, cope. That's a mogger. Bro looks more feminine? No, I don't. You're coping. You're coping. Okay, bring back the nose. So is it like what? Chad, is it like one day of like brutality?
Gay as hell. Is this one day of brutality? So I think he's asking like, you guys are fucking with me, right? Like you're going to ease up after this, right? Because I look Chad. I look super duper alpha Chad.
Is this going to continue? What are you talking about, brah? I'm super Chad.
So now let's get into looks maxing itself, right? And we'll have Clavicular kind of give us an overview of looks maxing. See, Clav, while he didn't like invent looks maxing, he kind of popularized the term. But he's not only interested in looks maxing, he maxes everything.
I'm not only interested in fitness, right? I am trying to IQ max. I'm trying to money max, like all these different things. Obviously, you know, for the normies watching this, I say max at the end of everything, maximize, just for that clarification.
Yeah, we get it, man.
What a tool bag.
I know. So he maxes everything.
He's a fucking douche.
He's a homosexual douche, yeah. He's vapid is the right word. He's vapid
narcissistic
as fuck, yeah. Like the kind of guy, when he turns like 35 or 40, what's he going to live for? You know what I mean? Once he starts to get a few wrinkles, let's be real. He's going to turn into one of those like super fucking Botoxed mother. He's going to be Michael Jackson is what he's going to be.
Yeah. Well, that guy who spent all that money to look like the Ken doll, who is now a woman, I think.
Well, like that guy on Twitter said, he's the world's first male-to-male transgender.
So the scale is low-tier normie, mid-tier normie, high-tier normie, Chad Light, and Chad. The closest person we get to perfection is Matt Bomer, right? From White Collar. You guys know Neil Caffrey, I'm sure most people have seen. So he gets to about a 94% harmony score, which I believe is the highest. So in terms of like pure numbers, he would be considered the true Adam.
Yeah, he's a homosexual. He's a homosexual.
And that was Henry Cavill.
I don't fucking care who it was. He's inconsequential. He's saying this guy is the true Adam. He's like the best looking guy in the world. Can you imagine me like having a file on my desktop where I rank the looks of men?
Yeah. I walk in, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, I've got like the measuring tool out, measuring like facial structure and proportions. And who fucking cares? He is 100% gay.
I think men should wear makeup because it's the best way to, conceal different flaws in your face.
I'll rest my case.
I'll rest my case.
This is like the step before walking into your cupboard and noticing that your lingerie is missing. Like, you're almost there, bro.
So like I said, looks maxing, the concept isn't a new thing, right? It's been around for a while. It just hasn't been called looks maxing. Remember this guy?
No.
You never seen this guy? He's got like the injected, like he doesn't go to the gym, like he's not muscly.
Oh, this is the like injectables and implants kind of guy.
Yeah. So he's injected his arms with so much shit that they're like infected and all fucked up now.
The fuck? You look like Popeye.
Well, that's his nickname. He's Popeye. I think he goes by Bazooka Hands. But people call him like Russian Popeye or something. But I found this Twitter account. Now, this is not a huge Twitter account, right? But it's a looks-maxing Twitter account. And apparently, this is what you're fucking meant to look like. This is the goal.
It looks like a fucking alien.
I know.
What the fuck is that?
Well, that's a super mega alpha chat. I think that's like an AI version of True Adam. So the things that this Twitter account is showing us from the looks-maxing community, they're just fucking insane. You've got this Mexican guy, right? He's a typical Mexican guy. He's white-maxing. So he wants to become a white guy like Michael Jackson, and he did that over a year. We've got motherfuckers injecting themselves, like DIY injecting their chin with shit. I probably can't show this on YouTube, but this is like a 15-year-old guy, like injecting himself with shit just like at home. You got people self-whitening their teeth with peroxide.
No!
I know, that's fucked. You got motherfuckers smashing their faces with hammers. Now, he's not going all out smashing, but apparently if you tap for long enough.
Just tap it in.
Yeah, it's like fucking bone smashing and your bones are meant to like enlarge or something. I don't know. You got 15-year-olds doing the traditional surgery. I don't know what this was supposed to do. It did something with his lips. I'm not sure. This one is fucked. So this guy decided his skull needed to be whiter. So they split his skull. And now he's got a whiter head, but look at his teeth. So he's got to get his teeth done now. It's fucked, man. It's fucked. So that is looks maxing. Now, when I heard of looks maxing, right, I kind of assumed that it was like my brother back in 2010. You know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah, like a little bit metrosexual.
Yeah, we called them metrosexuals. You'd go to the gym. You'd get a new wardrobe. You might go to the tanning salon. You'd get your hair cut. That sort of thing.
You get your eyebrows waxed.
Yeah, that sort of shit. They were metrosexuals,
Maybe
right?
shave the chest.
You don't get your skull split in half. I mean, how fucked is that? Who fucking cares? What these people don't understand is like the looks part of it is like, I would say less than half when it comes to meeting chicks and that, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're a super good looking guy and you're a wanker,
yeah,
you got no fucking shot. And we're about to see that. See, Clav got all this shit on his initial live stream and he got really, really depressed. So he said, you know what, fuck this. I'm going to go out and I'm going to prove all the haters wrong. So this is probably the funniest part of this video, right? I've saved this till last. I probably should have put it at the start, but we needed like an explanation of who Clavicular is.
Okay, this is the crescendo of
This is the crescendo, yeah. So all this has happened. He got called gay by a couple of black guys. He's really, really mad. And so he goes, you know what, fuck this. I'm going to go to Paris. I'm going to go to Paris and pick up bitches. I'm going to go show fucking Paris that I'm the man, I'm Clavicular, and I can slay any pussy that I fucking want. So this is him getting mogged by a couple of fans in Paris. Look at the looks on their faces. They're like all happy, Clavicular's mad. I think I'm using this mogging term, right? I don't know. People on Twitter are saying they're mogging him, right? But the funny part of this section is all the approaches, all the failed approaches to chicks in Paris. Ooh. Now, we got to fly through this because I'm going to be editing this video for fucking 4 days, right? But let's get into it.
Clavicular. Don't look me up though. On Google. You know, I could.
Are you famous?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have a good time in Paris. I hope you will enjoy it.
All right, take care of yourself. Bye.
Bye.
They're literally laughing at him. And she goes, have a good time, as in, fuck off, you weirdo.
Yeah.
Bonjour. Bonjour. I'm American, so I don't really speak. You speak English?
Look at that look of contempt.
Yeah, that's fuck off.
I mean, isn't she like 32 or something as well? Like, what are you doing going after her? She's probably like an accountant.
Everything that needs to be said about this cockhead is the bag he's wearing.
Well, the bag and the cut-off sleeve shirt. It's all homosexual.
He's wearing a front pack.
What? Well, you look very beautiful. What are you guys up to later tonight? A restaurant? You don't want to spice it up a little bit and hit like a club or something?
Not tonight.
Not tonight? All good. Well, I hope you guys enjoy your dinner. Take care of yourself. Bye. Yeah, it wasn't it, so I just fucked off.
This is painful.
Well, this has been fascinating. I've been watching this shit all weekend. There's so much of it out there. There's one, right? I don't think I've included it, but there's one where he's talking to these two chicks and he basically goes, why don't you chicks just drop everything and come with me? You'll have the best 24 hours of your life.
Get the fuck out.
No, he does. And then he's talking about how like he wants to start a family, but he needs at least $100 million to do that, you know? He just can't stop bigging himself up. He's such a, like, he's the type of personality that chicks just go, okay, you're a fucking wanker.
Yes! Red alert, wanker material.
Now, to be clear, he did pick up some tail. He did pick up his French hottie, but it's just so funny to watch him fail so many times and get humiliated.
Clap. What's up? You from France?
I speak French.
And I'm from Turkey. From Turkey, wow. Okay. How'd you wind up here? I hate cigarettes, so. Club. Oh, yeah. Which color are you like?
But I have a boyfriend, so.
Oh, okay. Well, next time say that. No problems. Say that at the beginning of the conversation, I always say. But anyway, take care. Skip. I always, bro, I don't get it. It's like, bro, if you have a boyfriend, say it immediately.
She fucking did! She did say it immediately!
She probably doesn't want to come off as pretentious by just saying, no, I've got a boyfriend, fuck off.
I know, imagine like any guy like talks to you, you go, I've got a boyfriend. That would be pretentious. She was being very polite. He said like 8 words or something. He went to hand her a rose and she said, oh, I've got a boyfriend, sorry. And wouldn't the classy thing have been to give her the flower anyway?
Yeah!
He's like, why didn't you disclose you had a fucking boyfriend, bitch? Well, I think he's used to like just picking up other dudes' girlfriends anyway, so that's probably not a factor in his mind. So he's cracked it. He's cracked the shits. He tries that move again in France. He tries picking up another dude's girlfriend.
How are you, miss?
I'm good, how are you?
I just saw you sitting over there by yourself. I want to say hi.
Oh, lovely to meet you.
Yeah.
You're American, aren't you? Yeah. What are you doing? I'm gonna go over that way.
Well, too much for me.
The raped male leaves. Well, I'm just going to go over here. Sorry.
That was a quick exit.
Yeah, and she wasn't sitting by herself. She just walked into the club or the bar or whatever with her boyfriend.
Yeah, she was holding his hand.
Yeah, and she probably looked over at him like, who's this guy with 6 cameras on him? Is he like famous? Who is that? You know what I mean? It wasn't, I want to fuck you.
Bro,
Whenever I walk by a girl and there's no IOI, I'm like, what the fuck am I being trolled? Like, they must be a lesbian. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, right? Like, that's the only logical.
They just don't want to get clipped. That's it.
No, like, but like, if it's not an IOI, like they like me, like they have to be a lesbian. That's how I think about it.
So I think IOI is like signs of interest, or like it's like, ah, look, it's Clav, oh wow, fuck me, Clav, sort of thing. They don't show IOIs, they must be a lesbian.
This is getting worse. I actually feel sick. Like, I feel like vomit is rising in my chest.
Well, he's such a wanker. Like, he's the epitome of a wanker.
What's up, ladies?
Oh, hey.
Airball. Have a good night. Airball. Oh, well. I was gonna bag it.
Oh, let's just go get a baguette.
Are you sure? I thought he said I was going to bag it.
No, I think he said let's get a baguette. So anyway, that's Clavicular. I found that really, really funny. Like I said, I've been peering down this rabbit hole all weekend, and it's just so cringe. At first I thought, okay, looks maxing. Like I said, going to the gym, doing your hair, getting a new wardrobe, all that shit's fine. But when you take it to this level and you have this kind of fucking arrogance, it's just like, no, bro. This ain't it, and you're cringe and homosexual.
I couldn't watch this more than what we're doing now because I have like
It's called the ick. You've got the ick.
Yeah, I've got acid reflux.
Visit Sugar Tits. You got a channel?
Yes, I do.
Thanks for watching. We'll catch you later. Ta-ta. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Mo!
Hello, Heather.
Hey.
I love your jacket.
Thank you. I thought I'm bringing the rock and roll to Danny Jones.
I love it. Yeah, awesome. I'm a huge fan of your work.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Your background, you started working in a mystery school or something like this? Connected to the United Nations?
Oh, not really, but sort of. You got that.
Okay.
Mystery school dropout is what I try to put on my, I'm proud of that. I guess I'm actually a lot of school dropouts, so that should be an interesting thing. I actually dropped out of high school, left home when I was 16 years old and traveled the country and did van life before. That was a cool thing. Yeah, it was wow for a minute. It got a little hard after I, end up traveling through the West, and a lot of fun though, a lot of misadventures. Probably one of the most transformative of those adventures was my jaunt into around Area 51. So I think this is where a lot of my interest in the so-called paranormal started. Actually, I spent a lot of time driving, and this was before internet radio and that sort of thing. So I had the radio. And you can only listen to so much Bob Seger and country music in Middle America, before it just starts to get like a little much. And so I tuned into late night radio and of course Art Bell. And at the time that was George Norrie. And so I'm, listening to that in the evenings and staring out in the desert, and just, it was the whole experience, right? I'm thinking, oh, this is sweet. I'm like 16, 17 years old. And so I used to think, wow, these people are so amazing. I love these guests. I just wish that someday I could just know people that interesting and talk to people that like interesting. And so it was kind of a full circle moment when I was able to be on that show. But aside from that, I spent some time kind of in the desert and exploring it as a kid would. And I have the funniest little story. It was very minor, but at the time it was a little transformative. So I park in the middle of the road, off to the side, and I start walking through where I thought maybe Area 51 was, and that whole area. And I go and I notice all those signs that say, don't go any further. The government reserves the right to shoot you if you go any further. And I thought, wait, what? Of course, I'm a trusting kid, so I thought, wait a second. And there wasn't a clear enough, I don't think, demarcation either about where they would actually shoot you. And I think that disoriented me a little bit. And it's the desert. I'm looking around like, why did I stray so far from my car? What's going on? And it just spooked me a little. And so I started going back, and I got into the car, and I was like, I think I'm out of here. And then I noticed the quintessential black vehicles coming down the ridge and like coming after me. Now they were just doing their basic job of what they do, because I wasn't anywhere near it. But it was enough for me and my Pontiac Sunbird at the time, driving with these cars behind me. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm white knuckling it. Like, what is going on? I've seen the X-Files. I know what's going on. What the fuck, And I'm just like, I stopped. They were just like kind of behind me. And then they drove off, and I thought, for the first time, maybe the government isn't our friend, which is just like, oh, duh. But I'm a kid, I didn't know. And I was like, they could shoot me for that. And I was already a runaway. So if somebody would have shot me there and something would have happened, I would have never been found. I'd have been on a milk carton or something.
Wow.
So it was kind of like a moment of snapping into reality. I don't know. It reminded me of a film this is an old film. It was an indie film too, but it was I can't remember what it was called exactly, but it was about a bunch of these like boys who were really into rap and this sort of thing. And they end up going into a ghetto in Chicago because they were trying to emulate their favorite rappers. And they're in there talking all street and thinking this is so cool. And then like shit hits the fan and it gets really dark really quick. So it was like that moment of realization that some of these topics seem fun until they become real. And then that's when you have to say, wait a second. And it's sort of like a moment of realization. And so I think my first moment of realization was in that desert, knowing that I didn't get anywhere near the actual Area 51, but it was enough to say something's here. And, maybe it's just government, maybe it's just whatever. But at the same time, yes, White Boys. Yes. That is a funny one. And, yeah, it's great. It's a dark comedy. I recommend it. It's kind of corny and from the time period, but yeah, a great film that kind of just, I think, it's what's needed to see when you're a young person maybe, and you think, oh, I'm into this like subculture and I'm doing this stuff, and it gets real on you. You know, people who dabble, a lot of teenagers, a lot of young people, they say, oh, I like this aesthetic. I like this stuff, you know.
Right.
We joke a lot about, you know, of course, the Satanism and the stereotypical view of like a Satanist. You think of like, you know, a kid who's all goth and wearing a pentagram, like the Hot Topic kids. And it's like, you know, they're really typically not the Satanists. They're typically not the ones you have to worry about. They're into the aesthetic. It's just, you know, subversive. It's like rock and roll. But it's sometimes the things that are just beneath the surface or hidden in plain sight, as they say. I know it's super cliche, that then gets you to think, wait a second, maybe there's something real to it. So like, how real does it get? And that's something that I stumbled upon when I was actually teaching at a college. And so as I said, I did drop out of like real school. I ended up going back though. I started at a community college and you know, did the responsible thing. So I thought like, I'll take business courses and just did that. And then I ended up taking art history and archaeology. And I just thought I'm going to follow that through. And you know, because of the encouragement of a professor of art history, I thought, well, you know, maybe I have something here. Maybe this is something that I could do. And so it became something that stayed with me for a long time. I thought I want to go back to community college when I'm done with this, and I'm going to teach and I'm going to try to make a difference, you know, in the lives. It's, you know, kind of like a trope, but it really meant something to me. So I always had that in the back of my head. But then I ended up going to state school and then master's and doctorate. So I didn't drop out. I ended up going all the way through. But I followed the path of history. I kind of had a varied background. It was archaeology, anthropology. Completely teaching us methodology, but teaching us how to, I guess, become like Flint Dibbles. Like the whole job was what's on anybody. It felt like, and then I go and I'm in this program and they were like, well, can you make us some flyers for Archaeology Day at the museum? I'm like, sweet, yeah, I'll do that. They didn't oversee the project. So I made these flyers with like the skull.
Leslie.
So it's very suspicious. And I just started seeing that, yeah, you know, I was told this program didn't actually exist, so to speak. It was going to be there to shuffle a little money into the coffers of the summer adjuncts and some of the people on their team. They just wanted a money grab. And I started learning about the grant writing process and how it is that you use, you know, academies and things to try to, almost like a magic spell, cast spells over people to get them to give you money and do all this stuff. Again, why wasn't I learning proper methodology? I mean, it was there. I had a few professors that, of course, that was the thing, but boy, was the focus on getting free money and making sure you're covering your ass. And I just like, I'm done with this. I'm so over this. And I typed an email to Michael Cremo and was like, Michael Cremo, I'm really like a renegade and I just run from stuff and I'm just about out of here, like whatever. You know, I thought I was just like had it. And he emailed me back, to his credit, and was like a voice of reason to me and said, hey, you have two choices. One is to stay in the field and you can make a change and do so incrementally, or you can get out of the field and write whatever you want, but you know, you'll lose some credibility. And at the time, I think credentialism was a lot stronger than it is now. I usually don't rely on my credentials, although I do have the Dr. Heather Lynn in front, but I say that's because if you Google Heather Lynn, you're going to find a whole lot of Heather Lynns that just have nothing to do with me.
Right.
So I put the doctor in front, but at the same time, I don't at all claim to be an absolute expert in any field that way. More of a whistleblower or something like that, or just an interested party. I think after Douglas Murray incident on Joe Rogan, where he said to Dave Smith, have you ever been?
Right.
I think that kind of was the shot heard around the world against credentialism.
Yeah.
That regular people are allowed to speak up and say what they've experienced. And so, you know, I thought, I don't need these credentials, screw this. But he talked me off the ledge and said, you know, though it's more than credentials, of course, it's about learning the methodology. Because how can you be opposed to something you know nothing about? And I was like, oh, that's right, settle me down here. I need that sort of like, you know, adult influence. And so I stayed in and I kind of coped with it a little bit by just thinking of myself as like a double agent. Like, I'm going to go in here, I'm going to learn this stuff. And it was actually fantastic. And I did learn what I needed to. And it was a great experience. But I always kept it with me that when I'm out of here, I'm not going to go in this, well, I hope to go in a traditional route a little bit, but I didn't want to go in a fully traditional route and just get sucked into that, you know, academic industrial complex. I wanted to do something different because I wanted to explore whether or not some of these weird ideas, the alternative ideas, had any kind of basis. Like, let's just apply that methodology, a serious approach to what people generally think as being unserious topics. And so I was like, that's what I'm gonna do.
About a year ago, I got hit with a text about an unpaid toll. And then when I went to go pay it, I realized it was a scam. And that would not go. And send $5 to a friend with see terms and conditions for Sutton/legal/podcast for full disclosures. And how did you end up in this mystery school?
Well, along the way, so that was an interesting thing as well. Everything was sort of like a one thing leads to another leads to another. I had none of this planned. My husband jokes that like I've Mr. Magoo'd my way through everything. Like does not know how I've just like not been dead or like something. So I just was like, okay. I ended up writing a blog and doing some things. And so it starts with my work with the Anunnaki, strangely enough.
Okay.
And I wrote a little report that was called the Sumerian Controversy. And I put it up on like Kindle for 99 cents. And I think I put it on my blog at the time. And it was about an archaeological excavation that made the news that happened in the city of Ur, modern day Iraq, of course. And so the amazing thing about this particular excavation was it was the first of its kind in decades because of all the wars. And so this was the first, and it was done from by the University of Manchester. So we know. That was the beginning of it, though. And I put some of the information out on my blog, and I had people reach out to me like, hey, this is very interesting, what's going on, and can we get more information on, say, Stargates? Are they looking for gold? Are they looking for, and I'm like, that was my thought too. It was just like, why, what? Okay, so I'm going to email the professor, and I did, and I said, can I have an interview? And they said, sure, just submit the questions. I was like, great. So I submitted some just, talking shop style questions, and the last one I reserved for the people. And so I threw it on my blog, and I was like, all right, cool, I got like some FaceTime with this guy. What would you like to know? I'm gonna have a question in there. And the majority of people wanted to know about Stargates. Could they be in Mesopotamia? Could that have been the real reason we went to war in Iraq? And I'm like, whatever. I mean, you should talk to people, right? Well, I was ghosted completely. And I thought, I get it, but I don't. I'm kind of like annoyed at that. You could have just said, hey, let's leave question 4 out, or I don't feel comfortable discussing that, or whatever. And so I thought, well, now I'm interested because you ghosted me. Now I want to know like what's going on. And so I thought, of course, follow the money. That's what I learned from probably my biggest takeaway from school was follow that money. And I found that there were very interesting funders to that excavation. One of them was the head of at the time, the Baron von Dissen, the head of the Dissen family dynasty.
Never heard of him.
So his family bankrolled the Nazis. He was Fritz Dissen, one of the patriarchs of the family, was the guy who literally gave the seed money to the Nazi party. So now why it was troubling, not just a Nazi connection, of course, but because he owned the second largest stash of antiquities in the world, second only to Queen Elizabeth II.
Whoa.
And he was specialized in Mesopotamian antiques. And I'm like, that seems like a conflict of interest, doesn't it? Okay. He's funding this.
And he funded this excavation.
Yes. He did, along with a couple other, like PricewaterhouseCoopers, some banking companies, and a big oil company called Gulf Sands Petroleum that has links to the Bushes. And it's an American company located in Texas. Was located. It has a strange, shady background. But I thought, okay, why is a big oil company funding an excavation? Not even American researchers, mind you. This was a foreign, project from the University of Manchester. And so they go, and I'm like, okay, that seems like a huge conflict of interest. So I'm looking around and trying to figure it out. And I noticed that some of the field reports were going straight to the board members of Gulf Sands Petroleum. And they had a logo for it too that looked like these two sort of Mesopotamian figures standing by like a tree that almost looked like a caduceus. It was very symbolic and strange. And I'm like, Gulf Sands Petroleum? That doesn't even make sense to me. But hey, maybe it's some philanthropy, or maybe it's something to cover their ass while they're trying to, find oil or something.
Right.
But the whole thing just got weirder and weirder when I started to get reached out to by individuals who had a vested interest in the region and the so-called Anunnaki. And I thought, well, wait, this is just taking a strange turn, because I think I'm busting some kind of a, like a typical big business corporation corruption thing that's like funding something maybe for spying purposes, because that is the history of archaeology is deeply entwined in spycraft, period.
What?
Period. Yeah, you cannot have... Yeah. So,
and
why, right? Well, okay. So that's because initially archaeology was not a science. It's kind of a new science. Okay. Again, sorry to all the people out here who want to make it like a hard science. It's still a soft science. It's a social science. There's mixed methodology. The thing is you use so many different hardcore scientific tools like LiDAR and things of that nature that it kind of takes on a veneer of like a more precise science. But at the end of the day, you still have to have a human until their AI takes over to kind of make the story, to piece it together. And that leaves a level of subjectivity, which is why people can argue about it so much, which is fine. It's a soft science. A lot of things are, not psychology is too. So it's just, it exists over here. But before that, it was called antiquarianism. And it was literally a hobby of wealthy landed gentry. So what they did, and a great example of this, if anyone has ever seen the show and the films Downton Abbey, it's like Masterpiece Theater. It's all like a soap opera essentially of like all these wealthy people. And so what that has to do with it is the Highclere Castle is Downton Abbey. That's the actual name of the castle they used for filming. The actual lord of that abbey is the guy who funded King Tut's excavation. And when he went and did that, he carried back all of the stuff and set up the display in essentially his basement in what used to be called a cabinet of curiosities. Not a cabinet, but just, a large room where you would rope it off, you'd have display cases, and you'd have some time to have your rich pals come over and have the footman hand them a drink, and you're like, look at this interesting exotic thing I found in Egypt. Hey, come over here, lovey, and taste one of these mummies, because, they ate the mummies.
Right.
So strange things going on in the basements of castles even then. And that happened in the basement of Downton Abbey, Highclere Castle. In the, beginning of World War I, before World War I. We're talking about the turn of the century. So leading up from the Victorian era into the transition after World War I.
Okay.
And so what ended up happening was, because of the war, this kind of boys club of taking all of this, these resources and going out, and imagine though how expensive and laborious it would be to go across the seas and do like an archaeological excavation in say 1860. So you really could only be somebody super wealthy to do that, and have also the interest in looting and subjugating or do whatever it is. Right. And that's who felt they would do that. So it was essentially the people who were like lords and whatever had titles in Britain and Europe. Of course, some Americans did it too, but it was really just a game for the elites in Europe. Well, at the turn of the century, though, after World War I, overall socioeconomic conditions started to change for people. A lot of boys were killed in the war. People started to think, what are we doing? Socialism was trying to bubble up a little bit, and there were, early signs of protesting, civil rights, that sort of thing. And a lot of these so-called landed gentry, the gentlemen, they lost their properties. They lost their land. A lot of it became part of the public trust. So because of like socialist ideas, they would come in and take these large properties and say, you don't need like all this land. Give some of this land up. We'll make it a public park. Even now you have these beautiful, great homes in the UK that are used for maybe like weddings and events and things and tourism. Some of the families still own them. But it was a great transition of that lifestyle, that old world lifestyle, going into like a new world order. And that happened during the World War I. And people were starting to buck trends. And the people who were involved in antiquarianism saw the writing on the wall and said, ooh, our little like hobby is just not going to look good to people. People who want us to be more open, for us to start sharing our excavations. And so they kind of made deals with universities, museums, and that sort of thing to donate all of the things that could have been in those cabinets of curiosities to have them on public display in the public trust. So they belong to the people now. Although when you go to those museums, you'll still see the labels beside that say, generously loaned to us by the whatever family, the Thyssen family or whomever. And but essentially what they needed to do was legitimize their hobby of going to other countries and not only taking things from them and studying. Now, in fairness, it's not as though some of these individuals didn't do work and didn't put out good work studying it. They had access, and so they did. But at the same time, it was just a very different time and a different field altogether that legitimized itself much later and said it was a scientific endeavor, got wrapped up with universities and museums, and was more answering to the public. But did it really ever, or has it always just been kind of a rich man's sport?
What about the spying? So
the spying, because you are over in these other regions, right, it gives you great cover to be able to say, we're just doing research. We have to understand the culture. We have to live there. We have to do like participant observation or ethnography. We have to speak the language. We have to do all of that. Well, if you do that, it's not going to be wasted. The government's going to come in and, fund a lot of this through the university systems, through the museums, through this whole thing. But that's why famous archaeologists like Gertrude Bell, ones that were kind of starting around the time of World War I before, where they are going to the Middle East mostly. Lawrence of Arabia, a lot of this had to do with going to the Middle East and redrawing the maps. They were called the kingmakers. They were the literal kingmakers. They would go and make deals with different heads of tribes and say, we can make you king. But they were being supported by the government to do these things, to redraw the lines of the map in the Middle East that early as part of a great project.
So do you think some of these big oil executives and archaeologist types, do you think they had like a real interest in like ancient Sumeria and what was happening back then? Or do you think this was just all an excuse just to extract oil and get more money?
All of the above, because I think more than one thing can be true at once. So I think ultimately you have a general interest in the financial gains of it. But like many of these things, you'll find people who also have their pet projects that they want funded, will have their own interests, and those interests often lie in my experience and opinion, stranger endeavors. So you see this, I think most notably with the Nazi Ahnenerbe. They had the whole section devoted to archaeology. They funded a lot of archaeological excavations and research. They were doing that to, serve humanity for science and that sort of thing, but then also look for the spear of destiny and all these weird things that would legitimize their power in their mind. So the individuals who were working at the Ahnenerbe, they weren't necessarily on board with trying to find a spear of destiny to give the Nazi superpowers, but they were there working, and so they're part of a greater machine. Right. And so likewise, the same thing, in my view, happened with the excavation at Tel Khyber, which was you have this academic industrial complex going on, and it's being funded by people with ties to Nazi banking, people with ties to hoarding and collecting antiquities, and then you have the individual, say, professors or workers on the ground. They're not necessarily part of any kind of grand conspiracy. There's plausible deniability all around, but the whole thing just says there's something strange going on here, and it's just not as clear as it would seem. But and all this is readily available online, so you can go to the the Foreign Office and find it's all over the British records. I cite some of those materials in one of my books discussing just that whole relationship with spycraft and archaeology. It was used primarily as a cover for spying operations, and in some cases still is, which is also why some archaeologists that I know have been detained in Turkey and places, not because they were spying, but because in other countries they're aware of the potential for spying, and so sometimes they will detain archaeologists who are just doing their jobs and say, let's ask some questions, like, why are you here? What are you doing? That sort of thing. So, yeah.
Grilling season has arrived, and let's be honest, the difference between a good cookout and a great cook and bacon for a year, plus $20 off your first box and free shipping always. That's BUTCHERBOX.com/Danny. And don't forget to use the link below so they know we sent you.
Now you have something I think that draws other strange people into the mix. You have a convergence of ancient history, money, of course, the question of who gets to know the truth, and spycraft. And this starts to then draw the attention of other people. And those other people, to my surprise, were, I guess you could call it, occultists. And this is what I learned from this initial kind of work into the Anunnaki. So I go and I'm working in this kind of field, I guess if you want to call it that, niche. And I'm trying to figure out, why is everybody so interested in And I mean, I understand the Sumerians; they're a fascinating culture. But why is everybody so hung up on whether or not the Anunnaki are aliens? Like, what is going on with this? Why is this a thing?
Because the story sounds like it's aliens.
It sounds like it's aliens, but it also has like.
Here's my problem with it.
There's a lot of problems.
My big problem with this, and this goes with any history. I mean, you could talk about this with the Anunnaki, and you can talk about this with JFK. The problem with history is that people that write history books based on previous history books. Like, none of them go back to the original sources, and even the original sources are in a specific language that, like, you know, how many people actually dedicate their life to actually translating that exact language, and then you extract the raw words, but those raw words don't translate to our meaning of those words. So there's so many fucking barriers of bullshit you got to get through. It's just like, it's so hard. That's why there's so many different flavors of Satanism, because everyone has a different, like Giorgiani has Prometheism, which is like a good thing. It's like the savior of humanity, which is also translated later to be Satan, which is an evil thing. Then you have like the carnival Satanists, like, you know, Anton LaVey and those people. So like, this is like my overall frustration with this whole topic.
I preach. We're in a church. You are preaching.
We are
You're
a church.
preaching to the choir. I love it. Absolutely correct. And then you get those, like Anton LaVey, cults of personality develop.
Yeah.
And then you'll get these like sycophantic people that will say it's either this or it's nothing. And so you find that most notably with the Zecharia Sitchin fans.
Right.
Now, so I'm looking at this and I'm like, I don't know. I don't really think that, you know, sorry, I don't really think that aliens are coming down in like 1960 style spaceships with the nuts and bolts and landing here and doing all this stuff. That just didn't work for me. But Sitchin wrote during a time where that was kind of, you know, in the cultural milieu after we supposedly went to the moon, right? So that was allegedly. So we were in that kind of mindset. He comes from that culture and he's writing about those things. So now it stays forever as though that's what the Anunnaki are, which, you know, I think is a suspicious thing altogether. So I start looking into it and I did what you said, which was go back to the original text, which now Sitchin and his ilk would say, well, nobody can read those. I can read those. Okay, this is true. There are many people who are skilled who go to school just for that. The late Dr. Michael Heiser was one of them. He had a website called sitchiniswrong.com. I'm like, okay, you're just like calling that out. But there are a lot of people who can read and do read these things originally. But at the same time, it's not like private information. You can go on and see the texts online.
Right.
You can go, there's Oxford has its own like dictionary of things. You can go research and do a little of your own work too, just to at least get some baseline idea. And you can consult with people and talk to people and try to at least get some sort of bearing. And so looking at that, even at like, so I would consider like Sitchin like a tertiary source because he's kind of still reading the secondary source because it's translation. So so going back into that, I said, well, I'm disregarding that. I'm going to look at exactly what the Sumerians themselves said about those gods. It does sound like they came out of nowhere, right? And so there's that, and that captures the imagination. And there's what Samuel Noah Kramer, who is a legitimate Sumerologist, said was the Sumerian problem. And the Sumerian problem, which has still not been solved to this day, is how did this culture appear in like just 200 years? We went from like semi-settled hunter-gatherers to what we call civilization, and their language is called a language isolate. There's no known language that it's related to, and it just pops up out of nowhere. So it's like, what is that about, right? It's pretty interesting. And so looking into that, though, and you do see they left a ton of texts because history begins at Sumer, was his book, because it literally does. History is the written record, and so they were the ones who, as far as we know, invented writing. I say as far as we know because we don't know what we're going to find at like Göbekli Tepe and things like that.
Right.
But in terms of having a huge corpus of literature, the cuneiform tablets have that because they were made on clay. And there's more cuneiform tablets than there are Egyptian papyri. There's so much. So there's a lot to be known about them, and a lot of it's been actually translated.
When was that like geometric stone that has like writing on every side of it?
The Rosetta Stone?
No, it's called like the King's List or something.
Oh, the Sumerian King's List.
That's what that is?
Yeah.
Where it's on like multiple sides?
Yes.
When was that one discovered?
Oh,
do you know?
Not off the top of my head the exact date, but it's stuff that's found in the 19th century, like mid 1800s.
And it's dated to?
Probably about early 20th, so 19.
Okay.
Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah. Okay. That's it. So, but isn't it like one solid block that has like writing on each side of it?
There is. Yes, that's why I thought you were talking about the Rosetta Stone.
Oh, okay. And it was in one of your essays that you did. There was an image of it, and it was interesting looking.
Oh, I think it's because there's many different ones. Are you talking about the one that's in an actual case in a museum? Yes. So because that King's List has been repeated over and over again. So those are tablets, and then they had some that are posted that way.
Yeah, and the King's List basically explains that that these people were living for hundreds of thousands of years and stuff.
Yeah, so that's like one of the mysteries of it is why do these people live so long or this sort of thing. And of course, and if you don't know, you say aliens. But so what I found though when looking at some of those stories about those that came from above or what have you. And the story, I'm sure you're familiar with the story, right? The idea is that something came to these Sumerians and then taught them agriculture and all of this, but also enslaved them, wanted to mine the atmosphere for gold, or wanted to mine our place for gold because they were losing it in their atmosphere. It's this entire like sci-fi story, right?
Yeah.
So I kind of did a more earthly analysis of it and looked at some of the stories that were the precursors to the basic like Old Testament Bible stories, like the Noah's Ark, for instance. And this is one of the reasons why the school system didn't necessarily focus a lot on the discoveries during the period between the 19th century, early 20th century, because it was when they were being found, it was during this period of little bit of a transition, but also it was very Christian oriented. And so the archaeologists and people who found these just didn't think the public needed to know. So they didn't hide it per se, but they just didn't advertise it. They were just like, nah, we don't want to rock the world order. Let's just do our research and be done with it.
Let's hide the original sources.
Yeah, because what happens is when you follow those old stories, first of all, it puts the biblical stories back much further in time, and they're also very different. So the Noah's Ark story in particular paints a picture very vividly of an individual, a Noah-type figure who is adept at science and magic and sees signs in the sky that something's going to happen. And he does not build a boat, but instead he gathers, not his family either, but he finds all of the people from the civilization that were the most important scientists, what we would call scientists, so individuals who were good at all the things that you would want if you were making a breakaway civilization. And then he gathered the animals of the steppe, not two male lions walking up the boat and like the nursery rhyme thing show. But the animals of the steppe. The animals of the steppe are important because these would have been the animals that, if you were a nomadic steppe tribe, you would have carried those animals with you for sustenance. They would have been something that you would want to bring them with you to make a caravan, a nomadic group of people who would say, like, we're going to leave what we think may be some sort of cataclysm, and we are going to get the animals of the steppe, and we're out of here. And everybody else, maybe you're going to stay, maybe you're going to go, whatever, come with us, but we're going to go and find dry land. And the reason for that is that on the Eurasian steppe, where this is proposed to have happened, if you bring ungulates with you, you are able to. It sounds sad, but so like animals that are grass eating, like like maybe goats and cows and that sort of thing. So they could bring their sheep and goats with them, and when the times were tough and there's no food, you can bleed the animal and drink the blood and still keep the animal alive. And that was a way that people had to create. Yeah. So it sounds mean, but it's still something that some people practice today for that very reason. It's traditional, and that's what they could have done. Another thing
we used
too.
it with humans in antiquity, I heard. Did I read that on one of your essays?
I don't know, but
that people used to drink the blood of the warriors or something to get like their warrior powers. When
I've not written about that, but I'm very familiar with that. And yes, no, it's totally a thing. And yes, they did that because there's like these different hormones and things. Right. So they thought, of course, they didn't know they were the hormones, but later when people try to propose that, hey, maybe we should start doing
So
that.
if you were some leader in antiquity, some noble person, you could literally take some warrior, some young 20-year-old warrior guy. They would slash his throat and drink his blood.
The young blood. Yeah. So what they would do with these animals is they would cut them and drink their blood, but also use them for dairy. And so and then if you needed to, you could slaughter some. But then you also had basically a sustainable thing going on where you have the animals that are going with you, and you're going to make more of themselves. So it's a great plan instead of prepping with your storable foods and all of that. Right. You're like bringing like the living factory with you. So the idea is that it was essentially a breakaway civilization. It traces along the lines of now just sort of magically it seems, or coincidentally, to the Younger Dryas impact event. So where the theory then is that event happened and it caused great displacement of people because of rapid climate change events and a lot of these floods and things. And so people would have thought the whole world's flooding, or those stories kind of track. And then these individuals who made their breakaway civilization, who bring the animals of the steppe, who also would have been larger in stature because they were having animal protein, they then encounter. They go to Mesopotamia and they encounter the individuals who are there, who are semi-settled hunter-gatherers with a culture, not a civilization. And their height would have been different. Their stature was different. They appeared differently, which then explains why the Sumerian texts say the perspective of they are the black-headed ones, or the Adamah, meaning the red clay people. So now, when you see this in Abrahamic religions, you'll see it be described as like, well, God made Adam from the clay of the earth, and he made like a person. When you read it maybe from a more anthropological perspective, and you look at the archaeological evidence, you see that there are individual bodies that were excavated in the region that were, first of all, the size. They're smaller in stature. They're not getting the same animal protein. They're just what you'd expect from people.
In what part specifically?
In what would have been modern day Iraq.
Got it.
Yeah. So you have then people who are roughly about 5'2", smaller, and their remains were painted red, using the specific red clay from that region. They were like a red ochre. And so it wouldn't be unreasonable to then make that leap to say, well, we do observe people currently who do that. That's a very common practice, is using different mud or ochre or things to paint the body. And so if you kind of look at it from that perspective, a more earthly one, as opposed to like, bleep, blop, bloop, they're coming from space and they're here to get us. You see that it kind of paints a picture of individuals who do not have dark hair. And this is where it gets to be like, oh, maybe they're the Nordics and all that.
Don't have dark hair.
They don't because, or at least not black hair, because they described themselves as the black-headed ones, and they were speaking on behalf of the gods in the writing when they say this is what they thought. They made that differentiator of we are the black-headed ones. So that right there says, well, if they have black hair, and they do, why would you pull that out as a difference? And then you have the blue-eye condition. Again, I know this gets to be all like Giorgiani's Nordics and this sort of thing, but hey, shout out to Jason. But the thing is, it's there are these little tells, like they had all of their Sumerian statues that were divine have blue eyes, and that was something that people thought was cursed. The blue eye to this day, the evil eye, right? It's a blue eye.
We have actual Sumerian statues with blue eyes.
Yes, lapis lazuli. Some of them don't have the eyes anymore because they were plucked out and stolen. But yeah, they were very big on lapis. And
Can you pull a picture of these up? I don't think I've ever seen this.
Yeah. So it's so there's this. It seems like the story of a clash of different people coming together. And if you take this just hypothesis, we'll say, where there are these individuals who they don't have dark hair, but the people on the ground call them. Yeah, there's one.
Whoa.
The lapis lazuli.
What is that made out of?
Lapis lazuli is a blue rock.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, I should have brought that for you today.
That's incredible looking.
I have a cuneiform cylinder seal made of that.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yep.
And these date back to the Sumerians.
Oh yeah, yeah. The Sumerians.
That's amazing they survived that long.
Oh yeah, yeah. We have a lot of interesting things left from them, which is also why a lot of people will pick this up and say, "I feel like I've not learned enough about them. What's going on?" And back when I had my class, I used to ask the kids, 20 somethings. I was like, how many have heard of the Egyptians? Of course. How many have heard of the Sumerians? A few. Mostly because of shows like Ancient Aliens or podcasts. But then, of course, that comes with the whole, and here's what I know about them, but then it's like this whole Sitchin narrative.
Right.
And it's like, okay, so... But there's a lot to be known about the Sumerians and their gods, and it's just not, I think, put out there well. So that was something that, I'm looking at the story, and I'm like, it sounds very human. They were also called the Shining Ones. So were they shining? Because now this comes to your point, a very good point about how do we know? Like when you translate something, it's like if I were to say, Danny's so cool, and I wrote that down, and later they're like, well, clearly Danny's body temperature has to be, very low in comparison to. It's like you don't even know what I'm saying, Yep. So we have so many problems with translation or interpretation. So that's just an element of doubt right there. But if you do look at what seemed to be going on, you have these individuals. They come over. They're called the Shining Ones. Some people have said it's because they were like Gnostic, because they were serpent-like, because they had all these features. They were very smart. Some people said it's because they mastered metallurgy already. So, it could very well be if you were a person who lived and you were, used to your semi-settled hunter-gathering lifestyle, and you saw a caravan of individuals who looked different, like nobody you've ever seen before, and they're wearing perhaps something shiny. You might just stop and go, wow. Now, what do we know from history, like really, when that happens, okay? Colonization. It never ends well for those like people that the people kind of meet. I know that's, people are tired of hearing about like colonizers and stuff, and I get it, but this is like a legit thing that happens, and we can't deny that if somebody comes in and they're like a little more powerful or have an advantage, they're gonna be like, hey, you, why don't you work for me?
Yep.
That's what ends up happening. And that's why I think that the Sumerian, like understanding that point of our history and the Sumerians is probably the single most important thing we should be looking at historically. Sounds like an overstatement, but it's like, hear me out, because this is the part where it all begins. It all begins there, that we know, of course, and it all begins as in civilization, economic influence, and control, and the priest class. So if you are a group of people and you see these other people and you're like, we want this land, we're going to make this land ours. But these are good worker people. So what can we do? Well, you can't communicate, but you can intimidate. You can kind of cargo cult them. Like, look, we know magic. We know about, and in fact, we're going to plant this here and watch it grow. And they can start now having that, what we see always with these cultures, like, you do what I say because there's an eclipse coming, guys. You don't want anything bad to happen. So it's that power. But then in order to do that, though, you have to have a mediator. And that mediator is the priest class. That is a class of individuals who can read and write and communicate. And they go in between the two. And that's important because you don't want to go in like, these people are going to take over and you say, look at these lovely hunter-gatherer types. I think we'll train them and make them part. No, you'd say, okay, knowledge is power. We need to have an intermediary and we're going to subjugate them. And that's clearly what the Sumerian texts even say. They said they were enslaved. They said they weren't treated well. And when you see the accounts of these gods, I mean, it's not like you'd want to have a what would Jesus do bracelet of these gods in the ancient days, right? What would Zeus do? I mean, because the answer's not great. He's going to be raping and eating people. It's just really ugly.
Right.
And so that's what they were tending to do, though, very human-like things. Then we get the very beginnings of ideas of worship. And the word of it actually meant to work for. So if you remove some of the context, and this is why I think it's so important to push back even further than, say, the ancient Greeks or the ancient Egyptians or anything, is to say, where's some of the seeds of the civilization here? And what they were doing was they have actual recipes. I mean, like books of how to prepare your sacrifice. The gods didn't want them boiled. They wanted them roasted over an open flame. They liked the smell of it. It made them kind of come to it. They had a whole set of guidelines of who could breed with whom. So the idea of like, did the Anunnaki, manipulate the human genome? And yeah, they did. They very much did. Did they do it with like Mr. Wizard's World style beakers and things? No, they didn't. They did it through good old fashioned animal husbandry. They had eugenics back then and told us who we could breed with and who we couldn't.
Let's talk about the most underrated organ in your body, the liver. It's doing 500 plus functions a day, from energy to fat metabolism to digestion and vitamin storage. Basically processing everything you put into your body. And when it's overworked, you feel it. And that's why I've been using Dose for Your Liver. It's a clinically backed liver health supplement. But what I like is it's not another pill or powder. It's a daily 2-ounce liquid shot, and it honestly tastes like fresh squeezed orange juice. No sugar, no junk, and no calories. Dose is designed to help cleanse your liver of unwanted stressors that can slow it down and support daily liver function so it can do its job. And when you take it consistently, you're supporting steadier energy, better digestion, and fewer of those random midday crashes. And what really stood out to me was the science behind it. 2 double-blind placebo-controlled trials that showed a positive impact on liver enzymes. Ready to give your liver the support it deserves? Head on over to dosedaily.co/Danny or enter DANNY at checkout to get 35% off your first subscription. Your body does so much for you. It's time for you to do something for it. That's DOSEDAILY.co/Danny. Sumerians.com/Danny for 35% off your first month subscription. Yeah, it's funny because there's so many parallels between the Sumerians, the Greeks, even the Mayan cultures, like with these different figures and these different stories, like the flood myth and all that stuff. And it's interesting how like all of that was pushed to the side and sort of buried. And then when the church came about and then, tried to just destroy the knowledge base of, antiquity and therefore, everything else. And it's just interesting once you learn those parallels and you see like, how does this make sense? Like if this guy, Yahweh, wanted to flood the earth, why the hell would he get Noah to go save everybody? Like he just tried to destroy humanity. Why is he getting somebody to save him? Well, that's not, you've learned that's not actually the real story.
Right.
Like it was in Sumer it was Enki, I believe. And then in Greek, it was Prometheus, who like created humanity and then actually tried to save humanity by going against Zeus. And it's just like, and then I think it's Quetzalcoatl in the Mayan story.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's just fascinating how like it's just changed and it makes no fucking sense in the Bible.
No sense at all, because it's a Bible is not a book. It is a collection of books that, it's a library. So it has to be read as such, not in a linear way.
Yeah.
So that is, so you mentioned Enki, and that's kind of an important component to this because he is a Promethean figure. So in that sense, it was like Enlil would have been like the equivalent to say like a Yahweh, like a storm god, a desert storm god that, but the edict was these Anunnaki, the pantheon, the original 12, they were not allowed to breed with the people. Because they were considered they're animals.
Right.
They were the part of the farm. They were domesticating them. They were making them work for. They were doing these things. So they taught them agriculture, but only in the service of them. Of course, they got some, just like, cash crops and all of this whole system of an economic system of saying, okay, you're going to have the benefits of a civilization. Okay, we're going to protect you from the animals. We're going to protect you. We're going to have law, legalism, and professions even. They created the idea of a profession. So the Sumerians were known for, all of these different inventions. But are they, it's good, but at the same time, it's like the trappings of civilization. So they taught the priest class how to be an intermediary. They weren't allowed to then go up to this temple. The priest had to do it. So there was this like gap between the regular folks and these new gods or these living gods. Now, something though that I find to be a little, maybe I would say supernatural, because they don't throw the whole idea out completely. I mean, because there are some strange things, but I think a lot of the people pushing this Anunnaki agenda, if you will, get wrong is that when you Google Anunnaki, often you'll find these images of these winged beings with like bird faces and things like that. And those are not technically Anunnaki. So Anunnaki is a word kind of like Baal, kind of like Lord. It means princely blood. It means of this certain offspring. So as a result of that, there's like 40 plus Anunnaki, but most of the time we focus on like the 12 pantheon or whatever. And so the word gets thrown around a lot. But the Apkallu are the other beings that sort of, they're like literally referred to as semi-biological entities in the Sumerian texts. And they're the ones that look different. Semi-biological. So it's like they are described as coming from the ocean, maybe materializing both in the real world, but then not. They're very specter-like or sort of dense, not dense, which is, you don't see that explained with the Anunnaki. They're very much like individuals. They have effects on the world. They, make crops, they make rules, they do all these things. But then you have these Apkallu. And when I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, well, what are these things? And it's very old. And on that Sumerian kings list, there's the writing that will say like, this is the king, and yeah, they live forever, but like also a sage was assigned to them. And then eventually that kind of dissipates. But there's this old tradition where it was like this idea that you had a sage, and the sage was the Apkallu, the 7 sages, and those were associated with the 7 Pleiades. So it was a celestialized concept. And it kind of is, I would say, like a prototype of a genie or a daemon or something to that effect, where these kings had advisors, but these advisors were like channeled, and they were accessed through altered states. And that's what led me to the recent book I did on the altered states of the Sumerians, because they actually have evidence of them being very much involved in that activity, even though not a lot of attention is given. For instance, there's Sumerian cuneiform tablets called mushroom tablets, and they're literally shaped like mushrooms. And they have cuneiform going all the way around them. And most of the time, so when you say tablet, you can think of like, you find like, maybe like people will think of Moses in the old movie holding up these great big tablets. Tablets are very small. They can be very small. That's why you can like take so many in a looting. So sometimes people take bags or out of them, or like just tons of these little tablets. So they can vary in size. But also tablet would indicate like the shape of something like that you would write on that way. So it's surprising sometimes to people that they actually had these shaped tablets. They were molded from clay to look like mushrooms. So some of these, some of them are more mushroom-like than others. Some of those are.
What are you calling them, Steve? Mesopotamian foundation cones?
Yeah, that's what the Google said.
Yeah.
Maybe I can type in like mushroom.
Yeah,
that one certainly looks like a mushroom. The Sumerian cuneiform, that one in the middle on Etsy.
So because in Sumer, and then the civilization lasted a very long time, so they ended up becoming these what would be called foundation. Yeah. So they ended up getting conical.
Wow, that's wild.
But there are, in the Berlin Museum, though, there's better examples of them looking a little more mushroom-like insofar as they're not as conical. And so I have some examples of those in the book. And those, now, the function of both of these is important because
that's crazy. Look at that one on the top right, Steve.
Now, what is wild about it is so they undergo some changes because the Sumerian culture did. They went in, and it wasn't like a monolith. It was thousands of years from like Sumer to Akkadian, Babylonian, etc. And so they kept cuneiform, so it looks as though it's like the same, but it's not. And you can see in the cuneiform it gets like proto cuneiform has some symbols with it that and then it goes differently. But it kind of is easy to think of these things as being all from Sumer, and that's to the point of the Apkallu not looking like the Anunnaki and vice versa. So these mushroom tablets though, and why they were like for the foundation, they were placed into the foundations of buildings like temple structures, and around them would be prayers and hopes and things. So you would have this consecrated, and then you would put this message into the temple. And similar to how some people, when they go to the Wailing Wall, will put a little script or a prayer into that wall. So that's a very ancient tradition. But what they did was they took these tablets, these mushroom-shaped ones, and they would plug them into the Sumerian temple walls. Now, if you just kind of, when you take that and other evidence of what they were doing in terms of their recipes, some of their medicines.
What do we know about the medicines and the drugs they were using?
It's well, in terms of the medicine, it's very well developed. There's
medicine and drugs, at least in Greek, there was no difference.
No difference here either. In fact, the line is so blurred because it's they mix it up with the priests, like an exorcist. So if in this case, in that time you had the priest was the physician. So they didn't differentiate between body and mind. And so they didn't have that clinical sense. Although they did have interesting clinical features like malpractice insurance. So that's where we get like an eye for an eye. Because if you were performing like a cataracts removal, the official law said if you did it in the wrong eye or did something, you're going to have to be blinded in one of your eyes. So that would, so they didn't mess around. So, and they were doing advanced techniques. They invented pills. So back then, like 5,000-6,000 years ago, they had pills. Yeah. So they were looking at this as not like a body mind split. So what they did was they would have the priest, and the priest would come to your home and to perform an exorcism. And what's interesting about that is very similar to the exorcisms that you would see in films now. So there's over 600 medical texts in the British Museum alone that describe all of the different incantations and recipes for all of these different medicines and plants that they were using. And so they would have, essentially the priest would come and they would look at a person who maybe was like running a fever, or they were using some sort of profanity, or they did something wrong. And they would have to go and badger that patient for the name of the demon. Very similar to what exorcists are shown to do, like, what demon, what is your name?
Right, like Bob Larson does.
Yes, exactly. So you would do that in order to find out like a diagnostic sense of, okay, so now you have this demon in you. We know that this demon responds to this medicine, or perhaps the pouring of a libation, like beer. Right. Beer was a big one. So put out a beer, put out some whatever, and pray over the body for so long and try to give that exorcism. So similar things that people do now for
very
exorcisms.
Very interesting, the power of belief. When somebody believes something is very real and you give them drugs, it seems like there's like something that happens. Like you give somebody who doesn't believe in something a drug, and then somebody who does believe something a drug, the same drug. Like if they really believe they're going to turn into a zombie and be controlled by like a voodoo sorcerer, like that will actually happen to them. Yeah. And even with the stuff like with Bob Larson, these exorcists doing these big presentations or these big like conferences where people he's pulling the devil out of people and they're like talking like saying all this crazy shit. Like this person really believes the devil is inside her and it's like compelling her to like do this and talk like this. What is that?
Yeah. That's it's very powerful, and to watch it is it makes you wonder too about what actually a demon is. And that's a way that I've approached a lot of the work, is like when it came to Stargates, for instance, when people are like, is there a Stargate? I'm like, well, first of all, what is a Stargate? Because if you imagine Stargate SG-1 and there's some big like apparatus in the desert, probably not. But what is a Stargate? What are these things? And I think that's an important thing to start questioning, or what are these terms? Because Hollywood has given us a whole view of the ancient world that maybe isn't true. Like the pyramids being, not in crumbles, but of course being polished white limestone with gold caps, or a lot of the films that show ancient Greece already being in ruins, when really all of those Greek statues were painted vividly, almost garishly. So and so have you seen those painting what the statues in Greece looked like when they were painted? I'm not sure. Oh, there's something. Yeah, there's great examples. So now if you look at like,
you're saying they were painted over later?
No, they were painted originally. So when you imagine like the quintessential like ancient Greek world, you see like statues of white and the columns are white and everything's just sort of, the whole thing was painted.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
There you go. Yeah, that's how they looked originally.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Really, that one makes Caesar look a little like Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
A little less impressive when he's painted like that, but yes.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's the real, if you were put in a time machine and sent back to ancient Greece, that's what it looked like. Not like Ray Harryhausen's Clash of the Titans, where it was already in ruin. Although, that was fun, but that's the kind of subtle influence, though, very important, but subtle influence that Hollywood has had. So because of that, we have kind of an idea already of what was going on back then, but we don't. So in the sense of these mushroom tablets and all of these different things that they were doing, they were pretty advanced in their knowledge of plant medicine and that sort of thing. Yeah. And they were really into the poppy. So that was something that I if you look at the little rosettes that are often on this ancient art, this motif of the Anunnaki and so on, it looks like, well, just little flowers or something like that. And people have chalked it off as just, they're just like ornamental or whatever. Some of those are actual rosettes. Those are my Greek ones, specifically the Sumerian or Mesopotamian. Yeah. If you look at that, Yeah, so those
like the
so-called
watches?
wristwatches of the gods. Now there's the rosettes on the nails because what they were depicting there was the poppy.
Oh, really?
And what they're holding too, there's some of those like the Anunnaki statues. If you look at like the Anunnaki, so now this is interesting because see this wristwatch of the gods thing that a lot of people talk about. I've actually found the real wristwatches. I have them up on my Substack or somewhere. But they're gold, they're beautiful, and they're not watches, but
the actual ones that were used in Sumeria.
Yeah, and they're beautiful. So the reason that they were sort of not on display is because of the looting. So in so there was a great excavation.
And they were just decorative, that's all?
They were decorative, but they had an important decorative motif on them that included these Apkallu doing what appeared to be something called the Hulgil Rite, which was the anointing of the king. So back to that 7 sages thing. Like this indicated that they were using perhaps opium and other things to commune with these entities.
Right.
The Sumerian mushroom tablets that they were identifying the mushroom as a conduit, as a mediator to the gods. This was over and over again. They were very much into altered states. Right. Their beer was different than the beer that we have now. They had drinking songs, and they really were just about being in an altered state in very many ways.
Wow.
And yeah, so these wristwatches, they so-called, they're just cuffs, but they're gorgeous, and they're beyond what anyone thought was capable at the time of people making. They have gold and lapis and very intricate design.
And it symbolized the poppy.
They symbolized the poppy. In the middle of it was the blue eye. So like the Nazir sort of thing, there was the blue eye. And around it is this motif of this little like Apkallu thing. And he's anointing. It's the pine cone in the handbag. And so that was what the king or queen got to wear after they were, I guess, anointed. We don't know. So, but this was all found in the queen's tomb at Nimrud. And that was found by an Iraqi archaeologist, Professor Hussein, who stumbled upon the remnants of what the British he stumbled upon the remnants of what was left after a Western excavation, and he thought, so I think there's something else here. Sure enough, he located the second largest gold hoard to King Tut's tomb. Tons of gold, beautiful gold, whole headdresses, these cuffs, lots of like almost like table scatter, but they were like little flowers, these poppies. And I say they're poppies because he said they were poppies. So he puts out this book where what he did was he cataloged everything, and he published the book in English and in Arabic. And he's a legitimate professor. He had a whole team. He was working for the museum, so he's doing this work. And then the war happens, and the looting happened, and all of that was lost. Most of it was lost.
Jeez.
And you can only imagine where it went or what happened to it. And the professor was lost as well. There we go. There's a good version of it there.
Beautiful. Now, why do people try to connect the pine cone with the pineal gland?
I think because it looks like it.
Some people say it looks like an artichoke too.
Yeah. I think it's just simply. I think it's simply because it looks like it. Like the kidney beans weren't allowed to be eaten by the Pythagoreans.
And what was the significance of it?
The pine cone?
Yeah.
I'm not sure of the significance. I think it's changed.
It was the pine cone in the handbag, right? You said?
Yeah. Well, in that particular culture, it was the anointing and the use of it to cultivate the latex from the opium poppy.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was, or sometimes fertility. They would use it to help fertilize the plants because, again, very agricultural in nature. So they're using all of these different medical plants and things, and they use the poppy. And the poppy was used not just for pain relief, but they were apparently mixing it with something else. But it was called the joy plant.
Right.
And so they knew its effects, and they knew that it was revered. And this professor, who also disappeared, he was last seen in Mosul.
Hussein?
Yeah. We don't know what happened to him. There's very little evidence that the last correspondence was that something wasn't going right and that he had to hide out in Mosul. So there is a book, though, that is at the University of Chicago that has a lot of these images and things. And so it catalogs it, but most importantly, when he's describing these, he's describing them as poppy, as a matter of fact. Like, of course it's poppy, and this is what we know. Whereas over time, we ended up calling it something else. Like, it was originally agreed that it was the poppy, because you see that in the ancient or the earlier works where, archaeologists at the time or Sumerologists were like, okay, this is a poppy. Right. And then you see those references now not only like disregarded, but they'll just say they're flowers or florets or common motif, or sometimes pomegranates, which if you see they're holding a stalk with these like bulbs on them, they're not pomegranates, they're too small, but they're identical to the opium poppy. And it's probably because they don't want to reinforce the idea of drug use. But
right. Well, then you have the Eleusinian mysteries
that
were happening in ancient Greece, where there was these rituals that involved drugs, sex. Only the wealthy people went because they had to bring like offerings. Tributes. They had to bring like animals or whatever to sacrifice. And I think it was for like a week or something that they would do those rituals. And that happened for a long, 1,000 years that was happening in Eleusis? It's crazy. It's
crazy, but it's kind of the typical way that humans kind of operate. It's just now we're under this illusion that we're all just, buttoned up with a suit on, and we're not doing that anymore. But if you think about some of the wild stuff the Nazis were into, and at the time, if you were an educated person in Berlin, and you looked at these guys in their Hugo Boss uniforms, thinking, oh, they look pretty spiffy, and they're bringing me great economic value, and I think I'm onto this, you would not for a minute think, yeah, and then there's Himmler in a castle, like all dressed like some kind of druid doing some sacrifice. Or you wouldn't think all of that, because you'd be like, what are you talking about?
Right.
So nowadays it's easy to think. You look at our political leaders now, and they're wearing their suits and ties, and you would think they're not at eyes wide shut parties, are they? It's like,
Right.
oh, and now we're kind of thinking differently. But yeah, so there's always been this underlying strangeness, if you will, and that's
I
the
don't know
occult.
if like things like I don't know. I have no clue if that kind of stuff was forbidden like that back then in antiquity, right? Would they look at that like, oh, what are you doing this weekend? I'm going to go get high as fuck and have an orgy. Like maybe that wasn't frowned upon. I don't know.
It depends on the time and the culture, but in a lot of cases it wasn't, and it was just different the way that it was, or it was regulated in such a way. Like in the Sumerian example, you have temple prostitution.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to like make that sacred because you just think of a street hoe, like, you know, like how is a regular old like a corner like something sacred in it? Well, it's because we're implanting our view of what that is retroactively. At the time, though, it's something completely different. It was this idea that you had this female who could essentially become possessed. So then you could go have sex with the god. You could commune with the god.
Right.
And so she would live at the temple, not forever. They would take girls sometimes like 12, 13, and then they would. Now, this would happen throughout different cultures in some way or shape or form too. So this isn't a one-off. This is another one of those examples of like, springs up in a lot of different cultures over different times.
Mm-hmm.
But in the Sumerian context, it would be there was a girl. She would be taken or you know, sold, however, to be in this position of the temple priestess
at the age of 12.
Sometimes, I mean, it's hard. If you can bleed, you can breed, kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah, like different thinking. So definitely tragic and terrible. But they would take the kid and have them learn the arts of making a man happy.
Mm-hmm.
And they were not themselves, though. And this is part of the excuse. It wasn't like this is your child anymore. This isn't a girl. This is now a vessel. This is an avatar. And so she would go and stay at this temple. And these temples were on the riverbank. And so what you'd have is the farmers who were, you know, getting their grains. They would get on a boat and they would go up the current of the river and they would stop at the temple. They would go into the temple and bring their portion, like the tax, essentially, what it was that they were having to give to these leaders of grain. And they, in exchange, got a token. This is where money comes from, though. So the token had an image of grain and the goddess on it. The token wasn't meant to buy things. There was no free market. It was just, we're getting this token. It meant you get one free ride with the mistress upstairs.
Wow.
So now what you get for that is it wasn't just sex, because maybe you had a wife at home, right? You're not there for the sex. You're there for communing with God, because she was the thing now that brought God. And so this was a holy, sacred event that you would go up there, here's your token, and you were going to experience God. And then you'd be like, you know, so that's the currency of trade. This is why, you know, money, sex, power.
That's the first documented case of like actual exchange of money.
Token of coinage.
And
that
this was
way.
in, when was this roughly?
So this is older than that ancient Greek. This is in Sumer. Yeah.
Oh, in Sumer.
Oh, yeah. That's why I focus on that a lot, is because, you know, these are great. But then when you go to, it would have been like an old shekel if you look up a shekel. We're talking thousands of years before Greece, and they were doing very similar things. And it gets, you know, no pun intended, but buried. But it's in a lot of ways, in my view, because that was where the ruling elite concept even began that we know of. I mean, who knows, right? But what we have from the historical record is a very, very detailed account of how to be administrators, how to rule over individual people in your society as though they are part of your farming operation, as though they're literal cattle.
Right.
This is I think a very important distinction, because when you look at egalitarian societies generally that come together from like tribal unions, or you have all these different ways of ruling, but when civilization, as described in an academic sense, having sciences, having laws, having all of these different things, making art, whatever, when you have civilization come together, you have all these strange features too of the money, the power, I don't want to say it's a disease, because, you know, we're living in a civilization. I don't think I'd want to like run off like the Bohemians did in the German woods, take off all my clothes and try to live there and see what happens over the winter. I mean, I like civilization. However, you can still acknowledge that there was a great change going on at the time where it changed in an effort to collect power and use the people at the bottom of the pyramid, literally the step pyramid, as a resource for you. You didn't kill those people. You enslaved them and you used them as a resource, both physically for their labor and then also sometimes spiritually, at least in your like religious viewpoints. You would harness things from them, their energy, their power. And so, and to do that, you had to put yourself at the top of a pyramid, and then you had to have the intermediaries, that priest class, the middleman. And that relied upon you not knowing how the sausage was made. If you were illiterate, if you didn't know, you know, the guy behind the curtain, I mean, that's how it was. It was all about knowledge being power, which is why back to Enki, those figures, Enki was that Promethean figure, because Enki felt bad for how these like humans were being treated and came down and gave the wisdom of Enki. That was a thing. So the thing was, I'm going to give you the wisdom of Enki.
And his brother was Noah, right?
Enlil.
Well, I mean, like his Deucalion was Enki's brother, or no, not brother, son. Deucalion wasn't that Enki's son? And then he was like the Noah figure that is in the Bible, who gets the boat and like brings everybody on the boat and goes around.
Atrahasis,
tries to restart civilization.
Yeah, it's very similar.
Okay.
So you have then Enlil is like the Yahweh type figure,
right.
And then you have the Enki. An Enki figure is kind of Promethean and does this whole thing, but then that's where the division happens, and this is where you enter like Nephilim talk, because then once those gods start breeding with the non-gods, then it dilutes the gene pool. So it was kind of laying out this idea of like eugenics early, like we're going to keep it here in the family, like this breakaway civilization, we're going to keep it royal bloodlines intact, and then it merged. And so later you see that isn't how it happens anymore. Of course, it was just like we go into different invading people come in and the whole culture develops differently. But in those very early years, it appears to be the meeting of two different cultures, one who took over the other and instituted what they were used to from before perhaps the Younger Dryas, which was an advanced civilization, maybe not spaceships advanced, but advanced in the sense that they had arts and sciences and the ability to understand hierarchical rule. And so they basically, when they made a breakaway civilization, they civilized the people there. And so you see, and that's what you see though when they reference that 200 years, like how did people go from this to that? Well, they went from, hunter-gathering to buildings, a whole like system of being, very litigious, very degree oriented.
They merged with this other civilization.
The other civilization kind of took them over, used them as like cattle,
yeah.
And then eventually, everybody assimilated into that. So, but I think the important takeaway, and I really do think that this is part of the reason that they're, I don't know, maybe it's just my conspiracy theory, hat going full time, but like I got to put on the tinfoil hat for this. But I just feel like there has been an effort to keep people ignorant to things like economic history, like the Sumerians, like mathematics, because one of the big things that the Sumerians and later Babylonians, of course, that whole group of people were known for was their advanced mathematics. And we wouldn't necessarily think that. So advanced that there have been researchers in peer-reviewed journals that, we're working really hard to try to crack a case on a geometry problem that even his grad students couldn't help with. And he ends up spending a lot of time, I think over like 14 years, he was digging around the British Museum until finally there was like a tablet there and he's looking at it and he's like, well, holy shit, they figured it out. And it was like the answer was right in front of him. And you see this happen a lot where people go back to those cuneiform tablets to try to help them figure out math problems now, even while we have like computers and AI and things.
Yeah.
The level of mathematic knowledge that they had was astounding. So it's like, well, what would that have to do with anything? Like, why are they hiding that? Well, remember the name of the game, if you're on the top of the pyramid, is to keep those at the bottom ignorant so that you can stay on top of that pyramid. And that's done through, essentially illiteracy and
right.
Which also is like, you can't read numbers. So numerical illiteracy and things like that. So I think that's looking at the model, the Sumerian model, you just start to see all of that kind of come
that's
up.
the funny saying is numbers don't lie, but words do.
Yeah, that's very well said.
Because language is like the written word and stories are inherently, it's deceptive. It's like, it's a tool of deception.
Completely. And so then math could be the truth. That's what the Pythagoreans thought, was that the only thing real was the number.
Yeah.
And so that was like a whole, cult in and of itself. And that's been, I think the, kind of going back though to the idea of like, well, why, like, how did this all come about? Like going into the occult and all of this, it was essentially that these subjects I found over time drew the attention of people in positions of power. And I thought that's funny. So, I mean, I can imagine you get emails like this though, too, given your subject matter, where you'll get emails from people who claim this or say they want to connect for this reason or that reason. And so, so sometimes though, I got some emails, and this was early on, like 10 years ago, where somebody would say something interesting, or you should read this book or read that book, sure. And then I'd get interesting pictures, like, can you tell me what this tablet says, or can you point me in a direction? Sometimes I would see these pictures a couple times and it would be high def and it would be in somebody's house, like in a full-on museum case, but you can see this is like a palatial estate somewhere in the Middle East, like, oh, you have these in your private collection.
Wow.
Okay. I don't know, sure. But then I noticed that some people would start to reach out to me, offering to take me to Iraq to look for different things. They were wrapped up with a lot of different, like we mentioned Jason Giorgiani. I know he came on here and discussed somebody called the Londoner. You don't know if you remember him discussing
I don't remember
that.
This.
So
He's been on at least 3 times.
Yeah. So one of the times he was on, I think that was the first time I even saw the show or heard, I heard him talking about the Londoner, and I had like a record skip moment because I was like, I know that guy. I reached out to Jason. I was like, Jason, I think this is the Londoner. He's like, I think we should
The
talk.
Londoner.
The Londoner.
Remind me what it's all about.
So that one, it's a whole thing that I think the person who best describes that situation is Professor Benjamin Teitelbaum. And I'm sure everybody's probably tired of me like promoting Ben's book, but Ben wrote one of the best books to kind of, I think, break through the normies and like get people to understand that like there's an occult issue here in our contemporary period. And that book is called Bannon's War for Eternity.
Right?
Steve
Bannon?
Exactly. So I'm like, okay, hear me out, people. I know it's a book about sloppy Steve and it's kind of like passé and we're bored with all this stuff.
He's a very interesting character.
He is a very interesting character. And Ben did a very good job. He's a ethnomusicologist.
What's the name of this again? I'm sorry.
It's Benjamin Teitelbaum, and I'm sorry, Ben, if it's Teitelbaum or Teitelbaum, I'm sorry about that. But it's the book is called Bannon's War for Eternity. So definitely recommend that book. That will get into filling in a lot of the gaps. But essentially, that book basically shines a light on the darker side. If anyone needed a darker side to some of those people, but I will say the darker side as in the occult side, because it may come as a surprise that these individuals are often involved in maybe ritual magic, or at least they have an interest in it. They have connections to those things.
I can see him in a robe doing a seance.
Right, with the disheveled hair, yeah. So he's that was something where I started piecing together, why is everybody so interested? And I say everybody, okay, curse of knowledge, not everybody, but why are there very particular people who have an interest in geopolitics and all of these topics, yet they're interested in Anunnaki bloodlines? That seems kind of crazy. And of course, once you get to a point where you have a lot of money, sometimes you have too much money and time on your hands, and so you can get a little crazy. But if you're rich, you're eccentric. If you're poor, you're crazy. So they're eccentric now. But I noticed that, and it just got me more and more interested because, as I said, initially I was studying Western esotericism, but and some of the work of like Wouter Hanegraaff in Amsterdam and that with my master's, and my advisors were sort of like, how about we just do something a little, and I'm like, I just want the paper, let's just go. But I put a little
bit. Brakes, lady.
Right? That was exactly what it was. And I'm like, I'm not fighting this. I'm just getting through it. So, I took like the relevant angle and just sort of focused on the economic history component of it. But my interest was always in occulted knowledge, rejected knowledge in that sense. Like, why does some information get to stay in our corpus or our canon, and how come some doesn't? Who gets to make that decision? As we know now, Robert Maxwell does, or did. Like, that was a big part of it, which is like,
that's a crazy story.
That's crazy.
Why do you call it Pergamon Press? Throne of Satan.
Yeah. Who knows, right? It's like words just don't have any meaning or power. Symbols, right? I mean, we live in a world of symbols, and it's just like what they say, hidden in plain sight. So, and that doesn't mean, of course, everything's nefarious, but it just does mean that things are inspired by. You know, people are inspired, and the word inspire comes from the Latin inspirare, and it means specifically when a deity blows life into you, breathes into you. And so for you to be, it's like expire or respire. So if you're inspired by something, then you're just, you know, that thing, whatever it was, just
impregnated you.
Yeah, pretty much. And so, you know, that tells a lot about a person, like what maybe they name their companies or what they name any of that. So yeah, so the question of like, well, why does some information get to be out there and other information doesn't? So I just started like pulling at that thread for a long time and realized that, wow, okay, so I think this whole Anunnaki question is a little more serious than I had originally thought. I think it has more to do with the quest for legitimizing bloodlines and the notion of blood and soil and the notion of who gets the divine right to rule. And it has more to do with that level of say occulted curiosity or what have you than it really does about anything interesting archaeologically. And but those people who may have those alternative interests, they also have the money and the power to donate or have foundations and trickle that through. And so that's why not everybody who's out there searching or doing this kind of work has anything to do with that. But you have to look at sometimes the motivations of the people who may be at the top.
I find it so interesting that Bannon, as rich as he is, still does a daily like talk show that no one watches. You know, that guy started Seinfeld.
Yeah.
He gets Seinfeld checks every month. Like he was one of the people who did the deal for Seinfeld. Like, why are you, he's just bizarre. And some of the stuff that he was involved in, you know, like with the early banking stuff and the people that he was wrapped up with, like very early on before he met Epstein, it's just very weird. It is weird. It's a rat's nest of intertwining people and stories. And
it is really wild, but I think it's, and like I said, I recommend the book for anyone to get an idea of that. And it also speaks to then some of the stuff Jason has experienced. And so we'll let that rat's nest be there, but but it covers that. But that's just an example, a little bit of how sometimes people reach out to me with leads or different things. Right. And I thought, you know, it just made me want to know more about like, why are these things hidden and what's going on? And so that kind of put me in that direction, I think, of the occult factor in all of it. And occult just meaning hidden.
Have you ever left your doctor's appointment feeling like you've learned absolutely nothing? Like, you're fine, drink more water, and we'll see you next year. No real data, no actual plan, just a shrug and a handshake. And that is the reason why I love what Superpower is doing. It's a much more proactive way to understand what's going on inside your body. Superpower sends a licensed professional to your home, or you can visit a nearby lab, and within one simple blood draw, they measure 100 plus biomarkers. Then everything shows up in the app: heart, liver, thyroid, hormones, metabolism, vitamins, minerals, and even environmental elements. So you can finally stop doing guesswork and know exactly what your body needs. And what's really interesting is it's not just a one-time snapshot. Superpower tracks your results over time, showing your biological age. It helps you understand long-term trends and gives you a more actionable plan based on your data. You can even upload past lab results and keep everything in one place. And if questions ever come up, they've got their own on-demand care team inside the platform, so you're not left trying to figure out random numbers at 11 p.m. Make this year the year you finally stop guessing about your health with Superpower. For a limited time, our listeners are getting $20 off to unlock their new health intelligence. Head over to superpower.com and use the code Danny for $20 off your membership. That's code DANNY. And after you sign up, they're going to ask how you heard about Superpower, and do us a favor and let them know that the Danny Jones podcast sent you.
I feel like this is the main theme behind most of your work, is you like expose this hidden occult architecture behind everything that's happening like in the modern world with corporations and politics and world leaders and all this stuff.
Yeah, I try to do that because I feel like everything is like fully connected. I mean, we didn't just, there's nothing new under the sun, as they say.
Right.
You know, when we talk about something like money and currency and these ideas, again, back to the Sumerians, they, you know, it started all these different systems, and then it influenced all of the areas around it, like the Mediterranean, ancient Egypt, and all of this. And it's just been something that has laid a foundation for what we're living in now. So when I was doing my graduate work, I looked into the history of early modern free markets and just little things that kind of made me think, oh, this is where these come from. So like the term bank, even just something like, you know, why is it a free market? It was like literally like a farm market. People would go and they'd put out all their stuff, and then people would bring like these tokens, and they were money. They're like selling money essentially, and they would put it on a bench, which would be a bunk, and they would put it out. And when they were out of it and done, they would break the bank to signify that we're out. We don't have any. So when you're broke or you break the bank, it comes from that. And it's like, that's interesting. We're using a lot of this. Like, there's such a disconnect between like the world that we are in now and like the world that is really underneath it all. So just like something like meat, right? We go to the store, we pick up a nicely packaged little steak, and sometimes it's shrink wrapped, there's like labels on it, and it's just like, look at this thing we're gonna cook. And we don't necessarily consider all of the things that it took to get that with animals and that they are living beings, etc. We just kind of take it for that's meat. We even have the words for it as such. Like we have cow versus beef. Like, there's the animal, but there's the animal product. So likewise with, say, like the money system.
Yeah, that's funny, right?
Yeah.
We think of that as two separate things.
Yeah, because that's how we sort of, with pork and pig, and these are words that came from the French, like when the Normans like came in and they were like, we have beef, and then there's the people who were there, who they sort of did the whole Anunnaki thing with, like, we're going to take you over. The regular people who were farming it, knew it as a cow, would keep the word cow, but they referenced it as like beef. And so that just stayed because the language kind of like grew and changed. But we still have those words now where we differentiate between cow and beef. And I think that's where it starts to get really interesting when you start to divorce reality from where it began. That really just does give a lot of people power, because think about, do you understand banking systems? I mean, I think the only person I personally like agree knows most about it is Catherine Fitz, but
oh yeah, she's great.
She's amazing. Gosh. But I mean, plenty of people know about it, but it's
like the whole system with Wall Street and all the stuff in the banks was designed intentionally to be extremely confusing.
I agree 100%. And that's part of the whole setup there. And it's mathematically based. Again, it's like a cult of math magicians, or, that's really what it is.
That's why Epstein called himself the Magi.
Yes. And people sometimes question, well, why did Epstein get so much power? He didn't even go to school and do all this, he's teaching or whatever. Like, what? He was recognized early as having mathematic abilities. Math, it reigns supreme. And math is, some have said, math is the language of God. What is real? Like you just said, if it's words, it could be messed with. If it's numbers, it's fact. It's quantitative. Even back to like if saying something's a hard science versus a soft science, what differentiates that? The quantitative analysis of it, not the qualitative. The amount, not the, so that's an important, numeracy is very important to this. And so that gives you the basis of reality, what's real. And it can be modeled out then. So if you have something like stripping down to its most basic thing, we have abstraction after abstraction until everything's confusing, like, beef or whatever. And then you get down to its baseline, then you can have a shot at understanding it or modeling it. So this is essentially, in my view, what's been going on a lot with Epstein's desire to really pour a lot of money into science is the quest for immortality. Because at the end, that's what they all want, is to live forever. It's the goal of transhumanism. We're going to transcend it. That's the oldest trick in the book. Again, back to the Sumerians again, ad nauseum. But the Epic of Gilgamesh was the same idea. It was the same idea of the king who wanted to resurrect or help his friend Enkidu, who happened to be a wild man, described very much like some sort of like Bigfoot or Sasquatch or something. Like it was like the stress of an early civilization where perhaps there were people still living who were not in the walls of the city, and they described this guy as like formidable to the king, and he was real hairy and wild, and he drank with the gazelles. So what they did to go get him was they took one of their temple prostitutes out there to seduce him, bring him back to the city, and they humanized him, they civilized him by giving him a bath and shaving him and have some sex with some nice ladies. And now all of a sudden he's like, I'm here to win it. And as the story goes, he ends up befriending the king, and of course Gilgamesh goes and he's trying to find this plant that would give everlasting life. But it's like the fountain of youth. I mean, that's literally the oldest story, is the Epic of Gilgamesh. So from our oldest story, the point is we have to search for the thing that is going to give us everlasting life. We want to live forever. And so that is the quest, is biohacking your way to it, or perhaps figuring out the mathematic formula of living forever. And what would that look like? Because if you know the math of the fundamentals, if math is the reality, then you're going to be able to model it, predict it, and then control it.
And this connects to how he was obsessed with entropy.
Yeah.
He was always talking about entropy and talking to Lawrence Krauss about this.
Yeah. So if you look through the Epstein emails, you see that he had this quest to understand entropy, to really figure out different ways to master it, to harness it, to kind of, in my view, transcend it. So
you want to hack it. Right?
Hack it.
There's
yes.
a second law of thermodynamics, like order dissolves over time.
Yes.
Everything becomes more chaotic. The heat death of the universe will eventually happen.
Yeah. And so, the way that I kind of went into this a little is because since I've talked about Anunnaki stuff and of course ancient alien type things and these civilizations, I hear a lot about free energy. I mean, we have Disclosure Day, all this. Everybody's talking about what is it? Free energy. That's supposedly what it is that they're hiding all this from. Is because what if we got free energy? And I'm thinking, well, what if we got free energy? So, I mean, there's like pretty much an industry now of Disclosure Inc. that's like telling us like it's about free energy. Okay, what's the energy going to do? Power our civilization? Like we're going to not pay electric bills? I don't think that all of this like disclosure hiding things is just because we would like to have free renewable resources or free resources. Likewise, it's not to get us off world. It's free energy means we're going to be able to planet hop. Okay, well, good luck. Passing through the radiation. I mean, like let's solve one problem at a time. I do not think that is the ultimate idea. I think that what we are looking at, especially with free energy, it already gives this pop cultural notion of just it's free. Like it's there with no cost. It's free. It's but like the first law of thermodynamics, like energy can't be created or destroyed. So how is it like what's going on here? It doesn't even make sense. So when we talk about entropy, we're talking about the energy loss of something that is able to be skimmed, it's able to be harnessed, and then that way it's free as in free out of that system. It's been freed. So as opposed to some people think it's free. It's a free for all energy. Like no. This is the energy that happens that you might be able to skim off of, and it starts to be weirdly Kabbalistic, weirdly Platonic in some ways, and very much linked to the idea of like the monad, the dyad, and the triad. This Gnostic. I mean, we can throw all these buzzwords out, but that's because everyone sort of had a bit of this so-called metaphysical truth, like the blind men and the elephant idea, where they're all, blind men standing around an elephant, one's holding a tail, one's holding a trunk, and another a leg, and they're arguing over what it is that they have, and they're all right, but they just can't see the bigger picture. And so that's the utility of siloing people into these disciplines and things.
Yes.
So that's important, because if you have a discipline, so like you say, evolutionary biology, you have that. You have, we'll say archaeology, we'll say, psychology, whatever.
Yeah, no one's interdisciplinary.
That's the problem, and that's the point. Because what is it that underlies the whole thing? If you want to prove any of these disciplines, if you want to go and you're going to speak at an event and you want to bolster your claims, you're going to want charts and graphs. You're going to want numbers. I mean, they even will tell you that. Like, there's funny books about that. Lying with
statistics. Look at this immigration chart.
Yeah, as soon as people see numbers, they're like, I believe you. And that's a known, a phenomenon in psychology anyway. So of course, you just put pie charts up, which is nothing, and say, well, according to this pie chart. So numbers.
I'm not going to crunch those numbers, but he's got the numbers up there, so it must be true.
It's numbers. They're scary. He's probably right.
Yeah.
So you put the numbers there as to say this is ultimate truth, because math is reality, math is truth. So the math is what's underneath it all. And you have all these different disciplines, and they're working for all these different things, looking at what they're interested in. But in a way, though, they're finding the mathematic formulas. And so, like with entropy, people have come across entropy in most notably communication studies. So so a lot of these concepts, and sometimes what happens is they'll use different words. And so this is where academia comes in, where you're going to go into a field, and you are going to have to learn their jargon. And sometimes it's just like, isn't this A? And it's like, yeah, but we say it like B. That's just discipline-specific jargon, and that's part of academia. Well, that serves to hide things, of course. But
even the word entropy was just like, who created that word again?
Neumann.
Von Neumann.
Von Neumann. And he was like, well, we'll call it entropy because people don't really know what it is. And that's like a legit quote. Like it was intentionally used to obfuscate. So, we have that with, I'm not a physicist, so I'm not going to go deep into this, but the idea of dark matter. And dark matter is, another one of those, like, we're going to put a cool name to something that, does it exist? I mean, we see there's evidence that it exists, but then to articulate it as dark matter gives it a very visual thing. It gives it something where it makes it feel like in the psyche of people, it's a legitimate found object, but at the end, it's another way to solve a mathematic problem, that people are working with. They're modeling things out.
Yes.
And it may or may not work, that's fine. But when people just get it, it's just easy to sort of say, oh, well, that's a thing.
Put it in this box.
Yeah. And then we kind of move along and say, well, obviously the ancient Greeks didn't really know a whole lot. They were running around with white, like marble crumbling around them. What do they know? And we just don't even think about how advanced people were in their thinking, what they were able to do, and maybe their motives behind it too. Like Isaac Newton. I mean, people are familiar with his work that, the father of, all he was doing was trying to do advanced calculations to find the end of the world. He was very much about end times and that sort of thing. Oh yeah. And for the record, it's 2060 is what he came across. So get your storable foods and your life straws or whatever, your bunkers, build it now, because in 2060,
how did he come up with that?
Well, he invented calculus, so he calculated it. I know, and by the way, what's so cool about him is his writing is tiny. Okay, another thing to not take things for granted. Like, we have so much yet we just can't do anything. So his writing is tiny because he couldn't necessarily afford paper. Paper was expensive. And so you would write very tiny and on the edges of things. And so his notes are just because you didn't waste paper, because paper was expensive and he wasn't made of money, although he was trying to make money, literally, because he was an alchemist. And he got in a little trouble for that too, trying to make money. Yeah, weird stuff. But a lot of cool stuff is known about him, but it's just not talked about.
Interesting.
He was an alchemist, and he was more into occulted things, Hermeticism, and all that.
Wasn't Epstein talking about him in the interview with Bannon?
Oh yeah.
All about Newton.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So that's where their interests lie, because they're trying to get to the mathematical.
I had this dude on the podcast, Dean Radin, who was talking about how he had a Zoom call with Jeffrey Epstein. And it was a 20-minute Zoom call, and he said that his perspective was he wasn't aware of any of the allegations against him, and he knew that Epstein funded all the smartest people that he knew. So he's like, fuck, I want to get some funding. I'll do a Zoom call with this guy, or a Skype, whatever it was back then. And he said he had him on the call for 20 minutes, and all he did was ask him to tell him stories about spoon bending.
What? Like Ingo Swann kind of things? Oh. Well, because Epstein was much more metaphysically inclined than people would, I think, have us to believe. And you can tell that with the Bannon interview, too, because he was talking about God and the nature of things. And in a lot of his emails, he's discussing this. So whether or not he, his religious beliefs, et cetera, I mean, it's inconsequential. He had not a single-minded, just, materialist perspective. He had the door open for something else. And he was funding it, too. And weird things that are often related to occultic ideas like Atlantis.
Yeah.
A big one there, because a lot of people who are interested in linking this so-called antediluvian bloodline thing, the ones that perhaps were the bloodline of the Anunnaki, so in this category of peoples who survived the Younger Dryas and maybe had a breakaway civilization, moved and settled in Mesopotamia, and then had this royal bloodline. This kind of thinking has led people to think, well, perhaps that was Atlantis, not the Aquaman kind of version of Atlantis, but more of a Plato's Atlantis, and just a fabled place of the Golden Age, which is a term that you hear thrown around a lot for that very reason. And it's not just because of Atlantis being this really cool story from Plato, but because later it gets mythologized from Theosophy as the core component of the root race theory, if you're familiar with that. Well, that's where a lot of those Nordics and things like that come from, and that informed the Vril Society and a lot of the thinking that was going on at the time.
Well, it's interesting. I think I learned this from Jason Giorgiani in one of his articles about this. He was saying that there were some male people, some Norwegian guys, like young men, who were hired by Ghislaine to go to the Zorro Ranch.
Yes.
And like, I forget what they were doing, but they were describing how like they would catch her in their bedroom stealing like their hair off the pillows and stuff.
She really wanted to find Atlantis too. So what is that about? And they're going to spend a lot of money trying to find Atlantis, trawling the bottom of the ocean to try to find this. But you know, it speaks to that root race kind of golden age era of people's thinking, their mythos, that there's going to be maybe another cataclysm, and that the people of this royal elite bloodline are going to be able to write it out or come back out with this golden age. Kind of like the stuff Bannon talks about or believes in, so to speak, with the Kali Yuga. That's he's big on that stuff, which is that cyclical. It's like from Hindu. So it's kind of an important distinction, because a lot of the stuff that comes into Western esotericism does so through the East, and this period in the 19th century where people got very interested in Indian sort of maybe Hindu or Hindic ideas. They went over there. A lot of people from Britain, although Helena Blavatsky was Russian, but a lot of people in those circles would go travel to India, be enchanted with some cool ideas, get themselves a guru, and then come back and start making brotherhoods and associations, and that is connected to that mystery school that I got involved with and then dropped out of. And that mystery school is the Lucis Trust Arcane School, and so that one,
Lucis Trust,
the Lucis Trust, yes. And so they have a UN affiliation, and they even have a meditation room at the United Nations headquarters that has a big altar in the middle of it, and some lovely, art. And yeah,
does it look anything like this room?
It kind of reminded me of it a little bit. Not gonna lie. So, but yeah, that's the way that I got looped into that a little bit was because my curiosity was just like, I gotta know, what's this person doing, what's that, and I'm getting these correspondences, and I came across this information, and I was like, let me see, and so I applied. And the application was just really detailed. Then I talked with somebody, they wanted to know my genetic background, which I thought, that's weird, right? I didn't give them my 23andMe or anything, but I did give them a snapshot of it. And I'm like, okay, so I would not advise this obviously to people, but I didn't even think. I was just like, I want that information. What's going on? I got, one thing leads to another, And then I'm like, before I knew it, I was a student enrolled. And I'm like, okay, now what? Right. And so I'm very interested in this. I'm like, they're all love and light, which, if you know anyone who's into that, some people are very authentic in that and good for them. But there are a lot of people who use love and light as a different kind of moniker. So they hide what it is they're actually doing or thinking behind this. So essentially, Lucis Trust is pretty open to, you can go on their website and look up most of their materials. And so it's another
Didn't they change it from Lucifer or something?
They sure did. It was a Lucifer Trust, Lucifer Publishing. And it was started by Alice Bailey, who was a theosophist, who broke away from Annie Besant, who, again, going back to that time in Britain in particular, where socialism was kind of bubbling up and people were trying to be more like civic and have civil rights and this sort of thing. A big movement in the feminist movement was like this Annie Besant, and the Theosophical movement was behind a little of that. Also freeing India, because they had a vested interest in India. And so they made their they made a name for themselves doing that stuff, but it was in the service of this kind of occulted view. So going back even further, but not that much further, to the 1800s, you have Eliphas Levi, who was the guy who did the art of Baphomet. If you know Baphomet, and you can imagine what Baphomet looks like, that is from Eliphas Levi. So he was a magician, and he created Baphomet and all of this as a socialist sort of icon.
I always get Baphomet and Pan mixed up.
They're easy to do, yeah. That's one Baphomet on the Wikipedia, that's the classic drawing. So he did this because he was actually a Catholic priest, and he decided that socialism was actually the true Catholicism, is what he called it. And so he dropped out, he turned himself into a magician and wrote a very influential books on magic, and influenced Crowley and others. And so the notion of socialism was really wrapped up into this and people's view of it. And so people were just getting into a fervor. It was the occultic revival later. So so all of this is happening, and people get really interested in importing these Eastern ideas, which in what's called the second occult revival in the 1960s, you see them kind of repeating the same thing with the Beatles going out and getting themselves gurus and doing this, and an influx of like natural food stores and hippies and whatever. But and Anton LaVey, that whole like current that runs through that is the second occult revival that sort of links itself to the first, which was going on here with Levy, figures like Besant and Alice Bailey. And so they're essentially doing this like magic workings, and yes, it's Lucifer Publishing that ended up being the Lucis Trust. So I was curious, and I wanted to know, what are they up to? What's going on? And I ended up getting their correspondence, their bulletins, and they were wild. One thing that they did that I thought was notable was, in a very culty way, they assign you what they call a secretary, but they're really just a handler because they're licensed clinical psychologists. Like that seems like a lot. Why do you need all that? If you're not going to like try to brainwash a person, right? I mean, isn't that kind of, yeah? So that was interesting. And so this person kind of like wants you to do these monthly reports. So like meditation reports to the full moon.
Sounds kind of like Scientology.
Totally. Well, that's the thing, is all of these things end up being the same kind of practice where, you get to the end of it and your reward is that you're the god of your own world, or you get to have your own, I guess, cult at the end of the day. And, Kurt Metzger always says that same thing. He's like, always reinforces the notion that this is what you're working for at the very end of it. Like, ta-da, you get to be like L. Ron Hubbard. You get to have your own. But it's very true. It's 100% true. Because that is it's sort of not even a mystery box at the end. It's like, yep, that's what you get. You get to be on top, whether it's, Mormons getting their own planet or whatever. So
what was it? Like Lucis Trust? Like, ultimately, what was its goal?
I think, now see, if you look and get into their literature, you can go deep into all the different threads. But my takeaway, the entire purpose is that there's a couple different things, but I think think ultimately the idea is that you're trying to give up all of your energy into one hive mind. And you're doing that through perhaps altered states like meditation, though deep meditation. You're involved in what's called triangles, where there's 3 people and those people kind of agree to meet telepathically. But what you're doing too isn't just like the self-improvement. It's all based in trying to help what they call the new group of world servers. And it's like, that's weird, right? They even have a plan. They call it the plan, aptly, with a capital P. And so when people say things like, there's not hidden hands and people aren't trying to plan stuff, there's no new world order.
Yeah.
It's like, well, there is, but the thing is they're not all united.
It's not a monolith.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's groups who fancy themselves like better at it than others, or their flavor of it's better, or they're going to do it for this reason. And everyone's operating in their own little silos, but they all are doing things that at the end, they're wanting to have a big power grab, and they feel that maybe magic is a way to do it. And maybe sitting around doing full moon meditation, praying for Henry Kissinger, which is exactly what they're up to, is going to be somehow the way to do it. And it's like, and then they tell people that you're doing such good for humanity, but it's like the ultimate slacktivism, because what you're actually doing, although they did help fund the Occupy movement. They actually, when the website for Occupy Wall Street came up, they were the ones who bought the website.
Interesting.
And then they took that down. They scrubbed the who is and all of that information. But they're very much involved in activism that way. But it's all under the guise of unity and we're all together. And these are things that you can't deny. It would be good that everyone can't we all just get along, right? Okay, but the thing is, we're not that way. We're biologically programmed to be like in a hierarchy.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just a lot, and we can work against that. We can try to use our minds to overcome that, fine. But when you see people enforcing this like collectivism, it's not generally for the betterment of individuals. It's the betterment of a collective. Who defines the collective? Is it going to be like, if you say politics, is it for the left? Is it for the right, which are all made up terms? Is it for the Christians, or is it for Jewish people? Is it for Muslims? Is it there's Abrahamic? We'll lump them together in one big. We're just dividing, but leveraging these tactics to sort of unite under coalitions, but it serves to divide.
Where does this Lucis Trust get this money from?
Well, the Rockefeller Foundation, they get donations. They get, they are a nonprofit, and so some of that's available. But they are privately funded, or I should say individually funded. So donations and that sort of thing. And some of it's hard to track down, but some of it's just older money that's been in accounts as well. But they offer everything for free. So like you could join the school and become a student and do it. I would suggest, because people don't have to actually be a student. You don't have to practice this. You can just, and of course now they'll probably say like, okay, our sign up's gone, because they might get a flood of people who are like, I want to see what's going on in there. But I took a long time to collect all of that, those documents, because they send them as papers by design that are typed by design. Even though plenty of the information is available digitally, there is information still that's not available that they send from their what they call headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland, London, and on Wall Street, New York. And so they've had their hands in a lot of different things, but they're basically like, they build themselves as like the spiritual center of the United Nations. So they want spiritual unity, world peace, and all the stuff that just sounds great. So you can see how people get sucked into it with like love and light. But other people who are involved who go deep in it are like a lot of people from MIT, a lot of people who are interested in the electric gods theory and this notion that like the universe is electric and our gods are actually electric. And so they get really deep into science and these sorts of things as well. But it's just one flavor of many things, like you said.
And preparing humanity for a Christ-like figure or something
Yes,
like
that is a big one. They do that through their Great Invocation. It is what they call the world prayer. And it's a little creepy because they use these terms that are familiar with people culturally, like Christ, but they don't mean Jesus. They also use Maitreya, which is a Buddhist term for that figure. So people will say, oh, you're going to demonize Maitreya? You're not demonizing Buddhism. They're co-opting, because that's what these occult movements did. They just went to India, they plucked a bunch of cool shit, they came over and mixed it up with the Western esoteric thought, made something new, and now they're pushing it as like New Age, which is that's where that comes from. It's the New Age. So so they're trying to usher in. So their goal is to get everybody united and get everybody prepared by following the plan for the coming one. And that coming one is the world teacher, and that world teacher will like unite everybody. And it sounds very like alien religion oriented as well. Like the Rallians and all of
this
those.
is, you connected this somehow in one of your pieces about chaos magic being used to like introduce this like religious context into people's lives as a means to like control their reality.
So chaos magic, I think, is a very underestimated form of magic, we'll say. And magic, too, when I say magic, I mean, magic is like essentially action from a distance. It's imposing your will onto something, like your will be done, do as thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law. So in some sense, you want to have like a powerful willpower. And so you can, practice these different things like subconsciously to, better your life, or you can put your will onto others. So you're like taking away their free will and you're doing things against them. And so, but magic at the end of the day, people are trying to find ways to hack other people's willpower so they can control them. And so in a lot of ways it's psychology.
Yeah.
And in a lot of ways that's not satisfactory to some people. So you have, chaos magic, which is Peter Carroll, who passed away recently, kind of in the 70s, started writing more about that, formalizing it, using, mathematic concepts and more scientific concepts, and trying to legitimize magic, but I think that's what he was inadvertently doing, whether he meant to or not. But the idea of chaos being introduced into a system for a desired outcome is an important one that seems to be at play with the Bannon type people who, are sowing those seeds of chaos all the time, having people break up into little groups and fight amongst each other and whatever. But it serves more than just to divide us. It actually serves this like energy in a mathematical concept where they're able to harness that energy and use it to implement their strategies. Again, this is not necessarily, I'm saying that this is how the world works. This is how people who practice magic in certain fields, this is what they think is working. So it's like when they say sigil magic, people are like, oh, sigil magic, you might find a book that says charge a sigil. Sigil is like a symbol essentially. And there's many different ways to make the symbol, but essentially it's a symbol, but it needs charged. And some people will say, oh, you put it out in the full moon and the moon magic will charge it. Great. But then advanced sigil magic can get into, well, do we really want to know how sigils are charged? Because when I talk about it, then people will say, wait, we don't want to hear it. It's like, I'm going to tell you how sigils are charged. It's charged through like you stare at it with that great intention, and one way is to vigorously magic it until you put out all your vril, your life force, your animal magnetism, you name it. Loosh, if you're into Robert Monroe. This concept of this like energy, this vital force that we have inside of us that people have been trying to like categorize for a long time. But that is what charges. That's the magic. And so people will be like, I got to make my sigil work. And they're going to go, now you got one guy and he's doing the deed, staring at the sigil. He's going to charge it. But how can we make it more magical? Well, maybe we have two people doing it. Okay, now maybe we have ritual sex. But it's not about just the generative force of the sex or the spilling of the seed. It is about the like getting the maximum energy out of it. So that would be the most extreme emotion. So you have extreme pleasure. So that's the orgasm. So now that's Kama Sutra. This is not just like Sting likes to like take a long time to please the ladies kind of thing. No, Kama Sutra is, and that's an old reference. So I'm sure nobody who's Sting. It's like Google it. But no, but here's the thing. When you're practicing that, you're trying to basically like edge. You're like, trying to hold it in as long as you can. So that now, boom, that's some magic sigil action right there. So we got the magic sigil, and now we need to make it more magical. So we're going to get more people involved. But what's the opposite of pleasure is pain. And we're not distinguishing between like types. It's severity, it's extremity. So another way to charge a sigil is through blood, through torture, through extreme misery and pain and suffering. So that's another way to charge a sigil. Is you can be a kid like just like dabbling like a little blood, but then you're gonna need more of that power. So maybe a little small animal. Okay, what's next? You can just like dream on. Now what happens when you go to how about we mix that, right? We got extreme pleasure and pain. Okay, you can kind of see where this is going to go. When somebody really wants to make something magically charged, before you know it, you're having ritual orgies that end in torture and abuse and bloodletting and not killing, because killing is just, we don't want to waste that. We have to have back to that like warrior blood thing. You don't just kill, you have to make the suffering such that when you spill the blood, that it's powerful. And you spill that blood on the sigil. And that sigil then will carry that power. Yeah, so it gets really dark. And some people will be like, some people get mad about that because it's like you're telling secrets if you say, well, this is how we go from that like incrementalism. Nobody's going to say like, hey, why don't you come over tonight? We're going to have this big like orgy and we're going to like kill some babies and over this. Nobody's going to do that. They start with little things like, we're just going to like, rub one out while watching this thing. Or we're going to like, and it's like, okay, that's a little weird, but to each his own. Yeah. And then it's like, it escalates and escalates.
Yes, yeah.
And so again, not everybody does this. Very few people do this, but it is a thing and it is documented in magic. And so sometimes you see these like superficial books. They'll say, charge your sigil in the moon, like girls. It's often like, healing crystals and stuff. And that's fine. And that's a way. But people think different thoughts. And just because you're not doing it or, whatever, doesn't mean other people aren't thinking this way or doing this. And just because somebody wears a suit and a tie